active channel.
Yeah.
gaveling until they take their seats. It has to be harder.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly requested to take your seats. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the fourth plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. Delegates are kindly requested to take their seats.
It's a crowd. Looks like you have to come again. They park
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the fourth meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. Before proceeding further, I would like to remind members that masks are to be worn by the attendees at all times when indoors, except when directly addressing the meeting. Due to the temporary closure of the east side emergency doors, in the event of fire or an emergency which requires an evacuation, please use the west side emergency doors and the stairway next to the elevator banks. Those in the third and fourth balconies, please use the stairway next to the elevator banks. Before proceeding to the general debate, as announced in the journal, the General Assembly will hear an introduction by the Secretary General of his annual report on the work of the organization. Under agenda item 113, in accordance with the resolution 51/241, and notwithstanding of provisions in decision 77/504. We shall proceed accordingly. Now I give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. António Guterres.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our world is in big trouble. Divides are growing deeper, inequalities are growing wider, and challenges are spreading farther. But as we come together in a world teeming with turmoil, an image of promise and hope comes to my mind. This ship is the brave commander. It sailed the Black Sea with UN flag flying high and proud. On one hand, what you see is a vessel like any other plying the seas. But look closer. At its essence, this ship is a symbol of what we can accomplish when we act together. It is loaded with Ukrainian grain destined for the people of the Horn of Africa, millions of whom are on the edge of famine. It navigated through a war zone, guided by the very parties to the conflict. as part of an unprecedented comprehensive initiative to get more food and fertilizer out of Ukraine and Russia, to bring desperately needed relief to those in need, to calm commodity markets, secure future harvests, and lower prices for consumers everywhere. Ukraine and the Russian Federation, with the support of Türkiye, came together to make it happen, despite the enormous complexities, the naysayers, and even the hell of war. Some might call it a miracle on the sea. In truth, it is multilateral diplomacy in action. The Black Sea Grain Initiative has opened the pathway for the safe navigation of dozens of ships filled with much-needed food supplies. But each ship is also carrying one of today's rarest commodities, hope. Excellencies, we need hope, and more, we need action. To ease the global food crisis, we now must urgently address the global fertilizer market crunch. This year, the world has enough food. The problem is distribution. But if the fertilizer market is not stabilized, next year's problem might be food supply itself. We already have reports of farmers in West Africa and beyond cultivating fewer crops because of the price or lack of availability of fertilizers. It is essential to continue removing all remaining obstacles to the export of Russian fertilizers and their ingredients, including ammonia. These products are not subject to sanctions, and we will keep up our efforts to eliminate indirect effects. Another major concern is the impact of high gas prices on the production of nitrogen fertilizers, and these must also be addressed seriously. Without action now, the global fertilizer shortage will quickly morph into a global food shortage. Excellencies, we need action across the board. Let's have no illusions. We are in rough seas. A winter of global discontent is on the horizon. A cost of living crisis is raging, trust is crumbling, inequalities are exploding, and our planet is burning. People are hurting, with the most vulnerable suffering the most. The United Nations Charter and the ideals it represents are in jeopardy. We have a duty to act, and yet we are gridlocked in colossal global dysfunction. The international community is not ready or willing to tackle the big, dramatic challenges of our age. This crisis threatens the very future of humanity and the fate of our planet. Crises like the war in Ukraine and the multiplication of conflicts around the globe, climates like the climate emergency and biodiversity loss, crises like the dire financial situation of developing countries and the fate of the Sustainable Development Goals, and crises like the lack of guardrails around promising new technologies to heal disease, connect people, and expand opportunity. In just the time since I became Secretary General, a tool has been developed to edit genes. Neurotechnology, connecting technology with the human nervous system, has progressed from idea to proof of concept. Cryptocurrencies and other blockchain technologies are widespread, but across a host of new technologies there is a forest of red flags. Social media platforms based on a business model that monetizes outrage, anger, and negativity are causing untold damage to communities and societies. Hate speech, misinformation, and abuse, targeted especially at women and vulnerable groups, are proliferating. Our data is being bought and sold to influence our behavior, while spyware and surveillance are out of control, all with no regard for privacy. Artificial intelligence can compromise the integrity of information systems, the media, and indeed democracy itself. Quantum computing could destroy cybersecurity and increase the risk of malfunctions to complex systems. We don't have the beginnings of a global architecture to deal with any of these. Excellencies, progress on these issues and more is being held hostage by geopolitical tensions. Our world is in peril and paralyzed. Geopolitical divides are undermining the work of the Security Council, undermining international law, undermining trust and people's faith in democratic institutions, undermining all forms of international cooperation. We cannot go on like this. Even the various groupings set up outside the multilateral system by some members of the international community have fallen into the trap of geopolitical divides, like in the G20. At one stage, international relations seemed to be moving towards a G2 world. Now we risk ending up with a G nothing. No cooperation, no dialogue, no collective problem solving. But the reality is that we live in a world where the logic of cooperation and dialogue is the only path forward. No power or group alone can call the shots. No major global challenge can be solved with a coalition of the willing. We need a coalition of the world. Excellency, aujourd'hui,
Excellencies, today I want to outline 3 areas where the coalition of the world must urgently overcome divisions and act together. It starts with a core mission of the United Nations, achieving and sustaining peace. Much of the world's attention remains focused on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The war has unleashed widespread destruction, with massive violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. The latest reports on burial sites in Izium are extremely disturbing. The fighting has claimed thousands of lives, millions have been displaced, billions across the world are affected. We are seeing the threat of dangerous divisions between West and South. The risks to global peace and security are immense. We must keep working for peace in line with the United Nations Charter and international law. At the same time, conflicts and humanitarian crises are spreading, often far from the spotlight. The funding gap for a global humanitarian appeal stands at $32 billion, the widest gap ever. Upheaval abounds. In Afghanistan, the economy is in ruins. Over half of all Afghans face extreme levels of hunger, while human rights, particularly the rights of women and girls, are being trampled. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, armed groups in the east are terrorizing civilians and inflaming regional tensions. In the Horn of Africa, an unprecedented drought is threatening the lives and livelihoods of 22 million people. In Ethiopia, fighting has resumed, underscoring the need for the parties to immediately cease hostilities and return to the peace table. In Haiti, gangs are destroying the very building blocks of society. In Libya, divisions continue to jeopardize the country. In Iraq, ongoing tensions threaten stability. In Israel and Palestine, cycles of violence under the occupation continue as prospects for peace based on a two-state solution grow ever more distant. In Myanmar, the appalling humanitarian, human rights, and security situation is deteriorating by the day. In the Sahel, alarming levels of insecurity and terrorist activity amidst rising humanitarian needs continue to grow. In Syria, violence and hardship still prevail. The list goes on. Meanwhile, nuclear saber-rattling and threats to the safety of nuclear plants are adding to global instability. The Review Conference of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty failed to reach consensus, and a nuclear deal with Iran remains elusive. But there are some glimmers of hope. In Yemen, the nationwide truce is fragile but holding. In Colombia, the peace process is taking root. We need much more concerted action everywhere anchored in respect for international law and the protection of human rights. In a splintering world, we need to create mechanisms of dialogue and mediation to heal divides. This is why I outlined elements of a new agenda for peace in my report on our common agenda. We are committed to make the most of every diplomatic tool for the pacific settlement of disputes as set out in the United Nations Charter: negotiation, inquiry, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, and judicial settlement. Excellencies, women's leadership and participation must be front and center, and we must also prioritize prevention and peace building. That means strengthening strategic foresight, anticipating flashpoints that could erupt into violence, and tackling emerging threats posed by cyber warfare and lethal autonomous weapons. It means also expanding the role of regional groups, strengthening peacekeeping, intensifying disarmament and non-proliferation, preventing and countering terrorism, and ensuring accountability. And it means recognizing human rights as pivotal for prevention. My call to action on human rights highlights the centrality of human rights, refugee, and humanitarian law. In all we do, we must recognize that human rights are the path to resolving tensions, ending conflict, and forging lasting peace.
Excellencies, there is another battle we must end: our suicidal war against nature. The climate crisis is the defining issue of our time, and it must be the first priority of every government and multilateral organization. And yet, climate action is being put on the back burner, despite overwhelming public support around the world. Global greenhouse gas emissions need to be slashed by 45% by 2030 to have any hope of reaching net zero emissions by 2050. And yet, emissions are going up at record levels, on course to a 14% increase this decade. We have a rendezvous with climate disaster. I recently saw it with my own eyes in Pakistan, where 1/3 of the country is submerged by a monsoon on steroids. We see it everywhere. Planet Earth is a victim of scorched earth policies. The past year has brought us Europe's worst heat wave since the Middle Ages. Mega drought in China, the United States and beyond. Famine stalking the Horn of Africa. 1 million species at risk of extinction. No region is untouched. And we ain't seen nothing yet. The hottest summers of today may be the coolest summers of tomorrow. Once-in-a-lifetime climate shocks may soon become once-a-year events. And with every climate disaster, we know that women and girls are the most affected. The climate crisis is a case study in moral and economic injustice. The G20 emits 80% of all greenhouse gas emissions. But the poorest and most vulnerable, those who contributed least to this crisis, are bearing its most brutal impacts. Meanwhile, the fossil fuel industry is feasting on hundreds of billions of dollars in subsidies and windfall profits, while households' budgets shrink and our planet burns. Excellencies, let's tell it like it is. Our world is addicted to fossil fuels, and it's time for an intervention. We need to hold fossil fuel companies and their enablers to account. And that includes the banks, private equity, asset managers, and other financial institutions that continue to invest and underwrite carbon pollution. It includes the massive public relations machine raking in billions to shield the fossil fuel industry from scrutiny. Just as they did for the tobacco industry decades before, lobbyists and spin doctors have spewed harmful misinformation. Fossil fuel interests need to spend less time averting a PR disaster and more time averting a planetary one. Of course, fossil fuels cannot be shut down overnight. A just transition means leaving no person or country behind. But it's high time to put fossil fuel producers, investors, and enablers on notice. Polluters must pay. And today I'm calling on all developed economies to to tax the windfall profits of fossil fuel companies. Those funds should be redirected in two ways: to countries suffering loss and damage caused by the climate crisis, and to people struggling with rising food and energy prices. As you heard to the COP27 UN Climate Conference in Egypt, I appeal to all leaders to realize the goals of the Paris Agreement. Lift your climate ambition. Listen to your people's calls for change. Invest in solutions that lead to sustainable economic growth. And let me point to three. First, renewable energy. It generates 3 times more jobs. It's already cheaper than fossil fuels, and it's the best way to energy security, stable prices, and new industries. But developing countries need help to make this shift, including through international coalitions to support just energy transitions in key emerging economies. Second, helping countries adapt to worsening climate shocks. Resilience building in developing countries is a smart investment in a reliable supply chains, regional stability, and orderly migration. Last year in Glasgow, developed countries agreed to double adaptation funding by 2025. These must be delivered in full as a starting point. At minimum, adaptation must make up half of all climate finance. And multilateral development banks must step up and deliver. Major economies are their shareholders and must make it happen. Third, addressing loss and damage for disasters. It's high time to move beyond endless discussions. Vulnerable countries need meaningful action. Loss and damage are happening now, hurting people and economies now, and must be addressed now, starting at COP27. This is a fundamental question of climate justice, international solidarity, and trust. And at the same time, we must make sure that every person, community, and nation has access to effective early warning systems within the next 5 years. And we must address the biodiversity crisis by making the December UN Biodiversity Conference a success. The world must agree on a post-2020 global biodiversity framework, one that sets ambitious targets to halt and reverse biodiversity loss, provides adequate financing, and eliminates harmful subsidies that destroy ecosystems on which we all depend. And I also urge you to intensify efforts to finalize an international legally binding agreement to conserve and sustainably use marine biological diversity. We must protect the ocean now and for the future. Excellencies, the climate crisis is coming on top of other heavy weather. A once-in-a-generation global cost of living crisis is unfolding, turbocharged by the war in Ukraine. Some 94 countries, home to 1.6 billion people, many in Africa, face a perfect storm. Economic and social fallout from the pandemic, soaring food and energy prices, crushing debt burdens, spiraling inflation, and the lack of access to finance. These cascading crises are feeding on each other, compounding inequalities, creating devastating hardship, delaying the energy transition, and threatening global financial meltdown. Social unrest is inevitable, with conflict not far behind. And it doesn't have to be this way. A world without extreme poverty, want, or hunger is not an impossible dream. It is within reach. This is the world envisaged by the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. But it is not the world we seem to have chosen. Because of our collective decisions, sustainable development everywhere is at risk. The SDGs are issuing an SOS. Even the most fundamental goals on poverty, hunger, and education are going into reverse. More people are poor, more people are hungry, more people are being denied health care and education. Gender equality is going backwards, and women's lives are getting worse, from poverty to choices around sexual and reproductive health to their personal security. Excellencies, developing countries are getting hit from all sides, and we need concerted action. Today, I'm calling for the launch of an Sdg Stimulus, led by the G20, to massively boost sustainable development for developing countries. The upcoming G20 summit in Bali is the place to start. This Sdg Stimulus has 4 components. First, multilateral development banks, the World Bank and regional counterparts must increase concessional funding to developing countries linked to investments in the Sustainable Development Goals. And the banks themselves need more finance immediately. And then they need to lift their borrowing conditions and increase their appetite for risk so the funds reach all countries in need. Developing countries, particularly small island developing states, face too many obstacles in accessing the finance they need to invest in their people and their future. Second, debt relief. The debt service suspension initiative should be extended and enhanced. But we also need an effective mechanism of debt relief for developing countries, including middle-income countries in debt distress. Creditors should consider debt reduction mechanisms, such as debt climate adaptation swaps. And this could have saved lives and livelihoods in Pakistan, which is drowning not only in floodwater, but in debt. Lending criteria should go beyond gross domestic product and include all the dimensions of vulnerability that affect developing countries. Third, an expansion of liquidity. I urge the International Monetary Fund and major central banks to expand their liquidity facilities and currency lines immediately and significantly. Special drawing rights play an important role in enabling developing countries to invest in recovery and the SDGs. But they were distributed according to existing quotas, benefiting those who need them least. We have been waiting for a reallocation for 19 months, and the amounts we hear about are minimal. A new allocation of special drawing rights must be handled differently, based on justice and solidarity with developing countries. Fourth, I call on governments to empower specialized funds like Gavi, the Global Fund, and the Green Climate Fund. G20 economies should underwrite an expansion of these funds as additional financing for the SDGs. Excellencies, let me be clear. The Sdg stimulus I'm proposing is essential, but it is only an interim measure. Today's global financial system was created by rich countries to serve their interests many decades ago. It expands and entrenches inequalities. It requires deep structural reform. And my report on our common agenda proposes a new global deal to rebalance power and resources between developed and developing countries. African countries in particular are underrepresented in global institutions. I hope member states will seize the opportunity to turn these ideas into concrete solutions, including at the Summit of the Future in 2024. Excellencies, the divergence between developed and developing countries, between North and South, between the privileged and the rest, is becoming more dangerous by the day. It is at the root of geopolitical tensions and lack of trust that poison every area of global cooperation, from vaccines to sanctions to trade. But by acting as one, we can nurture fragile shoots of hope. The hope found in climate and peace activists around the world, calling out for change and demanding better of their leaders. The hope found in young people working every day for a better, more peaceful future. The hope found in women and girls leading and fighting for those still being denied their basic human rights. The hope found throughout civil society seeking ways to build more just and equal communities and countries. And the hope found in science and academia racing to stay ahead of deadly diseases and then the COVID-19 pandemic. The hope found in humanitarian heroes rushing to deliver life-saving aid around the world. The United Nations stands with them all. We know lofty ideals must be made real in people's lives, so let's develop common solutions to common problems, grounded in goodwill, trust, and the rights shared by every human being. Let's work as one, a coalition of the world, as United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. The Assembly will now turn to agenda item 8, entitled General Debate. Mr. Secretary General, distinguished heads of state and government, excellencies, friends, the world needs solutions through solidarity, sustainability, and science. Solutions because we have drafted many treaties, set excellent goals, yet have taken too little action. We need solidarity because inequalities have reached record heights. We need sustainability because we owe it to our children to leave behind a livable world. We need science because it offers us neutral evidence for our actions. My sincere gratitude goes to all member states, especially to Hungary and the Eastern European group for giving me the mandate to turn this motto into reality. Excellencies, we gather today at the most consequential moment of the last 4 decades. Des chaleurs extrêmes aux inondations dévastatrices.
Extreme flooding, extreme heat, climate change is shared by our communities. Our consumption and our means of production are tearing our planet apart from the earth to the sky. We are living in an ongoing state of humanitarian crisis.
أكثر من 300 مليون شخص في حال.
More than 300 million people urgently need humanitarian assistance and protection. And this is an increase of 10% since last January. The world food crisis has reached an alarming level because of climate change, conflict, and the COVID-19 pandemic.
الأشهر الستة الماضية دفع تضخم أسعار الغذاء والطاقة.
The food and the energy crisis have pushed at least 70 million people into poverty. Inflation, in the meantime, is at the highest level for over the past 40 years. 1/4 of the entire population of the planet is living in conflict areas, in areas where armed hostilities take place or where there is political instability. Violence has rarely been as harsh throughout the world before.
Have imagined that war would return to Europe, that the nuclear threat would be back in political discourse to settle a dispute with a neighbor. It has been 203 days since the General Assembly adopted a resolution condemning the military aggression against Ukraine. Unfortunately, the bloodshed and the suffering have not stopped yet. In that time, the United Nations, as we heard, and its partners have offered food and shelter to millions of refugees from that country. A landmark agreement on commercial grain exports from the world's best breadbasket offers hope. Diplomacy is at work to release fertilizers so that the shortage we see today do not become the famines of the next year. UN nuclear inspectors are at one of Europe's key nuclear sites, preventing a possible catastrophe. Excellencies, the theme of our 77th General Debate is a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. I stand in solidarity with the people of Pakistan, where devastating floods washed away hundreds of villages. You have seen the heart-wrenching scenes of devastation. This can be a window into our future. However, in tackling climate change, we have the solutions. These are rooted in the advancement we have made in science cooperation and climate diplomacy. But we have to want to put them in practice. The International Panel on Climate Change has proven an invaluable tool for supporting political decisions to combat climate change and to adapt to its consequences. We should consider replicating its success in the areas of water, energy, food, and biodiversity. This would give us a universally accepted scientific foundation for action. Once this high-level week is over, I plan to launch a series of consultations with the scientific community, asking them to help us, bringing the knowledge from microphones, from microscopes to microphones. The 77th session of the General Assembly will be key to preparing the SDG Summit in 2023 and the Summit of the Future in 2024. Next year, we will assess SDG 6 at the UN Water Conference, the first since 1977. This call could not be more urgent. Water is set to be the next major driver of conflict worldwide. The problem of water is threefold: too much, not enough, not safe. We have the chance to make a difference in the lives of 2.1 billion people who lack access to clean water. Let us cooperate to make the Water Action Agenda as transformational, practical, and actionable as possible. During this session, we will also assess the Sendai framework and come to conclusions to improve resilience against disasters. It is vital that these opportunities lead to substantive outcomes. The building blocks for transformation are at our disposal. The 2030 Agenda, the Sendai Framework, the Paris Agreement, the Addis Ababa Programme of Action, and our common agenda all point in the same direction. They describe the world we want and offer the avenues to get there. I'm encouraged that the Secretary General's proposals and the important initiatives by member states mutually support each other. The challenges are great and they are interconnected, but they are not insurmountable. Ladies and gentlemen, without universal respect to the rule of law, it is all too easy to rapidly slide into treacherous territory. As we all know, in time of crisis, human rights are the first to be compromised. When human rights are under threat, it is our smoke signal, our call to action. It would be remiss to speak of human rights without addressing a fundamental issue found to be lacking in most societies around the world. It is women's right. It is simply unacceptable that every third woman experiences violence in her lifetime. As we speak, half of humanity is all too often excluded from decision-making and leadership. But we need every man and woman to live their lives to their fullest potential. It is only by ensuring the inclusion of all, valuing the knowledge of all, that we will find solutions to the challenges we face. This afternoon's UNGA platform of women leaders, organized in collaboration with UN Women, may be an answer to this goal. Women heads of state and government will offer their solutions to society's complex problems. Data shows that crisis response is more effective when women take the lead. I encourage you to engage substantively with this issue. It has to do with equity and equality, but above all, human dignity. Excellencies, in all these issues, in all our endeavors, I look forward to working closely with the Secretary General, the Security Council, the ECOSOC, and other key relevant institutions of the United Nations. I stand ready to support member states to identify transformative, impact-oriented, systemic, and sustainable solutions. I promise to cooperate with all stakeholders, civil society, young people, women and scientific community, to name but a few. UN agencies, funds and programs are critical to bringing our efforts out of this hole and into our communities. To deliver on the agenda requested by the member states, I count on your constructive engagement, cooperation, and mutual respect to each other. I emphasize that the revitalization of both the United Nations and the General Assembly must continue. Our ability to competently improve our organization will determine its relevance in the eyes of people around the world. I want to advance negotiations on Security Council reform. It is high time that the Council represents the world's population more equally and that it reflects 21st century realities. This is a matter of credibility to our entire organization and our multilateral order. Ladies and gentlemen, crisis management and transformation will require our consistent efforts, way beyond one session of the General Assembly. In that spirit, let me finish with some timeless words of wisdom about chances and the risk of letting them pass us by. Things get better when we make them better. Things go wrong when we fail to seize the opportunities before us. Our opportunity is here and now. Let us act. I thank you. distinguished delegates, before giving the floor to the first speaker for this morning, I would like to remind members that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all speakers to be heard in a given meeting. Within this time frame, I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statement at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into the other official United Nations languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the General Assembly at previous sessions, namely that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the General Assembly hall after a speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged. After delivering their statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the General Assembly hall through room GA200, located behind the podium, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the General Assembly agrees to proceed in this manner during the general debate of the 77th session? It is so decided. Finally, I should like to draw the attention of members that during the general debate, official photographs of all the speakers are taken by the Department of Global Communications. Members interested in obtaining these photographs are requested to contact the Photo Library of the United Nations. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Jair Messias Bolsonaro, President of the Federal Republic of Brazil. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Jair Messias Bolsonaro, President of the Federal Republic of Brazil, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Hello, testing the English channel. This is the English channel. Mr. Shaba Karosi, President of the 77th General Assembly of the United Nations. Mr. António Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state, heads of government, and heads of delegation. Ladies and gentlemen at large, I begin by congratulating you, Ambassador Shaba Karosi, on your election as President of this General Assembly. You can be sure that you can certainly count on Brazil's support. The theme chosen for this general debate revolves around a concept that perfectly applies to the moment we currently live, a watershed moment. Mr. President, our collective responsibility at this General Assembly consists in understanding the actual scope of the challenges that make up this watershed moment, and from there build the responses that draw their strength from the goals that we all share. The task at hand is not a simple one, but strictly speaking, we have no alternative. The effort must begin within each of our countries, domestically. First of all, it is what we do at the domestic level that gives the measure of the authority with which we act at the international level. Therefore, allow me to speak from my country's perspective. When Brazil voices her views on the public health agenda, we do so with the legitimate authority of a government that during the COVID-19 pandemic spared no efforts to save lives and preserve jobs. Like so many other countries, we focused our attention from the very outset on ensuring emergency financial aid to those most in need. Our goal was to protect families' income so that they could face up to the economic hardships resulting from the pandemic. Therefore, we managed to benefit more than 68 million people, the equivalent to 1/3 of the Brazilian population. In parallel, we launched a broad-ranging vaccination program, including domestic production of vaccines. We are a nation of more than 210 million people, and already we have more than 80% of our population fully vaccinated against COVID-19. All were vaccinated voluntarily, in due respect of one's individual freedom. Likewise, in the economic arena, Brazil has the legitimate authority of a country that, for the sake of sustainable and inclusive growth, has been putting in place reforms to attract investments and improve the standards of living of her population. Under my administration, we uprooted the systemic corruption that existed in the country. Between 2003 and 2015 alone, a period in which the left wing presided over in Brazil, indebtedness levels at the oil state company Petrobras due to mismanagement and politically driven appointments and favors, as well as the diversion of funds, reached up to $170 billion. The person responsible for that was convicted, unanimously convicted in 3 different court instances. Whistleblowers have returned $1 billion, and we paid to the U.S. stock market another $1 billion due to losses incurred by shareholders. But that is the Brazil of the past. We have enhanced public services by reducing costs and investing in science and technology. Today, for example, Brazil is the world's 7th most digitally advanced country. Altogether, 135 million people access 4,900 services provided by my administration. Brazil has been a pioneer in 5G deployment in Latin America. We have also carried out a comprehensive agenda of privatization and concession projects with an emphasis on infrastructure. We have also completed the São Francisco River Transposition Project, therefore bringing water to the Brazilian northeastern region. We have also adopted new regulatory frameworks, such as in basic sanitation, railways, and natural gas. Moreover, we have improved the business environment with the Economic Freedom Law and the Startup Law. As a result, we now have created opportunities for young people to be entrepreneurs and have quality jobs. Crowning all of this effort to modernize the Brazilian economy, we have made great strides towards Brazil's accession as a full member of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD. Despite the global crisis, Brazil is getting to the end of 2022 with an economy at full recovery. We have high employment rates and a low inflation rate. The economy is back on the path of growth. Poverty has increased across the world under the impact of the pandemic. In Brazil, it began to fall sharply. The figures speak for themselves. It is estimated that by the end of 2022, 4% of Brazilian families will be living below the extreme poverty level. In 2019, it was 5.1%. This reflects a drop of more than 20%. The Brazil Aid Program, a minimum income country designed and established by my administration during the pandemic, currently meets the needs of 20 million families and pays out $4 a day to the poorest families in the country. Employment fell by 5 percentage points, reaching 9.1%, a rate not seen in 7 years. We have lowered inflation with an estimate of less than 7% for 2022. I am pleased to announce that we have had unprecedented deflation in Brazil in the months of July and August this year. Since June, the price of gasoline has dropped by more than 30%. Today, 1 liter of gasoline in Brazil costs about 0.90 cents of $1. The price of electricity has also dropped by more than 15%. Let me emphasize that the cost of energy has not dropped because of price fixing or any other type of state intervention. Rather, it was the result of a tax rationalization policy designed and implemented with support by the National Congress. In 2021, Brazil was the 4th largest destination country for foreign direct investment in the world. Our foreign trade reached the historic milestone of 39% of the GDP, even after reducing taxes or lowering taxes down to zero on thousands of products. Domestically, we also have record breakers in 3 areas: tax collection, state-owned company profit levels, and the public debt to GDP ratio. In fact, in 2021, we had a surplus in the consolidated results or figures for national accounts. Brazilian GDP increased by 1.2% in the second quarter, and the forecast is for up to 3% in 2022. We enjoy the peace of mind of those who are working in the right path, the path to shared prosperity among Brazilians, and beyond that, prosperity shared with our neighbors and other partners worldwide. This is precisely what we see, for example, in food production. 4 decades ago, Brazil used to be a food importer. Today, we are one of the world's largest food exporters. And this has only been possible thanks to heavy investments in science and innovation with a view to boosting productivity, yield levels, and sustainability. May I here pay a tribute to Mr. Alisson Polinelli, the Brazilian candidate for the Nobel Peace Prize, for his role in expanding the Brazilian agricultural frontier with the use of new technologies. This year, Brazil has already started the harvest, or the largest grain harvest in our history. We estimate it to be at least 270 million tons. In a few years, Brazil will also make the transition from net importer of wheat to a net exporter of wheat. For the 2022-2023 period, the forecast is that our total production will exceed 300 million tons. As stated by Director General of the World Trade Organization in a recent visit to Brazil, she stated that if it were not for Brazilian agribusiness, the planet would go hungry, since we feed more than 1 billion people worldwide. Our agribusiness is a source of national pride. Mr. President, I also wish to call to mind here that also in the field of sustainable development, Brazil's track record of achievements is a source of credibility for our country's international action. As regards the environment and sustainable development, Brazil is part of the solution and stands as a reference to the world. 2/3 of all of the Brazilian territory remain untouched, covered by native vegetation, precisely as it were when Brazil was first discovered in the 1500s. In the Brazilian Amazon region, an area as big as Western Europe, more than 80% of the rainforest remains untouched and pristine, contrary to what is often reported by the mainstream national and international media. It is absolutely key and essential that when taking care of the environment, we do not overlook people. The Amazon region is home to more than 20 million people, including indigenous people and riverside dwellers, whose livelihood depends on some form of economic use of the forest. We have brought internet connectivity to more than 100,000 rural schools and more than 500 indigenous communities. Brazil began its energy transition almost half a century ago in response to the oil crises of that time. Today, we have a modern and sustainable biofuel industry, an industry that currently positively contributes to the cleanest energy mix among G20 countries. About 84% of our electricity or energy mix is currently renewable, and this is a goal that many developed countries hope to achieve only after 2040 or 2050. Last year, Brazil was chosen or declared by the United Nations as a global transition for energy transition. We have the potential to become a major global exporter of clean energy. We have a surplus already being built up, which can reach more than 100 gigawatts between biomass, onshore wind projects, and solar projects, in addition to the untapped opportunity of 700 gigawatt offshore wind farms, with one of the lowest production costs in the world. These sources will produce green hydrogen for export. Part of this 100% clean energy opens the possibility for us to become suppliers of highly competitive industrial projects, especially in the Brazilian Northeast, with one of the smallest carbon footprints in the world. The Sustainable Development Agenda is impacted in many ways by threats to international peace and security. We all built the United Nations from the ruins of the Second World War in the last century. What motivated us back then was the determination to avoid a repetition of the cycle of destruction that marked the first half of the 20th century. To a certain extent, in hindsight, we can say that we were successful. But today, the conflict in Ukraine serves as a warning. A reform of the UN system is essential for us to find world peace. In the specific case of the Security Council, after 25 years of debate, it is clear that we must look for innovative solutions. Brazil addresses this topic based on an experience that goes way back and dates back to the very beginnings of the United Nations. It is now the 11th time that we hold a non-permanent seat at the UN Security Council. We have sought to offer our very best to achieve peaceful and negotiated solutions to international conflicts, always guided by the UN Charter and international law. Brazil also has an extensive history of participation in UN peacekeeping operations. From Suez to Angola, from Haiti to Lebanon, we have always supported peacekeeping. We have also contributed to peace by opening up our borders to those seeking a chance to restart their lives in our country. Since 2018, over 6 million Venezuelan brothers have been forced to leave their country. Many of them came to Brazil. Our response to this challenge was Operation Welcome, which has become an international benchmark reference. More than 350,000 Venezuelan nationals have found in Brazilian territory emergency assistance, protection, documentation, and the possibility of a fresh start. All of them have had access to the labor market, to public services, and to social benefits. In recent months, around 600 Venezuelans have arrived in Brazil every day on foot, the vast majority of which are women and children, weighing on average 15 kilos less than before, and running away from violence and hunger. The Brazilian humanitarian reception policy goes beyond Venezuela. We have also welcomed Haitians, Syrians, Afghans, and Ukrainians. Mr. President, the conflict in Ukraine has been going on for 7 months already, and it is a source of great concern, not only in Europe, but throughout the world. First of all, I would like to reiterate Brazil's gratitude to the countries that helped with the evacuation of Brazilian nationals who were in Ukraine when the conflict first started, especially Slovakia, Hungary, Poland, Romania, and the Czech Republic. Thank you very much. The evacuation operation was successful. We left no one behind, not even their pets. Regarding the conflict in itself, Brazil has been guided by the principles of international law and the UN Charter, principles that are also enshrined in our national constitution. We advocate an immediate ceasefire, the protection of civilians and non-combatants, the preservation of critical infrastructure to assist the population, and the maintenance of all channels of dialogue between the parties at conflict. These are the first steps towards achieving a solution that will be long-lasting and sustainable. And we have been working in that direction. At the United Nations and also elsewhere, we have tried to avoid hampering the channels of dialogue as a result of polarization around the conflict. Accordingly, we are against diplomatic and economic isolation. The effects of the conflict can already be felt in the world prices of foodstuffs, fuel, and other raw materials. All of this impact drives us all away from the sustainable development goals. Countries that once presented themselves as leaders of the low-carbon economy have now turned to dirty sources of energy. This is a serious setback for the environment. We support all efforts to reduce the economic impacts of this crisis. But we do not believe that the best way is to adopt one-sided or unilateral and selective sanctions that are inconsistent with international law. These measures have harmed economic recovery and have threatened the human rights of vulnerable populations, including in European countries. The solution to the conflict in Ukraine will only be achieved through negotiation and dialogue. I make an appeal to the parties as well as to the entire international community. Let us not miss any opportunity to end the conflict and ensure peace. The stability, security, and prosperity of humankind are at serious risk if the conflict continues. Mr. President, I have been an unconditional supporter of freedom of speech. Moreover, under my administration, Brazil has made an effort to bring the right to freedom of religion to the very core of the international human rights agenda. It is essential to ensure that everyone has the right to freely worship and practice their religious orientation without any discrimination whatsoever. I would like to inform here that Brazil stands ready to welcome the Catholic priests and nuns who have suffered persecution by the dictatorial regime in Nicaragua. Brazil repudiates religious persecution wherever it may occur in the world. Other fundamental values for Brazilian society with implications to the human rights agenda include the defense of family values, the right to life, sense, conception, the right to self-defense, and the repudiation of gender ideology. I would also like to underscore the priority we have attached to women's rights and protection. Our efforts to sanction over 70 legal norms on the subject since the very beginning of my administration in 2019 is thorough evidence of this commitment. We fight violence against women very strictly. It is part and parcel of our broader priority to ensure public security and safety for all Brazilians. The results are visible in our government figures. A 7.7% drop in the number of murders of women and a decrease in the general number of deaths by murder. In 2017, there were 30 deaths per 100,000 inhabitants. Now there are only 17. Violence in rural areas has also plummeted at the same time as land tenure by the most in need has increased. Under my administration, we have delivered 400,000 rural property land title deeds, 80% of which given to women. In Brazil, we work to ensure that we have strong, independent women so that they can get wherever they wish. First Lady Michelle Bolsonaro has given a new meaning to volunteer work since 2019, with special attention to people with disabilities and rare diseases. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, last September 7th, Brazil celebrated 200 years of history as an independent nation. Millions of Brazilians took to the streets, called upon by their government and wearing the colors of their flag, our flag. It was the largest civic demonstration in the history of our country, a people that believes in God, the homeland, family, and freedom. Thank you all very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federal Republic of Brazil for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear the address by His Excellency Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. President of the General Assembly. Dear colleagues, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. Mr. President, on behalf of the African Union, I would like to express my thanks to your predecessor and wish you every success in the discharge of your duties. I reiterate our support to the Secretary General, António Guterres, as he carries out his delicate mission in the service of member states. Since our last session, the world has become more dangerous, and more uncertain under the combined grip of global warming, security and health perils, and the war in Ukraine. The theme of this session reflects the urgent need to act together to ease tensions, to heal our planet, reduce persistent north-south inequalities, and reinstate the importance of multilateralism. The Security Council is called upon to address this first and foremost, to make sure that all threats to international peace and security, including in Africa, are handled in the same way. Terrorism, which is gaining ground on the continent, is not just an African matter. It is a global threat that falls under the primary responsibility of the Council, as it is the guarantor of the collective security mechanism under the charter of our organization. We, therefore, urge the Council to engage more with us in the fight against terrorism in Africa, and to do this with more appropriate mandates and more substantial resources. Furthermore, the African Union once again calls for the lifting of foreign sanctions against Zimbabwe. These harsh measures continue to fuel a sense of injustice against an entire people and to aggravate their suffering in these times of deep crisis. In the Middle East, we reiterate the right of the Palestinian people to a viable state, living side by side in peace with the State of Israel, each within secure and internationally recognized borders. We call for a de-escalation and a cessation of hostilities in Ukraine, as well as for a negotiated solution to avoid the catastrophic risk of a potentially global conflict. The negotiations and discussions are the best tools we have to promote peace. I launch an appeal to put together a high-level mediation mission to which the African Union stands ready to contribute. Nearly 80 years after the birth of the United Nations system and the Bretton Woods institutions, it is time for a fairer, more inclusive global governance that is more adapted to the realities of our time. It is time to overcome the reticence and to deconstruct the narratives that persist in confining Africa to the margins of decision-making circles. It is time to heed Africa's just and legitimate demand for Security Council reform, as reflected in the Esselwini Consensus. In the same vein, I reaffirm our request for the African Union to be granted a seat in the G20 so that Africa can finally be represented where decisions that affect 1,400,000,000 Africans are being taken. I would like to extend my warmest thanks to the partners who have already expressed their support and invite others to give favorable consideration to our candidacy. With respect to economic and financial governance, I draw the attention of the General Assembly to the 2022 Financing for Sustainable Development report, produced by some 60 multilateral institutions, including the IMF, the World Bank, the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, the International Association of Insurance Regulators, and the Financial Stability Board. This report highlights shortcomings in the assessment processes of credit rating agencies and underlines the importance of transparent methodologies so as not to undermine confidence in ratings. We are concerned by the fact that the perception of risk in Africa continues to be higher than the actual risk, which increases the cost of insurance premiums and undermines the competitiveness of our economies. And this is why Africa is renewing its proposal to the Global Crisis Response Group on Food, Energy and Finance to engage in conjunction with the G20, the IMF and the World Bank in a constructive dialogue with the ratings agencies on improving their working and assessment methods. In the same spirit, given the unprecedented scale of the global economic crisis, the African Union reiterates its call for the partial reallocation of special drawing rights, so needed for the developing countries first and foremost, and the implementation of the G20 debt service suspension initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, the unprecedented shock further destabilizes the weakest economies and makes their need for liquidity ever more pressing, so as to mitigate the effects of widespread inflation and support the most vulnerable households and social strata, especially the young people and women. In addition to that, there is the need to address new and old health emergencies, including cancer, the silent killer that continues to claim millions of lives across the world. I call for a general mobilization in favor of the International Atomic Energy Agency's Ray of Hope campaign to strengthen the capacities of member countries, particularly in Africa, in the fight against cancer, using nuclear technologies such as medical imaging, nuclear medicine, and radiotherapy. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, with the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt only a few weeks away, Africa reiterates its commitment to the Paris Climate Agreement. At the same time, we wish to reach a consensus for a fair and equitable energy transition, as was called for at the Africa-Europe Summit last February, at the enlarged session of the G7 Summit in June, and recently at the Africa Adaptation Finance Forum in Rotterdam. It is legitimate, fair and equitable that Africa, the continent that pollutes the least and lags furthest behind in the industrialization process, should exploit its available resources to provide basic energy so as to improve the competitiveness of its economy and achieve universal access to electricity. I will recall that today, more than 600 million Africans still live without electricity. Let us also work towards the goal of mobilizing $100 billion per year to support developing countries' adaptation efforts and to finance the African Adaptation Acceleration Program under the auspices of the African Development Bank and the Global Center for Adaptation. Moreover, we see adaptation funding not as aid, but rather as a contribution by industrialized countries to a global partnership of solidarity in return for efforts made by developing countries to avoid the polluting patterns that have plunged the planet into the current climate emergency. Mr. President, over and above the current emergencies, I have come to convey the message of a continent determined to work with all of its partners in a relational ethic of a dialogue of confidence and trust and mutual respect. I have come to say that Africa has suffered enough of the burden of history, that it does not want to be the place of a new Cold War, but rather a pole of stability and opportunity open to all of its partners on a mutually beneficial basis. I have come to say that we do not ignore that Africa, faced with challenges which need to be pacified and stabilized. But I have also come to say that we also have Africa as a provider of solutions with an area of 30 million square kilometers, its human resources, with its more than 60% of the world's arable land, its mineral, forest, water, and energy resources. Yes, we have the Africa of solutions with governments on the job on a daily basis. We have vibrant and creative young people who innovate, who are entrepreneurial and who succeed. We have millions of men and women who work hard to feed, educate, and care for their families, who invest, who create wealth, and who generate jobs. This Africa of solutions wants to engage with all of its partners in a reinvented relationship that transcends the prejudice that whoever is not with me is against me. We want a multilateralism that is open and respectful of our differences, because the United Nations system, born out of the ashes of war, can only win the support of one and all on the basis of shared ideals and not local values erected as universal norms. It is by working together, respecting our differences, that we will restore the strength and vitality of the United Nations raison d'etre, which is to save present and future generations from the scourge of war, to advance the peaceful coexistence of peoples, and to foster progress by creating better living conditions for all. I wish the 77th session of the General Assembly every success. I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Senegal for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. And the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. President, Secretary General, distinguished heads of state and government, distinguished guests. For me, it is an honor to be able to be with you at this General Assembly for the first time today. I come from Chile, a beautiful country located in the extreme south of the Americas, between the Andes mountain range, the backbone of the continent, and the majestic, breathtaking Pacific Ocean. A country with a diverse geography and stunning landscapes, where, side by side, we have the clearest skies and the stormiest seas, the driest desert, alongside cities made of rain. The people of Chile, as you may know, is hardworking and caring. Thanks to our efforts, in just over 2 centuries, we have gone from being the poorest colony of Spain on the continent to a thriving, independent, free, sovereign country. A country with enormous opportunities, today at the gates of comprehensive development, and we are working for this development to be for all, not just for a few. A country that has lithium for energy, the means of providing clean energies to the world, a country with long coasts and protected marine areas to care for the environment, with top-level universities to create and share knowledge. I have come to tell you, dear colleagues, that Chile needs the world. The world needs Chile too. But as you are aware, and as has been clear in the speeches that went before my own, we live in an era of uncertainty and shocks. It is clear that no country here is isolated from or immune to global shocks or events, and Chile is no exception. Thus, Russia's unfair war of aggression on Ukraine, a nation to which we express our solidarity, pushed up fuel prices and led to shortages of grain and fertilizer, with a strong impact on our economy, and certainly of many of your countries as well. Also, although it is often hard to discuss this, the trade war between the United States and China that began under the Trump administration in 2018 and the pandemic destabilized the global economy, affecting both our and your economies. On another level, the humanitarian crisis in Venezuela, which is a product of its extended political crisis, has generated an unprecedented flow of migration in our region and in our country, putting enormous pressure on our society and institutions. Lastly, as many of you are experiencing, the climate crisis is particularly affecting our continent, the Americas, especially the Caribbean. It also affects the life systems of our people. Chile meets 7 of the 9 United Nations vulnerability criteria: low-level coasts, arid and semi-arid areas, forests, propension to natural disasters, drought, floods, mountain ecosystems, and urban areas. But our country, as many of yours, many of the global south, produces and is responsible for a minimum of greenhouse gas emissions. In our case, it's only 0.24%, while the largest economies of the G20, as the Secretary General has just mentioned, produce 80% of greenhouse gases. It is clear nowadays that no country, large or small, humble or powerful, can save itself on its own. As I was preparing this speech, I was thinking how the many interesting speeches telling about the reality of each country could be contributed to from Chile with its small part in building the best possible world. And with the awareness that it is not my place to teach anybody about the problems in the world, I thought that telling you about our recent experience as a country could be useful to those who are interested to derive their own lessons. Chile is currently experiencing an intense political process. Almost 3 years ago, we faced a major political and social crisis. During those days, a great majority of Chilean people peacefully expressed their discontent with inequality and abuse, their pain at the long waits to receive public health care, their frustration at the million-dollar debts incurred as students, their refusal to accept miserly pensions, pensions that are a mere pittance after long years of work. In a few months, we will celebrate 50 years since President Salvador Allende, who spoke to this very assembly, from this very podium, about the major social and political changes that Chile was going through at a time. Chile is a country that has, for a long time, sought the path towards dignity. And although during the democratic governments of the past 30 years, there was a remarkable decrease in poverty and progress on the social front, it is undeniable that the Chilean development model has kept a high concentration of wealth, leading us to be, and this is painful, one of the most unequal countries in the world. This inequality, as is the case in many developing nations, has obstructed our path towards development. Not only that, it is an inherent threat to democracy because it breaks society apart, it destroys social cohesion, and it therefore hampers understanding and building a freer, more fair future together. The social upheaval Chile experienced in 2019 left many observers puzzled, wondering what was happening in our country. And it even left many observers and stakeholders of Chilean life astonished. And the fact is that many were struck by the fact that a country that had such high indices of economic growth and human development, showing major improvements in the quality of life of its population, should have faced such a deep crisis. But what happened to my country is no coincidence. It was a result of innumerable episodes of pain and postponement, which simmered and then struck at the very heart of our society. And I want to point out that this can happen in your countries as well. That is why I invite you to plan ahead in the search for greater social justice, to better distribute wealth and power. This should go hand in hand with sustainable growth. And I am deeply convinced that it can be shared and it is possible. Indeed, it is urgent. Unfortunately, I have to say this because we cannot only come to talk about the good things that are happening. This discontent also expressed itself through major episodes of violence, such as the unacceptable burning of subway stations and vandalizing civic buildings. And we also witnessed an uncontrolled level of repression, which led to deaths, injuries, and over 400 people who are victims of eye injuries, which was the result of state action, which is, from the point of view of our government and of international organizations, a severe violation of human rights, which must be repaired. It must be made up for. This long history of injustice found its voice in October of 2019. But also, and this is a good thing about it, the long history of civil mobilization and social struggle, which made it possible to return to democracy and the return of democrats, as President Aylwin said at the end of the past century, was the same struggle which made it possible at the beginning of the 20th century to make progress in rights for workers. Present at the peaceful demonstrations of 2019 were the women of the previous century who made progress in gaining the right to vote, the workers who earned the right to leave, and the settlers who fought for decent housing. All of these memories and social struggles manifested themselves there. The protection of human rights anywhere by any regime, decent work, social protection, and the struggle against climate change are universal demands which are the focus of our common agenda, led by the Secretary General of this organization, António Guterres, and of the Sustainable Development Goals. These are the values behind this deep unrest: equality, justice, and freedom. Distinguished leaders of the world, the way forward to the peaceful, democratic resolution of the crisis our country experienced was an agreement between the major political forces, which made it possible to draw up a roadmap towards drafting a new constitution, one which made it possible to establish the basis of a new social contract, making a democratic response possible to the demands of the citizens. This road opened by Chilean society through protest and social struggle, and then politically channeled by the various institutions, was expressed through plebiscite in October 2019, where 80% of voters spoke in favor of a new written constitution by a specially elected body to do so. This is a major challenge. It consists of achieving, as never before in history, a democratic constitution written with citizen participation of indigenous peoples, and gender parity, a constitution for everybody, written by everybody. A few weeks ago, the work of the Constitutional Convention was subjected to consultation through a plebiscite in which there was a massive participation, 85%. But this led to a clear rejection of the proposal, 62 against 38%. Thus, today we are seeking new formulas to build the meeting place for all Chileans. My personal option in this plebiscite was to approve the proposal for a new constitution, but the result was the opposite. Some want to see the result of the plebiscite as a defeat for the government. And with great humility, I wish to tell you today that a government can never feel defeated when the people speak. In a democracy, the word popular is sovereign and is a guide for any government. Why am I telling you about this? Because, unlike in the past, when differences in Chile were settled through blood and fire, today Chileans have agreed to face our challenges in a democratic fashion. And I'm telling you about this because I'm certain that one of the major challenges for humanity today is that of building democracies that really talk to and listen to citizens. Those who are here at this assembly have the duty of improving our democracies. During the long days of citizen mobilization, the word dignity was often heard. The Chilean people have just expressed giving us a lesson in democracy, which we are learning. Chile has called on its democracy and political actors to rise to the challenges that we have today, and we must meet their expectations. As a government, we have received the results of the recent plebiscite with open eyes and hearts. We want to hear what the people is telling us. We trust their opinions, we trust their will, and there are things I want to share very quickly with you. The results are the expression of a citizenry that calls for change without putting its current achievements at risk. Citizens who want a better future built without creating new insecurities, a future of change with stability. As a young person who was on the street protesting not very long ago, I can tell you that representing unrest is a lot easier than producing solutions. Those of us devoted to the demanding work of politics easily confuse our success as spokespeople for citizen unease with our real ability to build a better future. The plebiscite results in Chile have taught us to be humble. Democracy must be humble. They made us realize that building the Chile we dream of, in building the Chile we dream of, no given sector has a recipe. Rather, it is a dish made up of the best each one of us has to contribute. This is how we govern in the 21st century, mobilizing capacity and skill in our societies, not trying to substitute them. As a president of Chile, I am convinced that very soon Chile will have a constitution that will satisfy us and make us proud, one built in democracy that brings together the contributions of all sectors of society, able to reflect our aspirations of justice and liberty. Distinguished delegates, based on the humble history of my country, I can tell you with deep conviction that the path to face the problems affecting our societies is paved with more democracy, not less, with incentives for participation, not restrictions, with dialogue and not censorship, and above all, with respect for those who think differently, with inclusion of their points of view, and understanding that having diverse opinions does not make us enemies. I reject the abyss that some try to open when facing the legitimate diversity of opinion. And from Chile, we declare our will of building bridges across those gaps that make it difficult for us to meet as diverse societies. This is what we wish to share as a small country with the nations of the world. Deepening democracy is a permanent exercise where we must persevere and learn from the experience of others. Thus, in conclusion, I invite you to work together to strengthen democracy in all spaces, in each of our countries, and in the relationship between countries. We need a new Latin America. We need more work together from the Global South. We need a modernized United Nations where we all set ourselves the same objectives. we commit ourselves from multilateralism to justice and peace anywhere and everywhere, to take the actions needed, not only statements, to stop the unfair war of Russia on Ukraine and put an end to all the abuse of the powerful anywhere in the world, to mobilize our efforts to stop violence against women, whether it be in Iran, in memory of Mahsa Amini, who died at the hands of the police this week, or anywhere in the world, to not normalize ongoing violations of the human rights of the Palestinian people, to uphold international law and the resolutions which this very assembly takes year after year, leading to its right, to its inalienable right to establish its own free sovereign state, as well as guaranteeing Israel's legitimate right to live within safe and internationally recognized borders, to continue working to contribute to the release of political prisoners in Nicaragua, and so nowhere in the world having ideas different from the current government can lead to persecution or violations of human rights. Distinguished members of this Assembly, the whole world is calling for change. New generations have the right, like those before us, and also the responsibility to think and realize a different future. The citizens suffering the consequences of societies built on segregation and abuse call for their rights and for a safe life. This is a world that can only be achieved through more democracy. And this is a call which we must all respond to today. And in Chile, we are willing to cooperate anywhere in the world to that end. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Chile for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I request protocol to escort His Majesty. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, we meet today in this General Assembly as the alarm bells ring all around us. Numerous crises batter our world, crises that are increasingly interlocked. Regional conflicts with international impact, devastating climate change, pandemic disruptions, extremist violence, spiraling inflation, looming recession, and for all too many around the world, the growing reality of hunger. Developing countries have been hardest hit. Is this the future we will leave to the generations yet to come? We must deliver a different world, a world of expanded horizons, a more equitable world, sustainable economic growth, exciting new opportunities, and more and better jobs, and the inclusive peace for prosperity in which all people can thrive. To reach these goals, our countries must unite behind effective, collaborative action. The question now is, will we have the vision and determination to get the job done? Consider the climate crisis. No country can heal our injured Earth alone. We need global partnerships that can create real change. And Jordan is part of these efforts. We have been building strong partnerships to manage and sustain vital water resources. And we see more opportunities to work with partners to preserve precious World Heritage sites and natural wonders. the unique Dead Sea, the sacred Jordan River, and the resilient coral reefs of the Gulf of Aqaba, which are all threatened by climate change. Food security is another global priority. Hundreds of millions of people go to bed hungry, and the numbers are rising. How can parents raise healthy children? How can students learn? How can workers do their best when they are hungry and hopeless? Since the beginning of the pandemic, and now with the crisis in Ukraine, global supply chains have been disrupted. Many well-off countries experienced empty food shelves for the first time in living memory. They are discovering a truth that people in developing countries have known for a long time. For countries to thrive, affordable food must get to every family's table. On a global level, this demands collective measures to ensure fair access to affordable food and speed the movement of staples to countries in need. My friends, sustainable, inclusive economic growth has too often been a victim of global crises. But it can also be a defense that strengthens us to endure the storms. In my region, we are looking to build integrated partnerships that tap the capabilities and resources of each of our countries for the benefit of all. We see regional resilience pacts coming together to stimulate fresh opportunities and growth. Jordan has established multilateral partnerships with Egypt, Iraq, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and others in the region to capitalize on these opportunities. Our country is a bridge for regional partnerships and cooperation, international crisis response, and humanitarian action. Jordan has always been a source of regional stability, as well as a refuge for those
Микрофон красный. Это значит, что он работает.
Наоборот, красный он работает.
and the communities which host them. In 2012, I came before the 67th General Assembly and spoke for the first time about the Syrian refugee flow and its pressure on Jordan's scarce resources. At that point, 200,000 Syrians had sought refuge in our small country. Today, 10 years later, we host more than 1.3 million. Meeting the needs of these and other refugees is an international responsibility, and host countries look to the international community to honor its commitments. My friends, for decades, the Middle East has been synonymous with conflict and crisis. But we are hopeful that a newfound spirit of collaboration can and make our region an exemplar of resilience and integration. Though politics may sometimes fail our world, one absolute remains: always put people first. To keep hope alive for all peoples means rising above politics to ensure every individual's prosperity. Such efforts will be fruitless if they are exclusionary. Inclusion of the Palestinian people in regional economic projects should be an integral part of our efforts. In a Palestinian-Israeli conflict, peace continues to be elusive. Neither war nor diplomacy has held the answer to this historic tragedy. It is the people themselves, not politics and politicians, who will have to come together and push their leaders to resolve this. What would our world look like now if the conflict had been settled long ago? If walls had never gone up and people had been allowed to build bridges of cooperation instead? What if extremists had never been able to exploit the injustices of occupation? How many generations of youth could have grown up in the optimism of peace and progress? As we continue our efforts to achieve peace, we must not abandon refugees. This year, the General Assembly will vote on renewing UNRWA's mandate. The international community should send a strong message of support for the rights of Palestinian refugees, ensuring that Palestinian refugee children have schools to go to and access to appropriate medical care. My dear friends, a founding UN principle is the right to self-determination for all peoples. The Palestinian people, with their resilient national identity, cannot be denied this right. And the road forward is the two-state solution, in accordance with UN resolutions, a sovereign, viable, and independent Palestinian state on the 4th of June 1967 lines, with East Jerusalem as its capital, living side by side with Israel in peace and security and prosperity. Today, the future of Jerusalem is an urgent concern. The city is holy to billions of Muslims, Christians, and Jews around the world. Undermining Jerusalem's legal and historical status quo triggers global tensions and deepens religious divides. The holy city must not be a place for hatred and division. As custodians of Jerusalem's Muslim and Christian holy sites, we are committed to protecting their historical and legal status quo and to their safety and future. And as a Muslim leader, let me say clearly that we are committed to defending the rights, the precious heritage, and the historic identity of the Christian people of our region. Nowhere is that more important than in Jerusalem. Today, Christianity in the Holy City is under fire. The rights of churches in Jerusalem are threatened. This cannot continue. Christianity is vital to the past and present of our region and the Holy Land. It must remain an integral part of our future. Distinguished delegates, we can weather the most serious crises if we join together. Let us here in this General Assembly honor our shared interests in a brighter future, a future of dignity and hope that brings new opportunities for all our peoples. And let us not ignore the alarm bells ringing around us. We must act. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Majesty. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Presidente de la
Distinguished President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, Boric, Secretary General of the United Nations, António Guterres, Your Excellencies, heads of state and heads of accredited missions to the 77th session of the General Assembly, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed, to all of you, I come from the three most beautiful countries on earth. There is an explosion of life there. Thousands of multicolored species in the seas, in the skies, on land. I come from the land of the yellow butterflies and magic. There, in the mountains and valleys of every shade of green, not only are there abundant waters, there are also floods of blood. I come from a country of blood-stained beauty. My country, Colombia, is not only beautiful, it is also violent. How can violence and beauty exist side by side? How can the biodiversity of life intertwine with the dances of death and horror? Who is responsible for breaking the charming spell with terror? Who or what is responsible for suffocating life in the routine decisions of wealth and interest? Who is leading us to destruction as a nation and as a people? My country is beautiful because it has the Amazon jungle, the Chocó jungle, the waters, the Andes mountain range, and the oceans. There, in those jungles, the oxygen of the planet emanates, and the CO2 in the atmosphere is absorbed. One of those plants absorbing carbon dioxide amongst millions of species is one of the most persecuted on Earth. Wherever it grows, they seek to destroy it. It's a plant of the Amazon, the coca plant, a plant sacred to the Incas. As if at a paradoxical crossroads, the jungle we try to save is being destroyed at the same time. To destroy coca, they spread poison, glyphosate, massive amounts that run in the waters. They arrest those who cultivate coca and imprison them. To destroy or to have possession of coca plants, 1 million Latin Americans die, and 2 million African Americans are imprisoned in North America. Destroy the killer plant is a cry from the north, but the plant is just one among many of the millions that perish when fire breaks out in the jungle. Destroying the jungle, destroying the Amazon has become the catchword which states and business people follow. They ignore the call of scientists who baptize the jungle as one of the major climate pillars. For power relations in the world, the jungle and its inhabitants are those responsible for the plague that afflicts them. The relations of power are plagued by the addiction to money, to perpetuate themselves, addiction to oil, to cocaine and harder drugs that can serve to anesthetize them. There is nothing more hypocritical than the discourse of saving the jungle. The jungle is burning, distinguished delegates, while you make war and play with it. The jungle, the climate pillar of the world, is disappearing along with all of its life. The enormous sponge absorbing planetary carbon dioxide is evaporating. The savior jungle is seen in my country as the enemy to be defeated, as the weeds that must be pulled out. The space of coca and the people who cultivate it, because they have nothing else to cultivate, is demonized. For you, my country interests you only if you can spread poison in its jungle, take its men to prison, and cast its women into exclusion. You are not interested in the education of children, but rather in killing their jungle, extracting the carbon and the oil from it. The sponge that absorbs poison is useless. You prefer to spread more poison into the atmosphere. We serve to excuse the gaps and the spaces in our own society, in your own societies, which leave you to live in the bubble of drugs. We conceal your problems, which you refuse to reform. It is better to declare war on the jungle, on its plants, on its people. While you let the jungle burn, while hypocrites obliterate plants with poison to hide the disasters in their own society, we are called for more and more carbon, more and more oil to console the other addiction, the addiction of consumption, of power, of money. What is more harmful to humanity, cocaine, carbon dioxide, or oil? The will of power has ordered that cocaine as a poison must be persecuted, even though it causes a minimum of overdoses and more because of the mixtures which lead to its being trafficked. But on the other hand, carbon and oil must be protected, even though their use can lead humanity to extinction. This is the way world power works, with injustice, with irrationality, because world power has become irrational. This power sees in the exuberance of the jungle, in its vitality, a sign of lust and sinfulness, the sinful origin of the sadness of its societies, imbued with the unlimited compulsion to have and to consume. How can we hide the loneliness of people's hearts, the drought in the midst of loveless societies which compete to the degree of imprisoning souls in loneliness? We conceal this by blaming the plant, the people who cultivate it, the secret freedom of the jungle. According to the irrational power of the world, the fault is not in the market. The fault is in the jungle and those who live there. Bank accounts have become unlimited. The money of the powerful cannot be spent even over centuries. The sadness of the existence that produces this artificial call to competition is filled with noise and drugs. The addiction to money and to having things has another face. A drug addiction in people who lose the competition, the losers of the artificial race which has transformed humanity. The sickness of society will not be cured by spreading glyphosate in the jungle. The jungle is not responsible. Society, educated towards endless consumption, stupid confusion between consumption and happiness, is what makes it possible for the pockets of the rich to be filled. Those responsible for drug addiction are not the forests. It is the lack of rationality of world power. Let us illuminate power with reason. Let us put on the lights of this century. The war against drugs has lasted for 40 years. If we do not correct our course, and it goes on for another 40 years, the United States will see over 2,008,000 more overdoses of fentanyl. This has not happened in Latin America. There will be millions of African Americans who will be imprisoned in private jails. They will become the pawns of the prison business. Another 1 million Latin Americans will be killed. Our waters and our green fields will be filled with blood. We will see the death of democracy, the dream of democracy, die, both in my America and in English-speaking America. Democracy will die where it was born, in the great West European Athens. To hide the truth, that you'll see the jungle and democracy die. The war against drugs has failed. The war against climate change has
살아나기 위해서는 마약에 대한 전쟁의 경로를 바꿔야 합니다.
Yo les demando
From soft drugs, we moved to hard drugs. There's been a genocide in my continent and in my country. It has led millions of people to prison to hide their own social flaws. They have blamed the jungle and its plants. They have filled discourse and politics with irrationality. I call here from my wounded Latin America to an end to the irrational war against drugs. Decreasing drug consumption does not need wars. It needs for all of us to build a better society with more solidarity, with more affection, where the intensity of life will save people from addiction and new slavery. Do you want fewer drugs? Think of fewer profits and more love. Think of a rational exercise of power. Do not affect the beauty of my country with your poison. Help us without hypocrisy to save the Amazon jungle, to save the life of humanity on Earth. You brought together the scientists, and they spoke reasonably. With mathematics and climate models, they said that the end of the human species was upon us, that the time left to us is not even millennia, not even centuries. Science sounded the alarm, and we stopped listening. The war served as an excuse to not take the necessary measures. When action was most needed, when discourse was no longer useful, when it was indispensable to put the money in the funds to save humanity, when we had to draw away from coal and oil as quickly as possible, they invented one war after another after another. They invaded Ukraine, but also Iraq, Libya, Syria. They invaded in the name of oil and gas. In the 21st century, they discovered the worst of their addictions, the addiction to money and to oil. Wars have served as an excuse to not counter climate change. Wars have shown them how dependent they are on what will put an end to the human race. If you observe that the peoples of the world suffer from hunger and thirst and emigrate in their millions towards the north where the water is, then you imprison them, you build walls, you use machine guns, you shoot at them, you expel them as if they were not human beings. You multiply by 5 the mentality of those who created the policies of gas chambers and concentration camps. You're reproducing 1933 at a planetary scale, the great triumph of the war on reason. Do you not see that the solution to the major exodus triggered towards your countries is going back to water in the rivers and fields full of nutrients? The climate disaster is full of viruses which are working to overcome us, but you are turning even medicine into business and vaccines into merchandise. You propose that the market will save us from what the market itself has created. Humanity's Frankenstein is allowing the market to act, and the wish for profit to reign unplanned, giving up our hearts and minds to it. Human rationality is brought to its knees by avarice. Why are we looking at wars if what we need to do is save humanity? What use are NATO and the empires if what is upon us is the end of intelligence? Climate disaster will kill hundreds of millions of people. And listen to this. It is not produced by the planet. It is produced by capital. The cause of climate disaster is capital. The logic of relating ourselves to consume more and more, to produce more and more, and for some to earn more and more money produces a climate disaster. It is articulated with the logic of amplified accumulation. The energy drivers of coal and oil triggered the hurricane. The change in the atmosphere is increasing the deep and potentially mortal. From the lands of the jungle and beauty, where they decided to make a plant of the Amazon an enemy, extraditing and jailing those who cultivate it, I call on you to put an end to war and put an end to climate disaster. Here in the Amazon jungle is a failure of humanity. From the bonfires burning after their poisoning, there is a wholesale failure, failure of human civilization. Behind the addiction to cocaine and other drugs, behind the addiction to oil and coal, is a true addiction of this phase of human history, the addiction to irrational power, to profit, and to money. This is the enormous, fatal machinery that can extinguish humanity. As a president of one of the most beautiful countries on earth, one of the most bloodstained and violent, I propose that we put an end to the war on drugs and make it possible for our people to live in peace. I call on all of Latin America to join us in this purpose. I call the voice of Latin America to be united to defeat the irrational world that is killing us. I call on you to save the Amazon jungle with the resources that can be devoted to life throughout the world. If you do not have the ability to finance the fund to revitalize the jungle, if it is more important to devote money to weapons than to life, then let's reduce external debt to release our own state budgets so we can carry out the task of saving humanity and life on the planet. We can do it if you don't want to. All we have to do is exchange debt for life, debt for nature. I propose this and I call from Latin America to do this. Let us dialogue to put an end to war. Do not put pressure on us to go to war. It is time for peace. Let the Slavic people talk to each other. Let peoples of the world talk to each other. War is only a trap which draws us closer to the time to the end of time in the great orgy of irrationality. From Latin America, we call on Ukraine and Russia to make peace. Only in peace can we save life on this earth. There is no peace without social, economic, and environmental justice. We are at war with the planet too. Without peace with the planet, there will be no peace between nations. With no social justice, there is no social peace. Thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Colombia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Türkiye. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Türkiye, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished heads of states and governments, distinguished Secretary General, distinguished delegates, I would like to wholeheartedly salute you all on behalf of myself and on behalf of my nation. I hope and pray that the 77th General Assembly of the United Nations will yield the most auspicious results for our countries and for the entire human race. I also would like to congratulate Mr. Csaba Kőrösi for having assumed the chairmanship of the General Assembly. And the theme of the General Assembly, which is Turning Point for Transformative Solutions to Intertwined Challenges, appears to be very accurate. This is the time when we are holding this meeting at the exact time when we're trying to sort out many challenges on a global scale. One of the biggest lessons we had learned out of the pandemic was to establish international solidarity in the resolution of global threats. As Turkey, during the pandemic, without any discrimination, we have managed to provide humanitarian aid to more than 161 countries and 12 international organizations, and we have provided Turcovac, which is our national and local vaccine, to the service of the entire human race. And last year we had ratified the Paris Agreement in order to showcase how resolved we are to fight climate change. In the year 2053, we are aiming to become a zero-emission country. And we had held the 16th Conference of Parties in Istanbul for the UN Convention for the Protection of Biodiversity, and we have shown how much we were willing to become pioneers in fighting against climate change. Because of the problems created by the pandemic in the supply chain, the global economy was impacted heavily. And with the addition of Russian-Ukrainian crisis, we are experiencing a new wave of shock. The prices for energy, the food, and raw material is increasing, thus creating an enormous pressure of inflation, and it is having a significant ramification upon the global economies and social welfare. These developments have proven once again as to how important energy supply security is. And as Turkey, ever since the beginning, we have been focusing on energy not as an issue of competition, but an area for cooperation. Right next to our need, we have revived many projects which would support energy security not only in our region, but also on a global scale. And with the recent developments, our stance had been confirmed. The process that we're going through has also risked food supply security. This is the 21st century, and we have reached the highest extents of financial and technological opportunities. However, in this day and age, still 1/5 of the world is crippled in the hands of poverty and hunger. With the recent developments, the world was aiming to reach zero poverty and hunger in the year 2023 as a part of the Sustainable Development Goals. But it seems like we are getting away from our prospective achievements. This is the day and age where we need to shed a light on our path, and that can only be possible through international cooperation and solidarity, and we need to assume a just and fair approach towards one another. Against the challenges that identify our common fate, we need to move together. As Turkey, we are willing to showcase this will, as we have done during the pandemic and during the crisis of climate change. Also, we have proven our stance while we were fighting against the crisis created as a result of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. The Ukrainian conflict is exceeding the 7th month threshold, and we think that the war will never have a triumph, and a fair peace process will not have a loser. This is important because we are always underlining the significance of diplomacy in the settlement of the disputes through dialogue once and for all. That's why we got together the parties in Antalya Diplomacy Forum and then in Istanbul to become facilitators in a reconciliation process. As a result of the heavy efforts that we had invested together with the Secretary General, we've managed to export Ukrainian grain through the Black Sea, finding its way to the rest of the global markets. Istanbul Convention that allowed this export is still very much vital, and the exports are gaining momentum as time goes by. This is a critical agreement that was undertaken jointly with the United Nations, and this is one of the greatest accomplishments of the United Nations in the recent decades. And I think the international community revived its confidence in the United Nations as a result of Istanbul Convention, because Istanbul Convention proves once again that negotiations can yield results, especially in issues which are vital to all the parties involved. And the similar approach has been assumed by us when it comes to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant that is threatening the security of the entire globe. The conflict is escalating, and we are investing tremendous efforts in order to ensure that the war will be finalized by protecting the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of Ukraine once and for all. And we would like to launch an appeal to all the international organizations and the countries of the world to support peaceful initiatives of Turkey to settle this dispute once and for all. We need a dignified way out of this crisis, and that can only be possible through a diplomatic solution which is rational, which is fair, and which is applicable. And on the other hand, all these disasters affecting millions of people have shown once again that the United Nations will have to be much more effective, much more influential, and that the United Nations has a responsibility to invest more efforts in the solution of the problems on a global scale. The United Nations will have to be much more inclusive and be capable of creating certain solutions for a more fair world. And the United Nations have to become an international organization where a common will of the entire human race can be put forward. Especially the Security Council has to be more effective, more democratic, more transparent, and more accountable. It has to be more functional, and it is going to be for the entire human race in its search for peace, justice, and welfare. This is going to be a turning point for us all. And in order to remember our common responsibility, we have been stating the fact that the world is greater than 5, and that a fairer world is still possible. These are the remarks that we've been repeating in every platform, in every chance that we got. We are committed, and we are driven in our fight, and we expect the entire world to support us. And that's what I would like to call out to you once again. Distinguished delegates, our vision, our foreign policy vision had been always peace-oriented. Beginning with our region, in the entire world, we have been working tremendously in order to make sure that peace would prevail. In our initiative, which is called Mediation for Peace, that we have been conducting under the auspices of the United Nations, we have been spending tremendous efforts in order to resolve conflicts. From Europe to Latin America, from Africa to different geographies, we are trying to take a mediation position, and we are assuming a facilitating position in order to settle the disputes once and for all. We are right there in the heart of the region, which is surrounded by conflicts. But we are trying to be a part of the solution rather than the problem. And that is only possible through the initiatives that we undertake. And within this framework, we are always underlining the fact that a peaceful settlement has to be found for the Syrian conflict within the framework of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2254, which is going to be permanent and which is going to be reliable. I think if the conflict would be sustained, it would threaten the territorial integrity of Syria and the security and the welfare of our region. Right now, 4 million civilians of Syrian descent have been hosted in our country. I think the Security Council will have to assume a responsibility in order to extend the decision which is supporting the help mechanism which was established in the northern west of Syria. We are fighting against terrorist organizations such as PKK and its offsprings, which are imposing a great and a clear threat upon our Turkey and our security forces. This terrorist organization is changing its name on a continuous basis, and it's trying to legitimize itself. And we have to call out to the global forces to stop weaponizing these terrorist organizations and to stop making the same mistakes of the past. We are powerful enough to take all the measures against terrorism, and that is an information that I need to remind you of once again. And we will never shy away from fighting against terrorism, and we will always be very resolved in taking necessary measures in order to combat terrorism. We are trying to do everything we can within our capability in a very sincere fashion to ensure that our Syrian brothers and sisters will be able to go back to their countries in a dignified, safe, and a secure fashion. We are trying to ripen the conditions so that the civilians fleeing war can go back to their own motherlands. And in order for them to lead a dignified life, we are building 100,000 briquette homes in several parts of Syria, so that they can seek refuge there. A vast majority of these 100,000 brick homes have already been completed, and they have been handed over to their owners. And we have started our preparations in order to build an additional 200,000 housing units so that 1 million Syrians will be able to go back to their homelands. In secure zones, in safe zones, in a total of 13 different centers, and in rural areas, these projects will be completed, and we need the international support in order for that to be possible. Within this project, we need everybody to show serious and a committed solidarity and commitment. The irregular migration, the refugee crisis, is not to be solved through leaving them to demise, through building walls on the borders, and through collecting them in refugee camps. We can only solve this problem through efforts that put the humans and the human life at the core. When that is the situation, we can clearly see that the Greeks are becoming much more tyrant towards the refugees around the Aegean Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean. As Turkey, we don't want to see the bodies of babies such as Aylan to be washed ashore. But at the same time, Greece is unfortunately pushing back these refugees in an illegal fashion, in a very tyrant fashion, turning the Aegean into a graveyard for refugees. Last week, a 9-month-old, a baby called Asim, and a 4-year-old Abdul Wahab have lost their lives because that the Greek Coast Guard forces sank their boats. And I think it's nighttime for Europe and for United Nations and other international organizations to say, stop, enough to such crimes, which are crimes against humanity. Another neighbor of us, which is Iraq, we are trying to invest tremendous efforts in order to make sure that peace and prosperity can be established there as well. We want a political reconciliation to be established and a unity to be formed within the framework of an Iraqi identity. For prosperity to be sustainably established in Iraq and to stop terrorist organizations' abuses in Iraq, we have to move together. But of course there are terrorist organizations which are abusing the instability in Iraq, and we will never stop fighting against the actions of the terrorist organizations against Turkey deriving from Iraq. As I have said over this platform multiple times, we are going to fight against terrorism without any discrimination. We are going to be able to get triumphant through a committed, a sincere solidarity. Regardless of their names, we are going to fight back terrorism in all forms and in all shapes. And we want our allies, we want our friends to provide us with the solidarity and the commitment that we need. And it's a natural right for us to expect that. The terrorist organizations and tyrant regimes, instead of them, we want you to cooperate with us. We want to forge a solidarity with us in order to contribute to the stability, to the peace, and to the welfare of our entire region and the entire world. And we are ready to work with you. Distinguished delegates, from the point of view of the security of the world, there's something that we need to focus on, which is the Northern Africa and Eastern Mediterranean. And within that framework, it is critical to establish stability and welfare in Libya, not only for the world, but also for the entire region. And as Turkey, we are very supportive of the efforts of the United Nations in that direction. We want to protect the sovereignty of the Libyan people, the unity, the integrity, making sure that they reach the much desired level of prosperity. A fair and prevalent election period will have to be conducted in Libya, and a strong government will have to be established there, gaining legitimacy from the will of the people. And this is something that we all have to contribute to. For a prevalent peace and prosperity in the Middle Eastern geography, we need to finalize the Israeli-Palestinian conflict once and for all through the establishment of a two-state solution. This is something that we strongly support. We have to preserve the historical and cultural identity of Jerusalem, and we have to respect Harem-i Sharif. And we have to stop the illegal settlements in the occupied regions through establishing a security for the lives and the commodities of the Palestinians. We have to establish a permanent and a fair solution for the region, with Eastern Jerusalem becoming a capital, and through establishing a free and sovereign Palestinian state. There are no other solutions whatsoever than this. This is going to be for the best interests of the world, for the Palestinian people, for the Israeli people, and for the region. And we are going to contribute our efforts in order for that to be possible. And it is our international community's responsibility to help the Palestinian Refugee Assistance Agency of the United Nations to have an increased financial capacity. At the same time, we are closely concerned about the problems deriving from Iran. We have always supported the JPAC. We need diplomacy and dialogue in order to settle the disputes about the nuclear program of Iran once and for all. And we want solutions to be created once and for all. And Azerbaijan has to free the occupied lands once and for all. And we have a historical opportunity to make sure that a permanent peace and stability can be established in southern Caucasia. As Turkey, we have been very supportive of the process going on between Azerbaijan and Armenian, and we have taken significant steps forward in order to make the utmost use of this opportunity that avails itself. Recent conflicts had shed an obscure shadow upon these positive developments, but we believe still that a permanent peace can be established between these two countries. We will always be by the side of our Azerbaijani brothers and sisters so that they can build their homes, build their future in a legitimate and a justified fashion. The transportation connections in our region is a concern of us as well, and if we were to open those connections once again, it will contribute tremendously to the welfare of the entire region. At the same time, almost for the last 50 years, Afghanistan has been fighting against conflict, terrorism, and poverty, and still Afghanistan is going through a significant and a challenging time. The intermediary government will have to take necessary steps forward in order to ensure fundamental rights and liberties for the human beings. And we believe that there might be certain promising developments there. And we will keep on supporting our Afghani brothers and sisters during this process. India and Pakistan, after having established their sovereignty and independence 75 years ago, they still haven't established peace and solidarity between one another. And this is much unfortunate. We hope and pray that a fair and a permanent peace and prosperity will be established in Kashmir. And we would like to extend our condolences sincerely to the people of Pakistan because of the disaster floods that they had experienced quite recently. And after the flood, we had launched humanitarian aid campaigns, which are still sustained. And we would like to call out to the international community to help the people of Pakistan as they are going through this most unfortunate and painful time. The Rohingya Muslims will have to go back to their motherlands in a safe, secure, and a voluntary and a dignified fashion, and we are supporting that in every extent possible. And we are very sensitive towards the protection of the fundamental rights and the liberties of the Muslim Uyghur Turks in such a way that will never threaten the territorial integrity and sovereignty of China. In the Balkans, we are investing tremendous efforts in order for peace and prosperity to be strengthened and for the disputes to be settled once and for all through dialogue in multiple platforms. And at the beginning of September, we had launched an official visit, including to Bosnia-Herzegovina, Serbia, and Croatia. Once after the elections have been positively finalized in Bosnia-Herzegovina, I think it is going to contribute tremendously to the dialogue process between Belgrade and Pristina, and it will contribute tremendously to the stability of the region. As Turkey, in the Aegean Sea and in the Eastern Mediterranean, we want all the problems to be settled once and for all within the framework of good neighborly relations and in compliance with the international law. I think those countries who are going after adventures in our region are making themselves feel funny, which are no equivalent to us at all. In the Eastern Mediterranean, peace and stability depends on respecting the rights of all the parties involved. We expect Greece to leave escalation and provocation policies to one side and respond to our calls for cooperation and solidarity. We believe that the Eastern Mediterranean Conference that we had recommended previously will serve this very purpose. Our interlocutors, unfortunately, had never taken a positive step forward in order to respond to this call, and it clearly states who supports provocation and conflict and who supports peace and stability. We will always defend our rights in the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean at the farthest extent, and we will never yield to the escalation strategies led by other countries. Even in the Cyprus issue, we want to reach a settlement once and for all in a fair, permanent, and a just and a sustainable way. And we have always been working together with the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus in order for that to be possible. On this island, there are two states and there are two different nations, and this should be accepted by all. It is the key for a solution of the problems in the island of Cyprus to accept that the Turkish Cypriots have equal and sovereign rights, and that their international statuses to be accepted. We would like to ask the international community to stop imposing sanctions upon the Turkish Cypriots and to eliminate all forms of embargo and stop this tyranny once and for all. Greece is a member of the European Union, and they are pushing back the refugees in the Aegean Sea in a very inhumane fashion. And they are also imposing certain policies upon the Turkish minorities which are of Muslim descent, neglecting all their legal responsibilities. So what we want to see is to see Greece finalizing these efforts and ask the European Union to be more considerate instead of turning a blind eye towards these violations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, every challenge that we experience on a global and a regional fashion, we see that solidarity between Turkey and the EU is very much significant. Turkey is celebrating the 70th anniversary of joining NATO. We are a very strong ally of NATO. We have diplomatic initiatives and we have military capabilities that are contributing to the security of the Europe and the Atlantic. We are trying to provide to the security and stability and the welfare of the European continent in every extent possible, and we are the Asian on the western coast of Europe, and we are leading certain initiatives such as Asia Again in order to become much more proactive. We are trying to establish closer contacts and solidarity with the African countries as a result of the recent global initiatives that we had taken up. Within that framework, between 16th and 18th of December 2021, with the large participation of our African friends, we have managed to hold the third Turkey and Africa Partnership Summit in Istanbul. Turkey is always showcasing its commitment to the African journey for stability, for development, and for welfare as an equal partner. And our cooperation with Latin America is getting stronger based on mutual respect. And we are going to be institutionally investing in our efforts to become much more proactive in Latin America. We are being shaken by several challenges that we encounter, and we believe that the biggest threat we have at hand is the loss of will to coexist together. And that's something that I would like to underline. We are deeply concerned of the skyrocketing levels of xenophobia, of discrimination, of Islamophobia, and of racism. And we had launched an appeal over this platform to call that March 15th will be called a day for Fight Against Islamophobia Day as a result of the attack that took place against the Muslims in New Zealand. And we would like to underline that appeal again. First, within the OIC and within the General Assembly of the United Nations, we have taken certain decisions in order for that day to be declared as a fight against Islamophobia Day. We hope and pray that it will be a possibility. We hope and pray that this day will be declared as a day to fight Islamophobia. As I have previously stated, Islamophobia is equal to anti-Semitism, and it is a crime against humanity. And with these thoughts, I hope and pray that the 77th of the General Assembly of the United Nations will be able to accomplish the targets which will respond to the expectations and the aspirations of the entire human race. I hope and pray that you will stay in health and stay in peace. I would like to salute you all with love and respect on behalf of my personal self and on behalf of my nation. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. Before proceeding, may I kindly ask delegations to remember that the time limits allotted for a national intervention is 15 minutes. Delegations will be highly appreciated to stick to these time limits. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sadir Japarov, President of the Kyrgyz Republic. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency.
Dear Mr. President, distinguished heads of delegations, dear Secretary General, I would like to sincerely congratulate the brotherly Hungary on the election of its High Representative as the President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I wish the Honorable Csaba Kőrösi every success in such an important international position. The Kyrgyz Republic is always ready to provide its support to you. At the same time, I would like to thank Mr. Abdullah Shahid, the President of the previous session of the UN General Assembly, for his hard work during the difficult times for the world community, as well as for supporting the international initiatives of our country. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations was established 77 years ago after the worst world war in the history of the mankind. Perhaps the founding states of the UN who signed the international agreement to establish the organization in San Francisco in 1945 naively believed that wars, destruction, hunger, and suffering would end forever? I don't think so. Success can always be achieved if there is a mutual understanding that disputes and disagreements must be resolved in a spirit of good faith and compromise. In the history of UN, there have been many important victories and successes. Although conflicts occur with varying degrees of severity in different regions of the world, the UN has played an important unifying role as a moral authority in maintaining peace and security and providing for people's needs and wants. Now, in the conditions of unprecedented complication of the geopolitical situation in the world, which has created alarming expectations in the international community due to the threat of the destruction of the fundamental foundations of peaceful coexistence and inevitably of a major war. It is important for all of us to remember the high goals and objectives that were fixed in the UN Charter, namely, to maintain international peace and security, and to that end, to take effective collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats to the peace and for the suppression of acts of aggression or other breaches of peace, and to bring about peaceful means in conformity with the principles of justice and international law, adjustment or settlement of international disputes or situations which might lead to a breach of peace, to develop a friendly relation among the nations based on the principles of equal rights and self-determination. Ever since our country became a state, we have consistently, strictly followed the UN Charter and have been fulfilling our duties in good faith. This March marked the exactly 30 years since our country joined the United Nations. And recently, on August 31st, we celebrated the 31st anniversary of the independence of the Kyrgyz Republic. We always strive to resolve our international disputes by peaceful means. In international relations, we always refrain from the threat or use of force as against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. Looking back at the thorny path passed by our country, we highly appreciate the multifaceted contribution of the UN to the formation of Kyrgyzstan as an independent and sovereign state, an equal and responsible member of the international community. Our people will never forget the support and assistance of the UN family in the formation of political, public, and civil institutions, the strengthening of democracy, and the development of market economy. On behalf of our generous people and on my own behalf, I express my gratitude to all the leaders and the staff of UN system who sincerely and selflessly helped us to realize the century-old dream of Kyrgyz people to create their own independent state. Thank you very much. Dear Mr. President, taking this opportunity, I would like to present to the world community from this high tribune the actual situation that is developing on the southern borders of our country, taking into account the latest events related to the another aggravation of situation on the Kyrgyz-Tajik border. First, let me briefly touch on the history. The collapse of the Soviet Union in December 1991 paved the way for territorial disputes and border problems. Some of them have not been regulated to this day. If there were more than 20 dispute areas along the entire perimeter of the Soviet-Chinese border, 5 of them were in Kyrgyzstan. I want to proudly remind the world community that we have successfully completed issues of border regulation, first with the Republic of China in 1996, and jointly with the Republic of Kazakhstan at that point of intersection of the state borders or 3 countries in 1999, then with the Republic of Kazakhstan in 2017. We have now practically completed our joint work and are about to sign the agreement on the state border with the Republic of Uzbekistan. I am pleased to note that the state borders with these 3 neighboring countries have become the borders of peace, good neighborliness, friendship, and mutually beneficial cooperation. With regard to relations with the Republic of Tajikistan, I would like to note the following. Our 2 close neighboring peoples have been living side by side for a long time. We are united by common values, culture, traditions, and customs. We share the same faith. Our people are intertwined by family ties. Our legendary father Manas was married to a Tajik princess Khanakay. I would like to remind also legally the collapse of Soviet Union occurred in December 21st, 1991 in the city of Almaty of the Republic of Kazakhstan, when the heads of 11 newly independent states adopted the Almaty Declaration on the creation of Commonwealth of Independent States. The declaration stated that independent states recognize and respect each other's territorial integrity and the inviolability of existing borders. They indicate that strengthening of relation of friendship, good neighborliness, and mutual beneficial cooperation, which have historical roots, meets the fundamental interest of people and serve the cause for peace and security. It is written that the countries sense their responsibility to maintain civil peace and international harmony. This legal document was signed by the presidents of 11 states, presidents of 11 CIS member states, including the Republic of Tajikistan. This principle was confirmed by the president of Tajikistan, Emomali Rahmon, in Moscow Declaration of the CIS on respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and immunity of borders of the state parties of the Commonwealth of Independent States, dated April 15, 1994. He signed it and agreed. It is a pity that he is deviating from this principle now. He made his first official visit to the Kyrgyz Republic in 1998 after the end of the bloody civil war in Tajikistan. Later, two bilateral interstate agreements were concluded between the Kyrgyz Republic and the Republic of Tajikistan. The agreement on basic interstate relations of July 12, 1996, and the agreement on good neighborly and partnership relations of May 26, 2004. I want to note that both agreements were signed in Dushanbe. Dear Mr. President, from the very beginning of work on settlement of border issues between our two states, the Kyrgyz side has always acted in full compliance with its international obligations, including bilateral ones, conducted negotiations in a constructive manner, offering mutually beneficial compromise. I would like to note that in April 2021, the armed forces of Tajikistan launched an unjustified and provoked large-scale aggression against the territory of the Kyrgyz Republic, killing 36 citizens and causing serious material damage. Although my decision to meet the President of the Republic of Tajikistan in Dushanbe was heavily criticized by the Kyrgyz people, who demanded that I meet in a natural location. Nonetheless, I flew to Dushanbe and met with Mr. President Rahmon in June last year to try and find a mutually beneficial solutions to the border issues. For the sake of my people, I am ready to spend not only 10 hours on negotiations as on that day, but to spend as much time as possible to solve this issue once and for all. Of course, whatever the solution, it should be mutually beneficial. It is all more painful for me to report that on September 14th, 15th, and 16th of this year, large-scale clashes took place in the south of Kyrgyzstan. Despite all previous negotiations, agreements, the Tajik side with ill intention attacked the border and civilian objects along the entire perimeter of the Kyrgyz-Tajik state borders. About 140,000 of our civilians have been evacuated from the border settlements. They are now being provided with necessary assistance. In this regard, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the UN system, our friends and partners for their solidarity and support. Great material damage was caused to civilian and military facilities, houses, administrative buildings, schools, frontier posts. Be what may, any material damage can be restored. However, you cannot return the lives of our citizens who were fired upon and brave defenders who died fighting for their homeland and sacrificed their lives. We will never forget the bravery of our courageous soldiers. We are deeply saddened by the unjustified armed aggressions by Tajikistan, even though there are international agreements and obligations that have been established between our countries. Pacta sunt servanda, Latin for agreements must be kept, as the saying goes. We are ready to continue the negotiation process in any format with our Tajik neighbors through civilized and legal ways. Taking into account that our trust has been weakened by the recent lawless actions of our neighbor, we are ready to continue negotiations and welcome mediation efforts by the international organizations, including the UN, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, and the Collective Security Treaty Organization. We have documented evidence of the previous years and yesterday's illegal and ill-intentioned actions of the Tajik side. We are never the first one to start and never will. We always try to avoid using weapons and even more so never shoot at unarmed civilians. We are always forced to respond accordingly and adequately to the aggression of the Tajik side. In this regard, I would like to emphasize the following. The Kyrgyz side does not claim foreign lands, nor does it intend to give a centimeter of its land to anyone. We are convinced that all border and internal issues should be resolved over the negotiation table, and there is such will and readiness on our part. The most important issue today is the adoption of urgent measures to ensure security and stability in the border areas, stop any actions aimed at increasing tensions among the local population, and strengthen the trust between our two states. We are always ready for negotiations and clarification of our borders. Dear Mr. President, regarding the general UN issues, I would like to note the following. This year, as half of the implementation period of the UN Sustainable Development Goals until 2030 has passed, and we can now objectively look at the real situation we have at hand. The adoption of the SDGs in 2015 under the motto, "Leave no one behind," was a bright example of the constructive negotiation capacity of the world community in the interests of all of us and subsequent generations. Meanwhile, it has already become obvious that due to objective circumstances, including due to the coronavirus pandemic, the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals in developing countries, including our country, has slowed down. And without adequate international funding, many of them may not even achieve the critical indicators of the SDGs. On my part, I want to confirm the firm commitment of the Kyrgyz Republic to the SDGs and their gradual implementation, taking into account the national capacity. I believe that our country's own potential should be the main source and engine for sustainable development. For this purpose, our efforts are aimed at achieving an accelerated and qualitative growth of the economy, including through mutually beneficial regional and international trade and investment cooperation. For example, Kyrgyzstan actively participates in the integration and cooperation processes, including the Eurasian Economic Union and the One Belt, One Road initiative of the People's Republic of China. On my part, I want to confirm the firm commitment of the Kyrgyz Republic to the SDGs and their gradual implementation taking into account national capacity. I believe that our country's own potential should be the main source and engine of sustainable development. For the purpose achieving an accelerated, for example, Kyrgyzstan, our esteemed neighbors, the country is actively developing the locomotive of green economy. Hydropower industry, small, medium and sized hydropower plants are being put into operation. Our esteemed neighbors, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, will participate in the construction of the largest hydroelectric power station, Khambarata, because this will strengthen the energy security and optimize the use of our water resource in the region. In general, I want to note the spirit of unity, understanding, trust and support, which was demonstrated in the city of Cholpon-Ata 2 months ago when the fourth consultative meeting of the heads of states of Central Asia was held under the chairmanship of Kyrgyzstan. I hope that the signing by all parties of the Cholpon-Ata Agreement on friendship, good neighborliness, and cooperation for the development of Central Asia in the 21st century will open a new page in our interstate relations. We are committed to continuing work in this format. Dear Secretary General, dear ladies and gentlemen, at the end of my speech, I want to assure you that Kyrgyzstan fully supports the UN as the only universal structure authorized by all of us, the member states of the UN, to solve the challenges faced by humanity. I hope that UN will continue to properly perform all its functions and its assist member states in overcoming challenges and solving urgent global problems. I urge all member states to provide unconditional political support and solidarity to the organization in this difficult international time. Dear Mr. President, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Kyrgyz Republic for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, first of all, I congratulate Mr. Qureshi on his election as President of the 77th session of the General Assembly. We meet here at UN headquarters at a critical time for humanity. The world of today appears to have entered a new, increasingly bitter period of geopolitical confrontation. The long-standing international system based on order and responsibility is giving way to a new, more chaotic and unpredictable one. The global system of checks and balances has failed to maintain peace and stability. The security architecture is eroding. Mutual distrust between global powers is dangerously deepening. The world is falling prey to a new set of military conflicts. For the first time in 2 generations, we face the prospect of the use of nuclear weapons, and not even as a last resort. New fault lines are creating artificial barriers and economic isolation. Economic and political sanctions have become a new norm which erodes the supply chains that ensure food security, threatening millions, especially in vulnerable communities. These problems contribute to the mounting challenges of soaring inflation, job losses, and fears of a worldwide recession, especially for developing nations. And finally, these crises severely hamper the urgent action we all agreed to combat climate change and enhance sustainable development. Some 77 years ago, the founding members placed within the United Nations Charter the principles and the norms of international law that have successfully guided us ever since. There is nothing more important now than to return to the foundational principles that lie at the root of this universal organization. In particular, we must rethink the linkages between three primordial principles: the sovereign equality of states, the territorial integrity of states, and peaceful coexistence between states. These three principles are interdependent. To respect one is to respect the other two. To undermine one is to undermine the other two. When the global disarmament regime, both conventional and nuclear, weakens, these three principles are threatened. Conversely, as these three principles are respected, they grow in strength. Together, they become the basis for greater interstate cooperation at every level: sub-regional, regional, and global. This is the global prosperity dividend. This system of values embodied in the United Nations remains a beacon of hope for millions of people in different parts of our planet. We must staunchly defend these values, the United Nations as its core, and the spirit of cooperation which underpins it. In other words, we cannot simply shrug our shoulders and agree with polarization and division. We cannot afford indecision or narrow interests detrimental to this common heritage and our collective good. Too much is at stake. Therefore, Kazakhstan stands ready to cooperate with all relevant actors in a spirit of inclusiveness, multilateralism, and goodwill. I am convinced that the challenges of our time can only be overcome by countries acting together. To achieve our shared goals, we must go forward in the following directions. The multiple and often interconnected crises of recent years have exposed significant gaps in global governance. They have highlighted the need to modernize and reform the United Nations. The UN must be better prepared for future challenges and opportunities. In this respect, Kazakhstan welcomed the proposals in the report of the Secretary General entitled Our Common Agenda. This is an important opportunity to reaffirm the Charter of the United Nations, reinvigorate multilateralism, boost implementation of existing commitments, agree on concrete solutions to new challenges, and restore trust among member states. We look forward to contributing to the consultations at the ministerial meeting next year and to the holding of the 2024 Summit of the Future. We must move from simply responding to global challenges and crises to preventing and better predicting emerging trends and integrating our assessments into strategic planning and policy making. For this very purpose, Kazakhstan proposed 30 years ago the idea of convening the Conference on Interaction and Confidence-Building Measures in Asia. In the context of new challenges and threats, we hope to transform SICA into full-fledged international organization at the upcoming summit in October in Astana to contribute to global mediation and peacemaking. With only 8 years until 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals are hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic, a triple planetary crisis, it means climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution, and conflicts around the world. We need to get back on track before it's too late. Our top priority must be build resilience to future turmoil and ensure sustainable, equitable, and inclusive recovery. To this end, we need a frank dialogue between East and West and a new global security paradigm based on the principles of mutual trust and multifaceted cooperation. Given the current crisis and increased geopolitical tensions, there is an acute need for a process under the United Nations auspices that can lead to détente and conflict prevention. Kazakhstan has suffered terribly from past nuclear weapons testing, so we understand very clearly the dangers of escalating tensions between nuclear powers. For this reason, nuclear disarmament has become a key part of Kazakh foreign policy, and we will be continuously struggling for a world free of nuclear arsenals. Despite some progress in this area, unfortunately, the whole record is not that positive. We are alarmed by the increased rivalry and rhetoric of nuclear states. We are also concerned at the lack of progress made by the NPT review conferences. Elaborating new mechanisms to ensure disarmament and non-proliferation is a daunting task ahead. Similarly, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the urgent need to manage and reduce biological risks and dangers. It should be of universal concern that we still rely on the Biological Weapons Convention, now 50 years old, without any effort to create an agency or body for international cooperation. In this context, I would like to reiterate my earlier proposal to establish an international agency for biological safety. Along with threats to international security, climate change requires greater international cooperation and solidarity as well. Around the world, people are facing existential threats from weather and environmental change. If we are to turn this tide, we need more action, and we need it fast. Many of us have taken bold steps already. In Kazakhstan, we have pledged the total transformation of the oil and coal-dependent energy sector into a net zero economy by 2060. To save our planet, we need investment at greater levels than we have ever seen. However, climate action cannot come at the expense of development or modernization. Therefore, at COP27 later this year, member states, as well as the global business community, must once again scale up their commitment to greater climate finance. That agenda relates directly to the global food security crisis. My country, as the world's seventh largest grain producer, is the breadbasket of Central Asia. We are committed to utilizing this agricultural potential to fight global food insecurity. Kazakhstan will continue to act as a reliable supplier of grain and other food staples, first of all, to the poorest countries. It also intends to grow its cooperation with Islamic Food Security Organization located in Kazakhstan, as well as other United Nations agencies. It's imperative in this connection to exclude food and fertilizers from any sanctions and restrictions whatsoever. Once again, current economic and social upheavals require a collective effort. Commitment to the 2030 Agenda remains an integral part of our national and global agenda. In addition, fair trade regimes are crucial to global economic recovery. In this context, I would like to commend the constructive decisions coming out of the 12th WTO Ministerial Conference chaired by Kazakhstan. The current geopolitical situation also highlights the importance of a reliable and diversified global transit and transport infrastructure. We are seeing this in our own region. Kazakhstan, the largest landlocked developing country, is becoming a vital Asian land corridor to Europe. The Trans-Caspian International Transport Route, or Middle Corridor, has received a new impetus. We expect cargo volume through Kazakhstan to increase significantly in the years ahead. We must ensure that the Caspian Sea becomes a sea of peace and new opportunities. In the months ahead, Kazakhstan will help mitigate the most immediate impacts of limited access to energy and critical raw materials caused by trade and supply chain disruptions. In the long term, we aim to diversify our sources of energy with a particular focus on green hydrogen and renewables. Speaking about Central Asia, we should bear in mind that it has already become a region of vast opportunities for international cooperation. Together with our Central Asian partners, we are committed to strengthening political interaction and deepening economic ties to move our region forward. We agreed to coexist as good neighbors and diversify our cooperation. This credo is based on our significant natural and agricultural resources, human capital, transport and transit potential. We are a buffer market between East and West, South and North. We intend to work together with all stakeholders to address a pressing regional agenda that includes climate change, the Aral Sea, rational use of water resources, border delimitation, combating extremism, and expanding intra-regional trade. That's why we consider it important to establish the United Nations Regional Center for SDGs for Central Asia and Afghanistan in Almaty. Kazakhstan sees the future Afghanistan as a truly independent, neutral, united, prosperous state living in peace with its neighbors. Therefore, we support the difficult process of nation building in that country, including life-saving humanitarian assistance. Dear colleagues, as President of Kazakhstan, I am absolutely committed to build a just Kazakhstan, one in which every citizen has the same opportunities, rights, and protections. Justice in my country must prevail. Law and order will become pillars of our society. The most important part of this path is transformative political reform. Presidential and parliamentary elections will be held in Kazakhstan over the coming months. According to my proposal, the presidential mandate has been limited to 1 7-year term. It's a real breakthrough in developing democracy in Kazakhstan. At the same time, we will be firmly adhering to my formula of a strong president, authoritative parliament, accountable government. I am convinced this formula excellently serves the national interests of Kazakhstan. We also aim to demonopolize the economy. We are taking steps to ensure that the wealthiest in our society play their part in our quest for a just Kazakhstan, along with diversifying our economy and increasing investments in human capital. Recently, I initiated the creation of a national fund for children. Starting in 2024, 50% of the investment income from the National Welfare Fund will be allocated to special savings accounts for children until their adulthood. These funds could be used for education or housing purposes. A special private charity fund for the people of Kazakhstan also now provides assistance to ordinary citizens for healthcare, education, and social security aims. We aim to further expand the empowerment and participation of women in economic and public life. Comprehensive national transformation is not a simple process, and there will be certainly pitfalls and bumps in the road. But if we are firmly to meet the expectations of Kazakh citizens, we cannot deviate from this strategic path. Over the past 3 years, we have carried out substantial transformations through 4 packages of political reforms. For example, new laws passed by the parliament simplified political parties' registration and reduced the threshold for parties to enter parliament from 7% to 5%. To promote a wider involvement of citizens in governance, there is now a mandatory 30% quota for women and young people in electoral party lists. To make local administration more accountable, local mayors are now directly elected. To foster a more open culture between society and government, we have changed the law on peaceful assembly. Government authorization is no longer required. Following its international commitments on the fundamental right to life and human dignity, Kazakhstan abolished the death penalty. A just Kazakhstan depends on our multi-ethnic and multi-confessional solidarity. The unity in diversity principle will be preserved at all costs. Last week, the 7th Congress of Leaders of World and Traditional Religions was successfully held in Kazakhstan. The Congress once again highlighted the importance of religious tolerance, dialogue, and mediation. We are ready to build bridges and provide platforms for dialogue wherever needed. Dear friends, this year marks 30 years of Kazakhstan United Nations partnership. The organization has contributed strongly to the formation and strengthening of independent Kazakhstan. Over that period, we have worked for the aims of the Charter in all major UN organs, from ECOSOC to the Human Rights Council and to the Security Council. Kazakhstan will remain at the forefront of advancing a more modern, efficient, transparent, and accountable organization. Never in history have we had such a need for responsible leadership for the next generations. Remembering our past makes us responsible for our future. Together with you, we will spare no effort toward building a safer, more sustainable, and prosperous global community. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan for the statement just made and request the protocol to escort His Excellency. And before proceeding, may I just kindly remind delegations that the agreed time limits for the national interventions are 15 minutes, and you are kindly requested to adhere to this agreement. The Assembly will hear an address by His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of the State of Qatar. I request the protocol to escort His Highness. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank, and on behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of State of Qatar, and invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to congratulate His Excellency Kasaba Koroshi for assuming the presidency of the 77th session of the General Assembly. I wish him all success. I express our deepest appreciation to His Excellency Abdullah Shahid, the President of the 76th session, for his efforts. We highly value the efforts made by His Excellency António Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his efforts to enhance the role of the UN and achieve its goals. Mr. President, our world has become a global village. Our issues, our concerns are intertwined. Our world has changed at an accelerated pace. The effects of any environmental incident, an economic crisis, a military confrontation reverberate globally. However, our approaches, our methods have not developed at the same pace to keep abreast of these revolutionary changes. Whether one believes that our world is unipolar or multipolar, global policy are still being managed according to the logic of uneven capacities and different interests and priorities, and not according to the logic of one humanity, one world. And I mean specifically that global crises are being managed based on narrow interests, based on the marginalization of international law, and relying on the balances of powers, not based on the Charter of the United Nations and the respect of states' sovereignty. We lack deterring mechanisms, and we're not able to punish those who violate sovereignty. The international community is unable to impose settlements when the stronger party rejects those settlements. In these circumstances, the behavior of world leaders, their wisdom comes to the fore, their commitment to justice in dealing with other countries. Mr. President, we are fully aware of the complexities of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine and the international and global dimension to this crisis. However, we still call for an immediate ceasefire and peaceful settlement, because this is ultimately what will happen regardless of how long this conflict will go on for. Perpetuating the crisis will not change this result. It will only increase the number of casualties, and it will increase the disastrous repercussions on Europe, Russia, and the global economy. On a different note, I don't think the representatives of the different countries present here need to be reminded that the Palestinian question remains without solution. Failure to implement international resolutions, and in light of the continuous change of the situation on the ground, the occupation and its settlement activities is pursuing a policy of fait accompli. This will change the rules of the conflict and will change the format of solidarity in the future. At this juncture, I stress that we stand in full solidarity with the brotherly Palestinian people in its aspiration to achieve justice. The Security Council must shoulder its responsibility and must compel Israel to end the occupation of Palestinian territories and to establish a Palestinian state along the borders of 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital. Remaining in our region, the international community was not able to hold war criminals in Syria accountable. What is even more disappointing is that some are trying to turn the page of the Syrian crisis, ignoring the sacrifices, the significant sacrifices made by the blighted Syrian people without fulfilling its aspirations, without ensuring the unity of Syria and ensuring peace and security. The United Nations should not accept that the political track would be confined to the so-called Constitutional Committee under its auspices. The Syrian crisis has taught us a very important lesson about what can happen when the international community lacks a long-term vision in dealing with the suffering of people from unlimited injustice, destitution, and civil wars. Soon enough, accompanying phenomena such as the refugees issues become the problems that we actually have to focus on. We highly value the role played by countries that have hosted Syrian refugees, but we have to remind you that it is important to address the reasons for crisis before having to deal with the repercussions of crisis. In Libya, we call for immediate measures at the global level to continue the political process and to agree on a constitutional basis for elections and to unify states' institutions. We all are aware that it is impossible to restore the state without unifying military forces and without rehabilitating armed factions into one national army. Any party that rejects this solution must be renounced and held accountable. In Yemen, there is a glimmer of hope as parties have agreed to a temporary truce. We look forward to a comprehensive, durable ceasefire to pave the way for negotiations among Yemeni parties based on the outcomes of the National Dialogue and the GCC initiative, in addition to relevant Security Council resolutions, especially Resolution 2216. We hope national consensus would be achieved in Iraq, Lebanon, and Sudan. Political elites must be up to the task so that citizens are able to achieve their aspirations. This would ensure the unity of the people, the unity of the nations, and ensure also that the diversity at the same time. This is not only possible, this is actually extremely realistic if there is will, if there is willingness to make concessions, to reach settlements, if the approach of quotas on ethnic grounds is abandoned, as this approach is rejected by young generations. Mr. President, we in Qatar believe in the need to achieve a just agreement on Iran's nuclear program that takes into account the concerns of all parties and that established a region free of nuclear weapons. A solution that also recognizes the right of the Iranian people to benefit from nuclear energy for peaceful purposes. There is no alternative to this agreement. This agreement would contribute to the stability and security of the region and will open the door for more dialogue and to achieving regional security. In Afghanistan, we call upon all parties to maintain the gains of the Doha peace process and build on it. That includes ensuring that Afghanistan does not become a safe haven for extremist terrorist groups. Only then the Afghani people would enjoy the long-awaited prosperity and stability. We have stressed time and again the importance of protecting civilians in Afghanistan and respecting human rights, including women's rights and the right of girls to education, and achieving national reconciliation among all segments of Afghani society. We also warned against the isolation of Afghanistan, as this can be counterproductive. Ladies and gentlemen, due to lack of global coordination and balanced planning of energy policies over many decades, we are now all facing an unprecedented energy crisis. Around 1 billion people around the world are living without a main reliable energy source. The crisis of the war in Ukraine might be new. However, having a political crisis turn into an energy crisis, that is not new. This situation has been exacerbating silently even before the war in Ukraine. Decades of pressure to stop investing in fossil fuels before having sustainable alternatives friendly environmentally friendly alternatives. That led to significant shortage in energy supplies. Of course, climate change and the protection of the environment compel us all to diversify energy sources. But in the meantime, we still have to supply energy. We have to be realistic and we have to recognize that the future of energy will include a combination of different energy sources, such as solar energy, hydrogen, wind energy, and also hydrocarbons. As Qatar has continued to invest in liquefied natural gas for decades now, we have been able to expand the North Gas field. This will play a significant role in alleviating the energy crisis in many parts of the world. When it comes to basic commodities, such as energy, food, and medication, exporters bear a very special responsibility that exceeds commercial responsibility. They must be reliable and they must respect agreements. Banning the transit of these commodities, banning their export or import during times of political crisis, and imposing blockades on affected countries is not acceptable, just as it is not acceptable to use these commodities as tools of war, tools of conflict. They are not weapons. It is equally unacceptable to use water sources as if they were political tools. Mr. President, maybe the situation of the world today paints a very bleak picture of the future of humanity, but we believe in dialogue and joint action, and all parties attempt to understand each other, putting ourselves in each other's shoes, to see things from the other's perspective. Medium-sized and small countries are most in need of rules that govern international relations. Relying on major powers should not be a reason to abandon communication among each other. We all have a role to play. What appears today to be impossible will be a reality if we have the vision, the will, and the good intentions. The approach pursued by Qatar is an approach that focuses on national development domestically and pursuing a foreign policy based on achieving a balance between principles and interests. We have also focused on being a mediator to settle disputes with peaceful means. We are aware of our responsibility as a source of energy, and that, or rather, we have proved to be a reliable partner. Qatar will welcome the world this year when we host the World Cup 2022. The challenge that has started 12 years ago required genuine resolve, considerable planning, and hard work. And here we are today, ready to receive teams and spectators from all around the world. We're opening our doors in Doha to them without discrimination so that they can all enjoy the excitement, so that they can all see with their own eyes the development that my country has achieved. The World Cup is being organized for the first time in a Muslim Arab country, and the first time in the Middle East generally. The world will see that medium-sized and small countries are able to host global events with great success. Those countries are able to create an environment conducive to interaction among the peoples of the world. This event has already had a positive effect. Brotherly Arab nations have welcomed the so-called Haya card, which offers a visa to enter Qatar and also to enter other Arab countries. This card was welcomed by the public as well, and it has also incentivized Arab nations to look forward to a future where there are no barriers among the peoples. The Qatari people will open its arms to welcome football fans from all around the world. I quote the Holy Quran: "We created you as races and tribes so that you can get to know each other, regardless of our different religions, our different ideologies. Our duty is to overcome these barriers, to extend the hand of friends, to build friendship, to build the bridges of understanding. On behalf of my country, I invite you all to come to Qatar and to enjoy this unique World Cup. I welcome you all. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you.
I wish to thank the Emir of the State of Qatar for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Highness. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Yoon Suk-yeol, President of the Republic of Korea. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Yoon Suk-yeol, President of the Republic of Korea, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, I offer my sincere congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Chaba Karashi for assuming the presidency of the UN General Assembly. I hope that the 77th session of the UNGA, under your leadership, will bring together the wisdom of each member state so as to shape a better world. I also express my deepest respect to Mr. Secretary General António Guterres for his tireless devotion as he embarks upon his second term. Under the United Nations Charter, we are called upon to endeavor to promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom, and to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security. When freedom of any individual in a nation comes under threat, members of the community must join hands to remove the threat and defend freedom. Likewise, when freedom of any citizen or nation in the global community is in peril, it is the community of nations that must stand together in solidarity to defend that freedom. Our modern history testifies to the process of our solidarity and unity in safeguarding freedom and pushing our civilization forward. Today, plagued by the attempts to alter the status quo by force, nuclear and other weapons of mass destruction, and systemic violations of human rights, the global community is yet again witnessing freedom and peace of its citizens put in jeopardy. Such threats to freedom and peace must be overcome through solidarity and fearless commitment to the framework of universal global norms consolidated over the years within the United Nations system. The theme of the UNGA session this year, the Watershed Moment, encapsulates the gravity of the global crisis confronting us, which underscores the solemn role of the United Nations. The first step in our journey to seek answers that will help us through these turbulent times begins with solidarity and deference to the universally accepted global norms as well as the UN system established over the past decades. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, and honorable delegates, as humanity strives to defend freedom and build lasting peace, the UN's role is indispensable. Genuine freedom is not just being free from the shackles, but having opportunities to live life to the fullest with dignity. Genuine peace is not an absence of war, but removing conflict and enmity that hold back shared progress of humanity, and building the foundation for greater prosperity of humanity. Genuine freedom and peace can turn into reality when we are free from disease and hunger, free from illiteracy and free from want of energy and culture. In this regard, the United Nations has been exerting great endeavors through the UN ECOSOC and UNESCO, among others. Yet, it is now urged to take on a broader role and responsibility. To tackle the challenges brought on by the pandemic, the UN must play a central role in bringing the community of nations together to decisively step up their support for countries with limited fiscal space and technical expertise. In pursuit of the global agenda for decarbonization, countries with leading green technologies must work to unsparingly share new and renewable energy technologies with other countries. In the era of digital sophistication, one of the most urgent tasks for the global community and the UN is promoting global cooperation to narrow the digital divide, which exacerbates polarization between nations. Countries at the forefront of digital innovation must offer broader assistance for digital education, technology transfer, and investment, while the UN must redouble its efforts to mobilize support to that end.
의장님.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, and distinguished delegates, the Republic of Korea, notwithstanding the recent fiscal consolidation, scaled up support for those who are in need with resources secured through expenditure restructuring. At home, we're offering more assistance to socially vulnerable groups, and abroad, we increased our official development assistance budget. Just as broadening support for the socially disadvantaged groups lays the groundwork for sustainable prosperity, support for nations of the world facing challenges will render global freedom and peace more sustainable. As a responsible member of the international community, Korea is committed to playing its due responsibility and role for the freedom of global citizens and prosperity of the global community. Korea has accelerated research development for COVID-19 therapeutics and vaccines, pledging $300 million toward the Act A initiative and $30 million to the Financial Intermediary Fund of the World Bank, among others, thereby expanding its contributions to building a more robust global health architecture. We're also taking part in negotiations to reach a pandemic accord under the World Health Organization. To ensure a more effective response to future infectious disease outbreaks, Korea will host a ministerial meeting of the Global Health Security Agenda in Seoul this November. In addition, Korea will remarkably increase its contribution to the Global Fund, joining forces with our partners in our fight against infectious diseases, including AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. Turning to the issue of climate change, Korea will scale up its green ODA, help developing countries transition to a low-carbon future, and share its innovative green technologies with the entire humanity. Over the years, Korea has been transferring and sharing its e-government digital technology with developing countries and many others. The Korean government is pushing forward with its plan to transform itself into a digital platform government. It is an ambitious initiative to remarkably upgrade our democracy, public service, and welfare through digital technology. We will continue to more widely share our advanced digital technology and data and spare no effort in providing support and in investing in education. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, as we seek answers to the global crisis we're faced with, the viability of the UN system and the universal global norms architecture is now under test. The crisis confronting us will only be resolved when we stand firmly in solidarity to share the universal value of freedom and work together to uphold and spread our freedom. In this vein, we must more firmly support the system of the UN anchored in a spirit of freedom and solidarity, as well as the normative frameworks that have thus been universally recognized in the international community. Any attempt to turn away from the UN system and universal norms will divide the global community into blocks, further compounding the crisis and turmoil. We must more rigorously identify the nature and the roots of the problems that lie before us. The international community must vigorously endeavor to share responsibility and join whenever necessary forces to resolve the challenges we face. Once again, I call upon global citizens and leaders of the world for their resolute and enduring support for the UN system and universal global norms as we seek answers in this watershed moment. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, the very first mission of the United Nations after its founding was to approve the Republic of Korea as the sole legitimate government on the Korean Peninsula and to defend the freedom of my country by sending over UN forces during the Korean War. Thanks to such efforts by the United Nations, Korea was able to become what it is today. As such, the Republic of Korea will protect and expand the freedom of global citizens. And together with the United Nations, we will fulfill our responsibilities to promote peace and prosperity around the world. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Korea for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mario Abdo Benitez, President of the Republic of Paraguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mario Abdo Benitez, President of the Republic of Paraguay, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of State, ladies and gentlemen. This traditional meeting brings us together with the great responsibility of exchanging ideas and generating commitments to secure this intergovernmental public sphere, which is so necessary to provide responses to the shared crises facing our nations. At this, my final appearance here as head of state, I wish to underscore the commitment of the Republic of Paraguay as a member of the international community to continue contributing to building a world which fully upholds fundamental freedoms, peaceful conflict resolution, dignified living conditions for all, and an unwavering fight against organized crime. All of these areas are affected by factors of a global scale. Before the economic and social consequences of the pandemic had entirely dissipated, already we were faced with the impact of belligerence in the international context. Our peoples, therefore, faced the difficult situation of observing the shortcomings of national and international institutions in tackling emergencies. In such circumstances, the main challenge that we have consists of containing the unleashing of projects which manipulate genuine public annoyance to advance demagogical and despotic actions. And we cannot have any truck with discourse which seeks, by misleading, to sacrifice liberty. The world requires, more than ever, temperance, dialogue, and moderation. We are living in times which require tangible political commitment and not generic approaches. All the more so in the post-pandemic years, which are likely to be difficult and which will require complex reforms which avoid false promises. Latin America is one of the regions most affected by the current situation. So we must be able to adopt positions of principle which are in line with our concern for the full implementation of human rights and collective self-governance. However, such stances must be part of a broad plan of cooperation, wherein those countries who are better placed remain aware of the imbalance characterized by the planet in all spheres. We must provide stability to the world with a common voice. We cannot avert our eyes to what is happening in other countries and leave brotherly nations to their fate. Therefore, we are a country which represents solidarity and which stays true to our principles in Paraguay. We have always supported the kindred country of Venezuela and the people's fight for their democracy. In the Human Rights Council, Paraguay, along with other countries, is therefore leading a resolution which will allow for a continued in-depth investigation into violations of human rights in Venezuela. We must rebuild a moral awareness of the continued validity of human rights and democracy. The legal instruments and the institutions which we have created to protect these are of unquestionable value. However, the fundamental element when safeguarding people continues to be a consolidation of the concept of the overarching value of their dignity, inviolability, and autonomy. Today's difficult context requires that we tackle global problems together, with no exclusions. In this regard, my country underscores our support for the request of the Republic of China, Taiwan, to be a full member of the United Nations system. We are convinced of the valuable contribution that its participation would make to the multilateral system. I take this opportunity to express my solidarity following the earthquake which has recently hit the Taiwanese people and the various events following this in the Dominican Republic, Mexico, and Puerto Rico. Paraguay aligns itself with the great majority of countries advocating for peace, the rule of international law, and prevailing diplomacy. We are disquieted regarding the situation in Ukraine and the humanitarian consequences and the economic consequences of the conflict. We urgently call for a cessation of hostilities and a resumption of the negotiations. It is fundamental that our organization and the international community in general participate unreservedly in this process. Against this backdrop, we cannot but highlight the scrutiny of the Security Council's role in this delicate international context. There is an urgent need to rethink its functioning so as to steer it towards effective performance and to bolster the role of the General Assembly as a space to channel the voices of all states. Another area of importance in terms of cooperation is the health of the international financial system. We cannot continue talking about global initiatives to eradicate poverty and promote sustainable development when our economies are being contaminated by the flow of profits from illicit activities. Recently, Paraguay received pleasing news from the Financial Action Group of Latin America following their evaluation, thanks to the joint work of the modernization of our institutional structure to combat money laundering and terrorist financing. We are a country which is committed to cooperation, and we understand the importance of adopting preventative and punitive measures. This is a task which no state should neglect or waver from. The rule of law is a global objective which goes beyond political beliefs, and those who do not conceive of it in this way are jeopardizing community life. During my administration, Paraguay has coordinated the efforts of the security institutions as never before. We tasked them with the greatest operation in history to target organized crime. This success was due not only to our own state forces and their efforts, but also the coordinated work done with friendly agencies abroad, where we were able once again to attest to the importance of joining forces if we wish to achieve results against criminal groups. Moreover, in cooperation with intelligence agencies, we detected and raised the alert regarding the flight of an aeroplane and its crew who had been flagged with links to international terrorism. Another front for cooperation is the area of sustainable development. Paraguay, as part of the global food production machine, is making headway in transforming its production matrix, as well as the implementation of sustainable practices in crop and livestock production, and the provision of energy which is 100% clean and renewable. But for all of these efforts to be truly meaningful, we need those countries whose own characteristics shoulder them with the greatest responsibility to act accordingly. We are living on the same planet, and we are part of the obligation to protect nature, which falls to each state. Paraguay, therefore, along with other countries, has promoted the creation of a special rapporteur on climate change in the Human Rights Council. This will contribute to making the true impact of the crisis more visible at a global level. Paraguay's commitment is continually increasing. As well as being one of the 5 countries of the region which has achieved an increase in foreign direct investment during the pandemic, we have also doubled our private investment over the last 4 years. The firm Moody's improved our credit outlook a few months ago. And this is in line with the historic, prudent and stable administration of our economy. We are part of the most important logistical and economic corridor in South America. Moreover, we are continuing to deploy an unprecedented infrastructure plan, which will allow for greater connectivity and market access. As you can see, despite the testing challenges we have faced, we enjoy conditions which allow us to look to the future with hope. Finally, I wish to lay out the vision of the Republic of Paraguay for the world. Above and beyond our legitimate differences, we have shared challenges which must compel us to remain united. My country is committed to this organization and hopes that its purposes will be achieved. As Pope Francis said, we are all in the same boat, and we are called to work together so that there will be no more walls that separate us. May God bless all our nations. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Paraguay for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellencies. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sauli Niinisto, President of the Republic of Finland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Sauli Niinisto, President of the Republic of Finland, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by congratulating Mr. Csaba Kőrösi for his election as the President of the 77th session of the General Assembly. I also want to thank Secretary General António Guterres for his determined and skillful leadership of the United Nations. You can both count on Finland's steadfast support for your important work during these exceptional times. As the topic of this session states, the challenges we are facing are interlocking. Russia is waging a brutal war in Ukraine. The ripple effects of that war are already far-reaching and severe. They are compounding the pre-existing problems faced by the international community. A triple crisis of energy, food security and finance is weighing especially heavily on vulnerable countries, countries that are already suffering the most from the climate crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic. This truly is a watershed moment. As we gather here, we have an important opportunity to engage in dialogue and to find solutions, to understand the concerns of those most in need. As difficult as it may seem, now is the time to show global solidarity and strengthen multilateral cooperation. The international community can and should emerge stronger from these crises. Mr. President, Russia's cruel and unprovoked war on Ukraine has now been raging for 7 months. It has brought immense sorrow and destruction to the sovereign lands of Ukraine. Russia's use of force is in blatant violation of the Charter of the United Nations. It is an act of aggression as determined by this very Assembly. Ukraine is exercising its inherent right to self-defense, and judging by the recent reports from the battlefields, it is doing that with admirable courage, strength, and efficiency. We, the international community, members of this General Assembly, might not always see eye to eye. We have our differing views, but it is our common obligation to uphold the international rules-based order. We can't accept, condone, or normalize grave violations of international law and human rights. A world where impunity prevails is unjust, unstable, and dangerous for all of us. There was a global food crisis even before the Russian invasion to Ukraine. More than 8 million people in the world were chronically hungry. The war further worsens this calamity. I would like to commend the UN Secretary General and the President of Türkiye for their tireless efforts to reach an agreement to secure Ukrainian grain transports. If implemented as foreseen, it will have a major impact on the lives of tens of millions of people in need. In order to respond to the wider challenges of global food security, we need collective action. The goal must be sustainable, inclusive, and fair food systems. We also have to accelerate the implementation of other sustainable development goals. We can't afford to leave anybody behind. Last year in this hall, I noted that it is not an exaggeration to say that we are facing a global climate emergency. This summer has proven it. We have seen extreme drought and heat waves across the globe, from the Horn of Africa to Europe, from China to USA. The magnitude of the catastrophe caused by the floods in Pakistan is not yet fully visible, but the destruction is already tremendous. These are not isolated or local events. They are, once again, a reminder that climate change is an existential threat to the humankind. We are on the verge of very dangerous tipping points. This calls for urgent action on two fronts. First, we must change our course before it is too late. Second, we need to help those urgently suffering and support those with fewer resources to deal with this threat. Besides mitigating climate change, we must adapt to it. In particular, we must honor the commitment of doubling adaptation finance made at the COP26 in Glasgow. And I want to underline this. Fighting climate change and taking care of the economy are not contradicting each other. Green transition has a tremendous potential to create jobs, innovations, and economic growth, but it has to be done fairly. The alarming loss of the variety of life on our planet should also be a cause for grave concern to all of us. We are on the brink of mass extinction, or perhaps already there. Again, we need to change course urgently. We humans can only thrive and survive if we learn to coexist with all the other species. We need to halt and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030. To this end, the COP15 in Montreal in December will be essential. Mr. President, defending human dignity is a fundamental task of the UN. It's up to us, the member states, to live up to this task. Despite our failures, we have also accomplishments to build on. The UN Human Rights Council has shown determination. It has worked to ensure accountability for the horrendous acts against civilians in Ukraine and Syria. It has raised its voice in support of women and girls in Afghanistan. I want to thank those who supported Finland's membership of the Human Rights Council. As a member, Finland acts to bring justice to the victims of human rights violations. Finland remains a staunch supporter of the work of the International Criminal Court in investigating all grave violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. The number of conflicts in the world is the highest since the Second World War. 1/4 of humanity lives in conflict-affected countries. We must not ignore or forget Afghanistan, Myanmar, Syria, Yemen, and other countries where human rights or the conditions for living a decent life are under threat. Increasing geopolitical tensions, as well as the impacts of climate change and the pandemic, are making conflicts more complex and prolonged. Ordinary people bear the brunt. For the first time in its history, the UNDP's Human Development Index has declined for 2 consecutive years. We simply can't let this continue. In this turbulent world, those who stoke the flames of conflict bear a special responsibility. But we all must ask ourselves, have we done all we can to avert violence? Have we done what we can to make a positive change? Difficult times call for more diplomacy, not less. We must build and strengthen peace and prevent conflict wherever possible. That is the very core of the United Nations. We have to also be able to respond to emerging risks to peace and security, move from hindsight to foresight. The Secretary General's report, Our Common Agenda, provides us a blueprint for more effective multilateralism, paving a way to solutions to current and future global problems, strengthening peace. It really is our common agenda, and Finland wholeheartedly supports its implementation. In the current security environment, the international arms control architecture is increasingly challenged. On the one hand, political tensions erode the functioning of the existing architecture. On the other hand, new technologies create new risks. But we can't let arms control fail. On the contrary, it needs to be strengthened. For decades, arms control has provided stability and predictability into great power relationships and international relations. To quote Dag Hammarskjöld, disarmament is never the result only of the political situation. It is also partly instrumental in creating the political situation. The 2 biggest nuclear weapon states have a unique responsibility to advance nuclear arms control and disarmament. The others need to follow suit. It is in the interest of all of us that progress in nuclear arms control and disarmament continues beyond the New START treaty. We'll call on the United States and the Russian Federation to continue their dialogue on strategic stability with a view of achieving further cuts in their nuclear arsenals. Mr. President, the interlocking global challenges demonstrate that we, more than ever, we need a rebirthed commitment on multilateralism with the United Nations and its core. We must not become indifferent or apathetic in the face of these multiple crises. We must not get used to violations of international law and human rights, not close our eyes to the growing needs of the vulnerable, not sleepwalk into a climate and biodiversity catastrophe, nor should we lose sight on hope. There is still time to act.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Finland for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ignacio Cassis, President of the Swiss Confederation. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Ignacio Cassis, President of the Swiss Confederation, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. 20 years ago, Switzerland spoke for the first time at this podium as a fully fledged member of the UN. Switzerland joining the UN in 2002 was a special event, not only because of the occasion. Indeed, at the time, Switzerland was already the long-standing host state of the European headquarters of the UN in Geneva. It was also working actively within various UN specialized agencies. No, what was special, ladies and gentlemen, what was special about the event was something quite different. Switzerland is the only country to have joined the organization through a referendum. So, a vote by its people. This decision demonstrates that the values and the objectives of the UN dovetail with those enshrined in the Swiss Constitution. This is why we feel so closely attached to the United Nations Charter. The principles in this charter, the Charter of the United Nations, are more important than ever. Our world has seldom been confronted with so many challenges as today. We are at a watershed moment for ourselves, for the UN Charter, and for the entire planet. I was shocked by the act of military aggression by Russia, a great power, against its neighbor Ukraine. I would like to state that this act of military aggression violates the most basic principles of the Charter, which itself was adopted just after the Second World War, with the aim of preventing wars. Switzerland reiterates the appeal to Russia that Russia end the war in Ukraine immediately and that it respects its territorial integrity. This war is having an impact on the entire world. This is in addition to the numerous other global crises that, of course, we must not forget. Barely any continent today is spared from armed conflicts. Tensions are increasing between great powers, between neighboring countries, and even within some countries. Each day, international humanitarian law and human rights are violated. This is unacceptable and should alarm us. Serious human rights violations are the precursors of possible upticks in violence and instability. If we were to look at a map of conflicts raging today, it is clear that there is almost always a direct link with other challenges that disrupt our world, in particular growing food insecurity, the high energy prices and energy security, climate change, the loss of biodiversity, pollution of the environment as well, and also global public health crises such as the coronavirus pandemic that we've just experienced, but it is not yet over, and we still see the significant economic and social repercussions of it. Buoyed by its qualities, and the qualities it embraces and the experiences gained throughout its history, Switzerland is determined to do its part to find together transformative, and I quote, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. And I'm taking up the wording of the theme chosen, sir, for the 77th General Debate. My country, Switzerland, is characterized not only by its system of direct democracy, its federalism, and its stable nature that characterizes its politics and its economy, but also by its diversity and its ability to find therein innovative solutions. These characteristics shape the way that we manage conflicts and resolve complex issues within our country. Our Swiss culture of compromise and the Swiss culture of consensus is critical. Problems are addressed and resolved through dialogue. Sometimes it's difficult, sometimes it's long, but always by peaceful dialogue. Indeed, that certainly requires time, but it means that broad consensus can be attained for a final result that's perhaps a bit longer than one might like. For some members of the UN since 2002. We've only been here since the 2002. We weren't some of the first, but nonetheless, it gives our situation stability and it makes it lasting. This is exactly what happened when Switzerland joined the UN. Our experience seems to me also to be relevant for a world which indeed is at this crucial moment and facing a new era since these upheavals in Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore, in all modesty, I would like, if I may, outline the 4 main points that for Switzerland are important and which, in my view, are also crucial in terms of resolving numerous global challenges. Firstly, the importance of fundamental norms and values. Secondly, the intertwined nature of independence and cooperation. Thirdly, a commitment to peace and to security. And fourthly, the courage to stay on a steady course. So let us now look at things in order. Firstly, the importance of fundamental norms and values. International public law is crucial. It is particularly crucial the smaller a country is. We cannot tolerate the power of the strongest prevailing over the rights of the weakest. This is why Switzerland is committed to ensure the respect of international public law, that includes international humanitarian law and also human rights. This is also why Switzerland is committed to combating impunity. We must all ensure that serious breaches of international law be condemned. The perpetrators must be held account for their acts. For example, in the context of the mass grave in Izum. In this context, the values are the compass guiding our actions, so standing in solidarity with the international community and promoting sustainable development for us are fundamentally important. To this end, our shared roadmap is the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This should help our societies become more resilient, more sustainable, and more inclusive in the future. Some global circumstances have significantly slowed down the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Nonetheless, Switzerland is proud to have presented this year its second national report on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. This report notes our progress made, even if additional efforts should be made to achieve all of the goals. I would therefore, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, urge you to take another look at the fundamental values of the 2030 Agenda and step up efforts to work together to ensure it be implemented. The second point was the intertwined nature of independence and cooperation. So they're not antinomes. Pursuant to the United Nations Charter, each country is sovereign and therefore it's independent. Like all countries do, Switzerland values its independence. It enables us to pay diversity of our culture and our population, to pay it the attention that it deserves. Switzerland has 4 national languages and has great cultural diversity. It is made up of 26 distinct cantons, all active politically, and this was before the federal state. Given this, we've learned that cooperation, mutual respect, and dialogue, and this is ongoing, permanent dialogue, these are the only ways to tackle difficulties. Independence and cooperation. Independence and cooperation in reality are 2 extremely closely linked concepts. Without cooperation, independence would be synonymous with isolation. Without independence, cooperation would be a constraint. An open dialogue from equal to equal, between equal and equal, a climate of trust and collaboration are of crucial importance for international cooperation. Thanks to International Geneva, Switzerland contributes to this dialogue. Geneva is the centre of multilateral diplomacy for matters pertaining to global governance, to peace, to human rights, to disarmament, to the environment and to healthcare, but also, and this is new, for anticipating technological challenges. For each and every one of us, the UN is a unique universal platform for dialogue and for cooperation. We need to make the very most of this. My third point, a commitment to peace and security. Switzerland is a neutral country. Ladies and gentlemen, this means that we strictly respect the right to neutrality enshrined in international public law. We do not get involved in conflicts, and we provide no military support to any party to a conflict. Nothing, ladies and gentlemen, nothing can change this or bring it into question. However, neutrality does not mean indifference. Neutrality does not mean an absence of solidarity. We undertake to protect the principles of freedom, of democracy, and of the rule of law, values that are also embedded in our Swiss constitution. Switzerland was elected to the Security Council of the United Nations here in this hall on the 9th of June with 187 votes. We thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the strong mandate that you have given us and for the trust that you have placed in us. By proposing our candidacy, Switzerland has shown that it is ready to shoulder its responsibilities to protect peace and security in the world. We will work unremittingly to live up to the trust that you have placed in us and to embody our slogan, A+ for peace. From this standpoint, we have established 4 priorities. 1, promote a lasting peace. We want to make available our long-standing experience in the area of promoting peace and conflict prevention. In this context, we particularly wish to focus on women's participation in the peace process. 2, protect civilians. They pay the highest price in conflicts. We commit to protect civilians, to ensure the respect for international humanitarian law and human rights. 3. Strengthen the effectiveness of the Security Council. For a long time now, we have advocated for greater effectiveness of this crucial UN body and for greater transparency in its work and for the involvement of all stakeholders. We will continue to pursue this as part of our term. The 4th point is acting for climate security. Climate change, one of the greatest challenges we face, also threatens peace and security. This is why we will rally to ensure this issue also be addressed within the Security Council. Ladies and gentlemen, it goes without saying that our commitment to a more peaceful world is not just limited to the Security Council. This is why Switzerland, along with its Ukrainian partners, hosted the Conference on the Reconstruction of Ukraine in the Tessin canton, from whence I hail. The Lugano principles that stemmed from that establish broadly accepted criteria for reconstruction and reform in Ukraine. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the involvement of our partners, Great Britain and Germany, in pursuing this process, the first in 2023 and then Germany in 2024. If the parties involved so wish, Switzerland always stands ready to share its long and vast experience of good offices. My 4th point is the courage to stay on a steady course. Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing complex challenges. Nonetheless, our resources are limited. It is therefore crucial to prioritize our action. What does that mean for multilateralism? That means that we need to focus on the critical issue of peaceful and lasting coexistence of the peoples. That means that we need a strong, effective UN, and it can only be effective if it is focused. That means a clear and better distribution of tasks and a better coordination of the UN organizations. Then it will make it possible to tap into all existing synergies. That also means that we need to make better use of science. I very much liked the fact that the President of the Assembly has focused on the collaboration with science in his statement this morning. We call this scientific diplomacy. The exciting developments provided here pave the way to new approaches and progress, which is likely to achieve tangible results. The Swiss government, with the Geneva canton, is proud along these lines to have created the GESDA Foundation, the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator Foundation. The aim of GESDA is to anticipate the challenges posed by new technologies, to maximize the benefits from them and to minimize the risks for people, and also to guarantee a sustainable future for our planet. Or, if I can put it another way, the targeted strengthening of multilateralism and the refocusing on key issues, these are precisely these instruments that will enable us together to find a solution to this difficult period that we're in and will guide us towards a better future. The UN provides a unique framework, the only framework currently globally, to fulfill and uphold the resolve expressed in the preamble of its charter, namely, unite our strength to maintain international peace and security. That is the focus, as partners and not as adversaries. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Swiss Confederation for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Zuzana Čaputová, President of the Slovak Republic. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome Her Excellency Zuzana Chaputova, President of the Slovak Republic, and to invite her to address the Assembly.
Dear President of the General Assembly, dear Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This organization has a clear purpose, as spelled out in Article 1 of the UN Charter: to maintain international peace and security, to develop friendly relations among nations, and to achieve international cooperation. Today, most of you would probably agree that we are still far from achieving this goal. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. Each and every member of the UN has a responsibility to protect peace. In this, the permanent members of the UN Security Council have a special duty. Instead, today, we see one of the 5 permanent members openly denying the right of another UN member, Ukraine, to exist as an independent state. Those who break the rules themselves have no authority to set rules for others through power of veto. The wrongs of Russia's aggression could not be clearer. 141 countries deplored Moscow's war against Ukraine in a General Assembly resolution. No veto at the Security Council can change the fundamental truth. The truth that today, rather than protecting global peace, Russia is doing everything to undo it. Moscow's aggression has inflicted harm on the entire world. Thousands of innocent Ukrainian civilians have been killed. Millions had to leave their homes, triggering one of the largest refugee crises in Europe's history. 50 million people are on the brink of starvation in Africa and Asia. Russia's blockage of Ukraine's ports and confiscation of its harvest has made that already grave global food crisis even worse. We welcome the deal mediated by the Secretary General Guterres and Turkey, and we call on Russia to fully unblock all Ukraine's ports. Otherwise, the world will continue to suffer. The democratic world and all of us must be a voice of Ukraine, the voice that won't be silent, one voice that will continue to testify about Russia's crime in Ukraine, the voice that will remember and that will act so no one is ever allowed to commit such atrocities again. Excellencies, Vladimir Putin hoped to conquer Ukraine and scare the rest of us. In this goal, he has failed, as Ukraine's recent successes on the battlefield demonstrate. We will rebuild peace. To do so, we must learn from our past mistakes. This is not the first time we have seen aggression in Europe. Russia has occupied parts of Georgia since 2008 and parts of Ukraine since 2014. Our response to these actions was incomplete. Concerns about our response to these actions and our comfort weakened our resolve. The tepid sanctions we imposed failed to discourage Russia from trying again. Our weakness encouraged more aggression. We must not repeat the same mistake again. The ignorance of rules is poisoning global security, and it must not be allowed to stand. More than 50 countries, including all members of the European Union, have already imposed tough sanctions on Russia. Slovakia is Ukraine's direct neighbor. Our own security is impacted by this war. We are neither the biggest nor the richest country in the world. We have long been dependent on Russia's energy supplies. But we chose the protection of our fundamental rights. We have imposed sanctions on Russia and are supporting Ukraine, including through military aid, because Ukraine's fight is just and defensive and in line with international law. I invite all of you to join. we should all help Ukraine politically, militarily, financially, because this is the only way how we can restore peace. Honorable members, the war in Ukraine is not the only crisis exposing the gap between the rules and commitments we agreed on and their practical realization. In November, we will have already the 27th COP summit in Egypt, but our actions remain dangerously behind our words. Our greenhouse gas emissions are not falling fast enough. How much more scorched earth? How many millions more climate refugees? How many flood victims does it take to convince us that ignoring our commitments is no longer an option? We are desperately behind in cutting our emissions. Worse, we hear voices that argue that climate crisis must wait because of increasing energy prices. This would be a grave mistake. Yes, the price increases are painful, and we must help those who risk losing access to energy. But we must not lose sight of the bigger picture. We are talking about the rising prices of commodities, which we must phase out anyway to stop the planet's warming. Rather than bring back subsidies for coal or gas, we must transition away from them. Renewable energy is less dependent on those who are trying to use gas or oil as an energy weapon. And it's cheaper. Despite the current energy crisis, Slovakia stops using coal as a source of energy next year. We are investing in renewables and launching a retrofitting program for buildings to boost energy efficiency, because the cheapest energy is the one you don't use. We can only do this together, globally, and in solidarity with each other. We need all big economies to join and help those who need it. At this year's COP27, we need a significant increase of funds for lower and middle-income countries. Many of them contribute very little to our planet's heating, but suffer the most from its consequences. Excellencies, as the world community, we have put short-term comfort over lasting solutions when it comes to two crises, that of international peace order and that of our climate. But there is a third crisis of relativization of values, facts, and expertise, as well as a decrease of trust in democratic institutions. We are facing an epidemic of lies, propaganda, and disinformation. It's hardly new, but thanks to the rise of social media, it is more powerful. If algorithms favor hatred over truth, or nonsense over science, if they appeal to our instincts rather than the greater good, what hope is there for global understanding? Or for the sort of cooperation that the UN has been created to advance? Democracies are tolerant by default, but they die if they start tolerating intolerance. Along with the rest of the European Union, Slovakia leads the way for an achieved and democratic regulation of major social platforms and online media. Online space should be guided by the same democratic rules that apply offline. We welcome UN initiatives for rules for state behavior in cyberspace. The efforts toward a so-called Digital Geneva Convention are justified and needed. The crises I mentioned have a disproportionate impact on women and girls. This plays out in higher rates of gender-based and domestic violence, greater economic insecurity and poverty, or worse access to education and healthcare. However, I am not here to portray women as victims. I am here to call on all of them to step up their engagement in public affairs. Women are agents of change. The world has a collective responsibility to support them, because we are already seeing the consequences of a world that is run without taking their unique and diverse experience into proper account. Ladies and gentlemen, time has not been very favorable to the ideas that build and sustain this organization. The peace we should safeguard is fraying. The international cooperation we should foster hasn't prevented a climate catastrophe. And the spirit of shared global commons that the UN embodies is under attack from extremists, their voice multiplied by new technologies. Half measures are not enough to cope with these challenges. We have tried that before. It's time for action and for clarity. We, the members of the UN, need to clearly side with victim over aggressor. We must choose international rules-based order over the power of gun. We must urgently deliver on our climate goals and find working rules for social media platforms to protect our societies and the international order. Sure, we can delay and compromise. But again, history teaches us that passivity and ignorance never solve crises. They only delay the moment of reckoning. And since obeying even the smallest of rules matters, let me finish here to respect the agreed time limit. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Slovak Republic for her statement, and I request protocol to escort her Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée,
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ministers, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to take the floor before this august assembly to bring France's voice. And I'm thinking right now about those who have fought in my country, but also throughout the world, for France to be free. Those people who thought that Europe's destiny could not be indifferent to them before. And those people who come from Africa, from Asia, from throughout the world, because through their freedom, that is what they have achieved. I'm thinking about those people who've written our charter and who've built the walls of this organization to stop the worst when that happened on 2 occasions in the 20th century that inflicted upon the whole of humanity immeasurable suffering. Let us not ever forget that debt. It serves the interests of all our people and shows us the path of peace. It reminds us that there is no other legitimate center of power that is lasting in nature than that the countries decide upon sovereignly together. It says that the universal nature of our organization is at the service of no hegemony, no geopolitical hierarchy. This legacy, our organization, like our choices as nations, are today, however, confronted with an alternative. Today, we need to make a simple choice, basically, that of war or that of peace. On the 24th of February this year, Russia, a permanent member of the Security Council, through an act of aggression, an invasion, an annexation, broke our collective security. It deliberately violated the UN Charter and the principle of sovereign equality of states. From the 16th of March, the International Court of Justice declared the Russian aggression as illegal, and it called for the withdrawal of Russia. Russia decided by doing so to pave the way for other wars of annexation in Europe today and perhaps tomorrow in Asia or in Africa or in Latin America. We can say anything we want today, and I hear a lot of discussions, a lot of stances are taken. There is one sure and certain thing. When I am talking to you now, there are Russian troops in Ukraine. And as far as I know, there are no Ukrainian troops in Russia. That is a statement of fact. And we all need to understand that. The longer it goes on, the worse and more threatening this war is for Europe and the world. It leads us to greater conflict, ongoing conflict, where the security and sovereignty of everyone no longer depends on a balance of strength, on the strength of alliances, but rather that of armed groups and militias. Those who consider themselves as strong seek to subject or subjugate all those who they consider as weak. Those who, what we've seen since the 24th of February, is a return to the age of imperialism and colonies. France rejects this. France obstinately will look for peace. Our position is clear, and we want to serve this. And so that is why I am engaging in a dialogue with Russia and have done so since the start of the war and over these past months, and I will continue to head this up because it's only together that we will find peace. A quest for peace with initiatives taken over the months and years before the conflict, a quest for peace since the 24th of February by the humanitarian, military and political support that we're providing to the Ukrainian people so that they can enjoy their legitimate right to defense and preserve their sovereignty. The quest for peace by condemning the invasion of a sovereign state and the violation of our collective security principles, war crimes committed by Russia in Ukraine, and by our refusal of impunity. International justice must establish the crimes and condemn and try the perpetrators. The quest for peace through our desire to curb geographic expansionism in war. And here we undertake to support the efforts of the IAEA to prevent the impact of war on safety and security of nuclear plants, as we'll do tomorrow beside the Ukrainians whose sovereignty and safety is absolutely crucial. We have ensured that a IAEA mission went to Ukraine, establishing its independent report to prevent the risk of an accident whose consequences would be devastating. We are all aware today here that only an agreement that respects international law will enable peace to come back. A negotiation can only be possible if sovereignly Ukraine wants it and Russia accepts it in good faith. We are all aware as well that a negotiation will only be successful if Ukraine is liberated and its sovereignty is protected. Russia must now see that it cannot impose its will militarily, even if there are fake pretend referenda in territories that have been bombed and are now occupied. It is up to the members of the Security Council to say this loud and clear, and to the members of this assembly to support us on our path to peace. I, from this podium, call upon members of the United Nations to act so that Russia rejects the path of war and assesses the cost for itself and for all of us, and really brings an end to this act of aggression. We're not talking about choosing a camp here between the East and the West, either between the North or the South either. What we're talking about is everybody's responsibility, everybody who's committed to the respect of the Charter and our most common precious good, peace. Because over and beyond war, There's a risk of dividing the world that's at stake here with the direct and indirect impact of the conflict. I know that here many cherish a feeling of injustice because of economic, energy, and all the other dramatic consequences because of the war conducted by Russia. I know that there are countries here that have chosen a form of neutrality vis-à-vis this war. With very honestly today, who is saying clearly, those who are saying that they're non-aligned, they are wrong. They are making a historic error. The combat of the non-aligned movement is a combat for peace. They fought for peace, for the sovereignty of states, for the territorial integrity of everybody. The fight for the non-aligned. Those who are keeping silent today actually are, in a way, complicit with the cause of a new imperialism, a new order that is trampling over the current order, and there's no peace possible here. Russia is today seeking to uphold a double standard, but the war in Ukraine must not be a conflict that leaves anyone indifferent. It is very close to the Europeans who chosen to support Ukraine without entering war with Russia. It is further off for many of you. Nonetheless, we all are suffering the direct impact of it, and we all have a role to play to bring an end to it, because we're all paying the price of it. By its very foundation, this war launched by Russia is undermining the principle of our organization, is undermining the only possible world order, is undermining peace, that which underpins peace, the respect for the intangibility of borders and sovereign nations. To this end, let us not muddle up cause and effect. Who here can defend the idea that the invasion of Ukraine justifies no sanction? Who of you here can consider that the day when something similar with a more powerful neighbor happens to you, there'll be silence from the region, from the world? Who can say that's the best solution? Who can believe that Russia just has to win this war for us to move on to something else? Nobody can believe that. Contemporary imperialism is not Western, it's not European. It takes the form of a territorial invasion linked with a hybrid modernized war that uses energy prices, food insecurity, nuclear safety, access to information, and population movements as weapons for division and destruction. And it's there. That is how the war undermines all of our sovereignty. France is standing alongside the free peoples of the UN here to deal with the consequences of the conflict and all the inequalities by rejecting bloc mindsets or exclusive alliances, because over and beyond the direct impact of the war, the risk is ours today. It is that of a new partition of the world. Some people want to say that there's the West that defends outdated interests, and then there's the West of the world that has suffered so much and wants to cooperate by turning a blind eye. And I reject this division for at least two reasons. Firstly, in principle, and I've just mentioned this, our organization has universal values. Let us not be deaf to the fact that there is, or let's not say that there's anything regional or adaptable in the Charter. No, our organization has universal values, and the division vis-à-vis the war in Ukraine is simple. Are you in the favor of the law of the strongest, the non-respect for the territorial integrity of countries? Are you for or against impunity? I see no international order nor lasting peace that can be based on the respect of peoples and the principle of responsibility. I see no option apart from that. That is the only order. So our values are universal, and that's why we should never serve a power that violates these principles. Over recent years, when we have taken liberty with these values, we have been wrong. But this can in no way justify trampling on what we have built together after the Second World War. When I hear Russia say that it is ready to work in areas of new cooperation with a new international order with no hegemony, well, okay, well, based on what principle? The invasion of borders and non-respect of the borders of those people I don't particularly like. What is this order? Who's playing hegemony today? It is Russia. What are we talking about? What is being invented here today? This is nothing that's going to hold water. Let us not cede to the cynicism that rejects this order that we've built together. And it's the only thing that can hold in stability in our world. The respect for the for borders, for territorial integrity. We were wrong when we took liberties with all of this. After the Second World War, after colonialism, we built something else. We said, no, it's not, we're not having this, we're not accepting this. The second reason for my opposition for this attempt to split up, to have partition in the world, is pragmatic. There are nascent divisions, and over and beyond that, there are attempts to divide the world, to exacerbate any tensions between the United States and China. That is not going to be a new Cold War. There are lots of different powers that are trying to promote regional tensions and push back collective security and promote nuclear developments. I therefore think that we need to do everything that we can to ensure that this division does not occur, because what faces us, the challenges facing us, are more urgent, and they require new forms of cooperation. Let us look at Pakistan. A third of the country is underwater. Over 1,000, many people have died and were injured. The Horn of Africa, the worst drought for 40 years, a rainy season which will undoubtedly be even worse. Half of humanity is living in an area of climate danger. Our ecosystems are reaching the point of no return. Let us look at Somalia, at Yemen, at South Sudan, at Afghanistan. Famine is coming back. The food crisis is striking everywhere, and it is affecting the most vulnerable people. Millions of children are facing famine. There are 100 million people displaced between 1999 and 2015. Only 130,000 people escape poverty, and so many people today are in conflict-affected countries. Given these crises, climate change, pandemics, the spike in food prices, the most vulnerable people are always the worst affected. Threats are always there, over and beyond all that. Terrorism that affects the Sahel and the Middle East, nuclear proliferation in Iran and in North Korea as well. We have not managed to curb this. These are the things we need to address urgently. And there were all these descriptions that I've just given you, and this list is not exhaustive. But each time when we have shortcomings in our international system, we need to curb these problems. And much of these problems are caused by divisions between us. Therefore, it is our shared responsibility, must be to help the most fragile, to help the most vulnerable to cope with these challenges. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, was right when he said, the time is not for war. It is not for revenge against the West or for opposing the West against the East. It is the time for a collective time for our sovereign equal states to cope together with challenges we face. This is why there's an urgent need to develop a new contract between the North and the South, an effective contract which is respectful for food, for biodiversity, for education. It's no longer a time for bloc thinking, but to build a coalition of specific action to reconcile legitimate interests and common goods. Now on the global food crisis, France has doubled its contributions to the World Food Programme along with the EU. We have solidarity corridors built to evacuate more than 10 million tons of grain over land since spring. This was usefully complemented by the agreement in June, thanks to the work of the Secretary General of the United Nations, that led to the evacuation of 2.4 million tons of grain through the Black Sea. We have the Farm Initiative. This enables vulnerable countries to have investments in agriculture so they become resilient. I would also like to announce that France will finance evacuation of grain to Somalia in partnership with the World Food Programme. We will do that standing in solidarity effectively, and we have a requirement of full transparency. Tomorrow, we will meet with the African Union, UN agencies, the World Trade Organization, the IMF, the World Bank, and the European Commission to develop a mechanism that can ensure access to grain for Africa, and we support the Secretary General's initiative here. On climate and biodiversity.
In a few weeks, we will be in Egypt for COP27. Let us be clear here too about what a just transition means. Our first collective fight is to eradicate coal. The crisis must not let us lose sight of this. If we do not do this, we will exceed still further the 2-degree centigrade predictions. I am ready to invest in financing coalitions, as we have done with South Africa a few months ago. And we must continue this logic. But China and the great emerging powers must take a clear decision at the COP. This is fundamental. We must, in this regard, build upon and along with the great emerging powers, state coalitions with our international financial institutions so as to build full solutions for energy production and changing our production models in industry. Only this can allow such a transition. The G7 must lead by example. The richest countries must speed up their carbon neutrality programs, but also make the effort to be sober in behavior and share green technologies. You know that in this area you can count upon the European Union. I also believe that we must recognize that for the poorest countries there is a difficulty to act, both against poverty and to speed up the transition. We cannot ask the same of sub-Saharan Africa, where there are 100 million people who still do not have access to electricity there, as we do of the big emitters. This is why financial solidarity, technological solidarity amongst the richest must be bolstered in terms of climate for the poorest countries. We must provide financing, solutions, and speed up this agenda, as we were able to do during the pandemic. But we must do this still more effectively and more resolutely. In this context, we must also together protect the carbon sink and biodiversity. In Costa Rica, we will be hosting the United Nations Conference for the Oceans in 2025. We must make this the COP21 of the oceans. On health, we must learn from the COVID-19 pandemic. We must recognize that our first line of defense are the health systems and personnel in the most vulnerable countries. I will underscore this during the World Fund to combat AIDS, tuberculosis and malaria. France will remain one of the main contributors to this. We must also ensure that the WHO does set up earlier warning systems, which we need to prevent the spread of further viruses. And we must, together, tackle human and animal health. This is the very sense behind the One Health initiative, which France is leading with a number of others. As we do with the World Partnership for Education, we must continue our efforts so that children go to school after the pandemic, which has deprived them of this. We must fight at the source against all inequality and work for our common future. As you see, in all the areas, we need more cooperation. There must be partnerships of stakeholders between the West and the South, the North and the South. All of this must be developed. Further commitment by our major institutions. All of this is the opposite of division. Who, during the pandemic, was there proposing financing for the climate transition? Not those who are now proposing a new international order, and who didn't have functional vaccines, and who were not in solidarity, and who do not contribute anything for the environment. Against all these challenges, which are our shared challenges, we must act in solidarity. We must cooperate more, but never give way to siren calls which lead nowhere. To achieve this, we must also be lucid about the situation of the poorest countries and middle-income countries, whether these be in Africa, on the South American continent, in Asia or in the Pacific. The pandemic has increased inequalities further. The war and its consequences have increased difficulties for many countries. The G20 must therefore imperatively stick to its objective of last year to mobilize $100 billion from special drawing rights, but we must go further. Based upon these special drawing rights issuance by the IMF, we must implement what we have been committed to. So many countries, particularly in Africa, have not yet seen this money. And we cannot explain to them that such and such a parliament is blocking it, such a rule is preventing it. That cannot happen. We are coming too late, but we must go further, because the difficulty is still greater. We must therefore go from 30% of reallocation of our special drawing rights to 4 African countries who are the most vulnerable and the poorest countries everywhere in the planet. And with the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, we must recommit our mechanisms, those most appropriate to the current context. The rules which we apply today are those of the 80s. The situation of our planet post-COVID-19, with increased climate deregulation and a collapse of biodiversity because of the imbalances created by the war, this means we need greater solidarity. We must have a new financial compact with the South. That is where we must act. This is where we must act together, not against a common enemy, against false stories or historical revision, but for the planet in which we all live and for equal chances at a global scale. This fight is our fight, which brings us all together. We need to make a little more effort to stick to our agreements, to be demanding and respectful of one another. But this fight, this is the true fight. If we are not able to wage it together, it will instead be the source of all ruptures and conflicts in the future. I invite all those who wish to build this new contract with us to come to the Paris Forum for Peace on the 11th of November this year to prepare the G20 in Bali and move forward together without ever giving up on our common values and our guiding principles. We must get to the heart of things. We mustn't give in to the fragmentation of the world or the increase of threats to peace. We must not allow crises to multiply and there be a proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. These are all risks which we cannot and will not be able to master in the future if we do not address the most directly concerned major powers. It is this work of involving major powers that we must do in the Middle East by ensuring a follow-up on the Baghdad conference, which we held in 2019, for the stability of Iraq or Lebanon and the whole region. The members of the P5 are no longer alone in having their word to say, and if they do have a word to say, then they do. It can only work if we are able to work more broadly towards international consensus, which is so necessary for peace. This is why I hope that we can finally commit to the reform of the Security Council so that it is more representative, can welcome new permanent members, and remain able to play its full role by restricting the use of the right to veto in terms of in cases of mass crimes. Together, we must build peace and a contemporary international order which acts to the service of the objectives of our Charter. And on this path, the United Nations can unquestionably count upon France. On this path, each country here today can absolutely count upon France. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the French Republic for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. We have heard the last speaker for this meeting. The fifth plenary meeting will continue the general debate at 3 p.m. The meeting is adjourned.
Thanks. See you then.
Minister.
Colleagues, the fifth plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Xiomara Castro Sarmiento, President of the Republic of Honduras, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honour to welcome Her Excellency Iris Xiomara Castro Sarmiento, President of the Republic of Honduras, and to invite her to address the Assembly.
Distinguished President of this General Assembly, Distinguished Secretary General of the United Nations Organization, distinguished heads of state, representatives and delegates here present, citizens of the world. I stand before this global rostrum in what for my country is a historic event. Not only because I am the first woman to have the honor of leading our Central American nation, but also because I represent the first democratically elected government after our country moved through 13 years of dictatorship. The 2009 coup, which saw us mired in cruel killings and death squadrons, 2 fraudulent elections, a pandemic, and 2 hurricanes. It is impossible to understand the Honduran people, men and women, and the huge caravans of migrants without recognizing this context of cruel suffering which we have been forced to endure. However, electoral democracy is not enough to guarantee the material and spiritual well-being of our people. 13 years of dictatorship overseen by the international community led to the country multiplying its public debt 6-fold and saw the country reach a 74% poverty rate, the highest ever seen in the history of Honduras. 5 of every 10 of my compatriots live in abject poverty. However, it is my firm belief that none of these figures will astound anyone in a world which today lives under monetary dictatorship. A monetary dictatorship which imposes draconian measures of fiscal discipline on the poorest among us. A monetary dictatorship which increases the suffering of the majority left behind, and a monetary dictatorship in which speculative capital has no limits. It is patently clear that today, for our country to survive, we must reject this so-called austerity, which favors those which concentrate wealth in a few hands, and favors those who increase inequality exponentially. Since we entered office at the end of January, we have demonstrated iron will to find consensus. We have always expressed a resolute desire to achieve agreements, which means that we can act on our commitments. We have remained clear that we will not go back on any of our agreements. However, efforts to undermine the people's will are coming at us from all sides. At the same time, we see conspiracies being fostered in the same sectors which looted the country alongside their pro-coup allies. These sectors are emboldened by a flagrant anti-democracy attitude, which sometimes comes disguised as diplomacy. Public policies endorsed by the rent-seeking model on the part of the international financial community over the last 13 years have pulled us into a world full of violence and poverty, a world where projects fail and are abandoned, a world of corruption, looting, and drug trafficking. No one among the international witnesses of the fraudulent elections of 2013 and 2017 were ignorant of the fate to which they were dooming our peoples. And however, they proved themselves to be indifferent to the worst plague which has ever beleaguered our country. Capitalist hubris and petty self-interest led many to opt for deceit, and at the same time organized crime brought the country to the brink of an abyss. The poor nations of the world will no longer tolerate coups. They will no longer tolerate the use of lawfare, nor colour revolutions that are habitually organized to plunder our extensive natural resources. The world's industrialized nations are those responsible for the grave degradation of our environment. However, they make us pay for their lifestyles of excess. And to do that, they spare no effort to embroil us in their plans and in an endless crisis, doing what they can to claim and to ensure that our hands and feet are tied. The Honduras that I lead is being built on the premise of a humanist remodeling. We are building a Honduras coloured by dignity and which the thread of sovereignty runs through. This Honduras will do what legally is important to restore our environment and to protect this common good for all of our people. As such, we cannot accept this arbitrary world order in which there are third and fourth class countries, while at the same time those that think of themselves as civilized never tire of staging invasions, waging wars, engaging in financial speculation, and crucifying us with their inflation time and time again. I'm taking this rostrum to demand that we be respected. We wish to live in peace. Stop trying to destabilize Honduras. Stop trying to impose your measures upon us, and stop trying to choose who we must have relations with. The people is sovereign, and that was demonstrated by them on the 28th of November when they supported my victory, a victory that was the biggest in my country's history. The resistance that combated the dictatorship that we lived under for 13 years. This 15th of September, we will celebrate our Independence Day. Indeed, we did, and I was accompanied by the people who spilled out onto the streets. They, in so doing, flew in the face of public threats, and they fought against this idea of giving over national goods to the highest bidder. Never again will the stereotype of a banana republic weigh heavy upon us. We will put an end to monopolies and oligopolies which do nothing more than impoverish our economies. A generous people that has paid with its blood to defend forests and rivers. This generous people will not forget that during the dictatorship, hundreds and hundreds of young people were killed. They will not forget that our comrade Berta Cáceres was killed. They will not forget the forced disappearance of Honduran people simply because of their way of thinking. And they will not forget any of the Garifuna comrades that disappeared 2 years ago now. Every millimeter of the homeland that they pillaged on behalf of the sacrosanct freedom of the market and other systems of privilege was spilled with blood. It was tainted with the blood of the indigenous peoples. My social and democratic government will return to the rule of law. We will rebuild a state of justice so that none of the above happens again. We are working hard to prioritize stimuli, and we are working hard to eliminate abuse of the fiscal system. We've already begun by promoting a law which declares energy a public good. We've returned workers' rights to them, and we have supported our internal market by investing in agriculture to ensure food security, and we have provided subsidies to the poorest among our citizens who will no longer pay for electric energy. We have set about renegotiating free trade treaties. We have taken the sovereign decision to invest in our development by substituting imports. But at the same time, we are competing on international markets without subsidizing the excesses of developed nations. Women, for centuries, have been denied the right to be included in development. We will recognize the important role that women play in a society as a part of the very spinal column of that same society. We will provide healthcare, quality education, security, and food sovereignty to our children and our young people. For Honduras, every caravan of migrants that flees the dictatorship, as we saw for more than a decade, is a severe loss for our country and for their families. Figures suggest that this exodus, prompted by neoliberal injustice, creates more and more unemployment and means that we are doomed to dependency, an undesirable dependency indeed. Paradoxically, in our country, migrants create more foreign currency income than many of our traditional exports. We express our solidarity and support with the diaspora. In Honduras, we cannot continue to support the hypocrisy of a system which tries people for crimes linked to drug trafficking. However, for more than a decade, Honduras was supported in its attempts to commit crimes, had support for electoral fraud, and was supported in its attempts to commit crimes against the homeland, which affected millions of Honduran people. To get to the bottom of all of this and lay waste to it once and for all, we're going to establish an international commission to fight against corruption and impunity with the support of the Secretary General of the United Nations. Honduras will only have a future if it takes firm strides forward to dismantle the neoliberal economic dictatorship. As such, we're already getting to work remodeling our homeland and establishing an education system which instills Honduran people with the ideals and values of our national hero, Francisco Morazán Quesada. In Honduras, my government has embarked upon a process of national remodeling and is ushering in deep-rooted change, which is based on 4 fundamental pillars. 1, the revolutionary transformation of education. We've looked to extol the human spirit and eradicate colonialism. We're looking to build an alternative economic model which is deeply sovereign. Our third goal is to build a system whose very core is flying high the values of humanism, solidarity, and integration with brotherly peoples, peace, and respect for human rights. The 4th pillar of our new project is to progressively deprivatize public services, such as healthcare, drinking water, electrical energy, and internet. Today, war is once again punishing the poorest of our world. Today, those of us that are invaded countries call for the return to the respect for the principle of the self-determination of peoples. We reject the cruel, heinous blockade visited upon the sister republic of Cuba and its people. It is time to have a serious discussion about the multipolar nature of our world. President Barack Obama took the first steps towards putting an end to this outrageous blockade. The President of Colombia, Gustavo Petro, stated that the aggression against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela must now end once and for all. Peoples of the world, as our comrade Berta Cáceres said, let us act, world. We still have time. Many thanks indeed.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Honduras for the statement just made and request protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos, President of the Republic of the Philippines, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honour to welcome His Excellency Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos, President of the Republic of the Philippines, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I am Ferdinand Marcos, and I am the President of the Republic of the Philippines. I stand today on behalf of 110 million Filipinos. At this time of crisis and opportunity, I bring with me the spirit of their enduring commitment to the ideals of our United Nations. This commitment is reflected in our solid contributions to the cause of peace and of justice. By shepherding the Manila Declaration of 1982, we helped affirm that differences should only be resolved through peaceful means. By reinforcing the predictability and stability of international law, particularly the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, we provided an example of how states should resolve their differences through reason and through right. These two contributions provide useful guidance for our time, for amidst challenging global tides, an important ballast stabilizes our common vessel. That is, our open, inclusive, and rules-based international order that is governed by international law and informed by the principles of equity and of justice. As I have underscored, the Philippines shall continue to be a friend to all and an enemy of none. This world order traces its roots to 77 years ago. Your first Asian predecessor, Mr. President, General Carlos P. Romulo, called on our leaders then to make this floor our last battlefield, to determine in this hall whether humanity is to survive or be wiped out in another Holocaust. Our peoples chose survival. They chose cooperation. They chose peace. And by doing so, they made history. Today, history once again calls to us to make these choices. We are confronted by tectonic shifts that will inform the ebb and flow of this coming century. Of these, I see four challenges to the continued survival of our global community. First is climate change. The time for talk about if and when has long since passed. It is here. It is now. Climate change is the greatest threat affecting our nations and our peoples. There is no other problem so global in nature that it requires a united effort, one led by the United Nations. The effects of climate change are uneven and reflect an historical injustice. Those who are least responsible suffer the most. The Philippines, for example, is a net carbon sink. We absorb more carbon dioxide than we emit. And yet, we are the fourth most vulnerable country to the effects of climate change. This injustice must be corrected, and those who need to do more must act now. We accept our share of responsibility and will continue to do our part to avert this collective disaster. We call on the industrialized countries to immediately fulfill their obligations under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement to cut their greenhouse gas emissions, provide climate financing, and technology transfer for adaptation for the most vulnerable and developing countries, to lead by example. We look forward to concrete outcomes at the Conference of Parties in Egypt later this year. When future generations look back, let them not ask why we did not take this opportunity to turn the tide. Why did we continue in our profligate ways until it was too late? This threat knows no borders, no social class, nor any geopolitical consideration. How we address it will be the true test of our time. Second, the development of advanced technologies is rapidly transforming human life and experience. We still barely understand how these transformations are unfolding and where they are leading. The imminent diffusion of these emerging technologies could solve many of our old problems, but they could also disrupt our political and social orders. Our governance structures must keep up. Third, widening geopolitical polarities and sharpening strategic competitions are transforming the international political landscape. A profound lack of trust is putting enormous strains on our multilateral system. Our very charter is being violated around the world as we speak. In Asia, our hard-won peace and stability is under threat by increasing strategic and ideological tensions. These behoove us to uphold the ideals that led to the establishment of this Parliament of Nations, and to reject any attempt to deny or redefine our common understanding of these principles. Even as we grapple with these new long-term shifts, we remain beset by an unresolved problem. Inequalities and inequities within and among countries continue to persist, and they continue to demand urgent action. Therein lies our fourth transcendent challenge. This injustice was evident during the pandemic, when the richer nations immediately received vaccines at the expense of the have-nots. We see, for example, the dangers of this lurking in the persistent digital divide and in ballooning debt burdens. As we awaken from the economic stupor caused by the pandemic, we must reinvigorate the world economy. We must use public and private resources to encourage the expansion of trade, investment, and technology transfers to accelerate development. Knowledge and intellectual gains must flow freely to allow those lagging behind to catch up. Sustainable development will be hampered to the detriment of all if existing structures in the global economy remain unreformed. Mr. President, in these past 3 decades, Filipinos have achieved significant strides on our path to sustainable development. Despite the challenges of the pandemic and the global economic upheavals, we remain on track to reach upper middle income status by next year. With steady investment in food, public health, education, and other social services, we expect to become a moderately prosperous country by 2040. I am confident that we will achieve this vision. Yet, no nation stands alone. The achievement of our national ambition requires a global environment that creates conditions that allow all nations, including ours, to thrive in peace. We need the United Nations to continue to work, and we, the Philippines, are determined to be part of that solution. The Philippines did not hesitate to donate to the COVAX facility that helped provide vaccines in many parts of the developing world. Multilateralism and international cooperation do make a difference. Filipino health workers were at the front lines in many countries to curb the spread of the virus, risking and oftentimes sacrificing their own lives to save those of others. We have always been an optimistic and courageous nation. Despite the enormity of these challenges, we believe that solutions are within our collective grasp. You, Mr. President, have already identified 3 tools that are at our disposal. First, solidarity. We need to reaffirm the wisdom of the founders of our United Nations. This means transcending our differences and committing to ending war, upholding justice, respecting human rights, and maintaining international peace and security. Nuclear weapons continue to pose an existential threat despite our efforts to build norms that resoundingly prohibit them. We must reject the notion of deterrence and remain committed to decreasing the global stockpile of these weapons. At the same time, we must also address the scourge of the proliferation of all weapons, be they small arms, light weapons, or improvised explosive devices. Our work must also focus on ensuring that the international system remains fair, not only for all states, but more importantly, for all peoples. This system must work for the most vulnerable, especially the marginalized, migrants, refugees. The world has witnessed the enduring contribution of migrants in the fight against this pandemic. We still dream of an end to the disturbing incidents of racism, of Asian hate, of all prejudice. The Philippines United Nations Joint Program on Human Rights is an example of a constructive approach that puts our people, not our politics, at the center of this work. It provides a model for revitalizing the structures that facilitates solidarity between the United Nations and the sovereign duty bearer. Our continued solidarity will also benefit from a reformed and more inclusive Security Council and an empowered General Assembly that can hold the Council to account. At the same time, the United Nations must forge ahead with its flagship tradition of global peacekeeping. My country's experience in building peace and forging new paths of cooperation can enrich the work of the Security Council, and to this end, I appeal for the valuable support of all UN member states for the Philippines' candidature to the Security Council for the term of 2027 to 2028. Our success in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao in the south of the Philippines is a centerpiece of these efforts. The peace that we have forged after many decades of conflict among warring factions and clansmen demonstrates that unity is possible even in the most trying circumstances. Inclusive dialogue involving all stakeholders, including women, the youth, faith leaders, and civil society, conducted with patience and good faith, has produced a credible and solid foundation for self-government that paves the way for lasting peace and sustainable development. We take the same approach in Asia. The Philippines builds partnerships for peace and development through dialogue, including through interfaith and interreligious dialogue, especially through ASEAN. In the face of great diversity, we believe that partnerships form the bridge to unite all of us in promoting peace and stability in the Asia-Pacific region. Our global community is only as strong as we make it. We need to ensure that all nations, especially developing countries, are equipped with the tools they need to navigate the uncharted waters of this century. This requires a transformative development agenda. We therefore welcome the Summit of the Future next year as an opportunity to collectively roll up our sleeves and chart our common path. Second, sustainability. We must seek solutions that preserve our planet. These solutions must transcend our time and win the future for the succeeding generations. We crafted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development as a platform of unity where our societies can build a future that is resilient and that is inclusive, where our people can be healthy, happy, and secure. This requires investment in food security, the fragility of which has been clearly demonstrated by the pandemic and the conflict in Ukraine. We need to take concrete steps towards a modern and resilient agriculture. For food is not just a trade commodity, nor is it just a livelihood. It is an existential imperative and a moral one. It is the very basis of human security. To attain food self-sufficiency and security, we are providing innovative solutions and financial support to farmers and fisherfolk to adapt new technologies and connect to national and global value supply chains. We look forward to forging cooperation with the UN and our partners to boost agricultural productivity and food security. As hosts to 17 UN agencies, programs, and funds, the Philippines strongly supports reforms to ensure that the UN development system delivers as one through its UN country team. Water connects our world and sustains our existence, but it is also a finite resource that requires our stewardship. Equally important, our biodiversity must be protected amidst the continuing challenge of climate change. We must enhance our cooperation in these areas. But sustainability also requires development policies that go beyond the traditional metrics. We already know that the gross domestic product is an incomplete measure of progress and that vulnerability is multidimensional. Our development agenda must also take into account the interest of all developing nations, including middle-income countries where the majority of the world's poor live. At the same time, sustainability means equipping our people with the tools they need to meet the challenges of the fourth industrial revolution. Investments in education are key, and my administration is prepared to make such investments. The Philippines notes with appreciation the Transforming Education Summit held earlier this week, at which these subjects were taken up. There is perhaps no greater renewable resource than the creativity and innovation of our young. We understand the value of harnessing our people's talents by creating a robust and creative economy. We will continue to work with partners in promoting this at the international level. Finally, science. Knowledge and discovery remain the keys to unlock the potential of our dynamic future. Encouraging our young people's curiosity, honing their skills, and protecting their intellectual properties are important investments. Humankind is pushing back its horizons, both in the digital world and out in our physical universe. Access to these domains is an inalienable right of all nations, as are peaceful uses of all existing and emerging technologies. The Philippines is preparing for the future by laying the governance framework that will allow us to harness the power of renewable energy, develop the capacity to utilize the life sciences, such as medicine and virology, pursue digital solutions towards a more modern economy, and expand our presence in outer space. But we also need to update the global structures that facilitate international cooperation on the peaceful uses of nuclear energy, biology, chemistry, to name but a few. At the same time, we need new structures to govern rapid advances in other areas. We need to start by defining the norms of responsible behavior in cyberspace and outer space, and forming legal rules that will prevent the weaponization of artificial intelligence. The diffusion of cutting-edge technology across the economy is promising, but they could come at a cost. Our development agenda must consider the possible displacement of human labor as a result of advances in automation. We must prepare our economic structures for this. We should start building the necessary supports for those sectors affected. Mr. President, the transcendent challenges of our time are as consequential as those that faced us 77 years ago when we founded this august body. We are indeed at a watershed moment, one that requires a refounding of these, our United Nations. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, the world is ready for transformation. It is up to us as leaders of our nations to move and shape that transformation. The future beckons, and we can embark upon that journey as single nations or as a world in harmony. I say, let the challenges of one people be the challenges for all nations. And in that way, the success of one will be a success for us all. The peoples of the world look to their leaders, to us, to make into reality these aspirations for our future. We must not fail them. And if we stand together, we will not fail them. If we stand together, we can only succeed. Let us dream, let us work for those successes for all our nations united. Thank you and good day.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of the Philippines for the statement just made and request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gitanas Nausėda, President of the Republic of Lithuania, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honour to welcome His Excellency Gitanas Nausėda, President of the Republic of Lithuania, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear President of the General Assembly, dear Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Standing in front of this honorable Assembly of World Nations, I wanted to speak about peace, about challenges that the world is facing today: income inequality, pandemics, climate change. Unfortunately, today I have to speak about war. The war in Europe. The war which only deepens and not resolves all other issues. Ever since the founding of the United Nations, its central idea has been bringing countries together and ensuring peaceful coexistence. After the terrible sufferings of the Second World War, addressing global threats to international peace and security was the overriding concern. We owe a lot to those past leaders who struggled to recreate global order out of profound disorder. The darkest hour in human history inspired creating the rules which remain essential to the global coexistence of nations. For the first time in our history, peace had finally become a global value to be protected. Against all odds, the language of military aggression and conquest was condemned. In the context of global challenges, we often talk about human rights. But what about the right of countries to be sovereign and to defend their territorial integrity? On the 24th of February, a UN Security Council permanent member started an unjustified, unprovoked, and illegal war against a neighboring country. This gross violation of international law undermined the very essence of the United Nations. For the last 7 months, Russia's war against Ukraine has been taking a terrible toll on the Ukrainian people. Many thousands have been tortured and killed. Millions were displaced or forced to flee their homeland. However, this war has not broken the will of the brave Ukrainian people to defend their country. It has not diminished their fighting spirit. Massacres at Bucha, at Izium, have not brought them to their knees. The inherent love for freedom, passed from one generation to another, is still there, undefeated, unspoiled. Despite all challenges, Ukrainians proved to be remarkably strong defenders of liberty and democratic values. Inspired by their heroic struggle, the international community should take an even more active role to boost the Ukrainian resilience to withstand this hardship. Every UN member is expected to respect the rules of international order we have been creating through decades. But it's only up to us to decide what is still tolerable and what is not. Where are the red lines and where the red lines crossed? For how can we tolerate a member of international community in the war of conquest and annihilation? A country that is deliberately attacking the rules-based world order. A country whose actions make it more difficult for all of us maintain peace and security across the globe. Today I call on all of you. Look at what is happening in Ukraine. Look at it attentively. Who is the aggressor and who is the victim? Behind the mask of an energy superpower, there is a dangerous imperial power seeking to occupy and annex its neighbors, searching for reasons to justify the annexation, rewriting history, using economic and energy blackmail, spreading disinformation and propaganda. We all know that Russia's violations of the founding principles of the United Nations did not start 7 months ago. Destructive actions have undermined international security for many years, breaching arms control treaties, using prohibited chemical weapons both at home and abroad, continually violating the territorial integrity not only of Ukraine, but of Georgia and Moldova as well, interfering in the elections of other countries. These are just a few examples. The ongoing suffering of the Ukrainian people was further amplified by Russia's proxy, the Belarusian or Belarusian regime. It has enabled military attacks of other countries from its territory. It continues to provide support for offensive operations against Ukraine. Unfortunately, it has surrendered the Belarusian national sovereignty to its big neighbor. Ladies and gentlemen, these past few months have also revealed the danger of a looming nuclear disaster in Europe. The deployment of Russian military personnel and weaponry at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant is alarming and totally unacceptable. It disregards the safety and security principles that all members of the International Atomic Energy Agency have committed to respect. A nuclear power plant should never be used as a military base. Moreover, Russia's irresponsible rhetoric on the possible use of nuclear weapons directly contradicts its role as a P5 state and the commitment it has made in the January P5 leaders' statement on preventing nuclear war and avoiding arms races. We see a huge gap between declarations and real actions which undermines the trust in one of the permanent members of the UN Security Council. We must collectively condemn such actions and require it to immediately and unconditionally withdraw all troops from the entire territory of Ukraine. It must also stop irresponsible and dangerous nuclear rhetoric and behavior. This should include withdrawing military and other personnel from the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Therefore, Lithuania welcomes the active personal involvement of the Secretary General of the United Nations. His visits to Ukraine demonstrate supreme dedication to the ideals of United Nations. Lithuania notes that the efforts of the Secretary General and Türkiye were instrumental in reaching the deal to resume Ukrainian grain exports. We also acknowledge the positive role played by other actors, such as the African leadership, in coming to this arrangement. This is an achievement shared by the whole community of nations. Once again, international efforts have helped us to avert a global catastrophe. Grain exports via Ukrainian ports will sustain and feed millions of people. Let us no doubt, it was the war in Ukraine that threatened to trigger a global hunger. We cannot rest assured that this danger will not come back until the Russian armed forces are withdrawn from the whole territory of Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, there must be no impunity for the brutal crimes and atrocities committed during the war. Guaranteeing justice and accountability is of vital importance from the standpoint of credibility of the United Nations and the international community. We should consolidate and advance our legal efforts. We must ensure that all those responsible for this unprecedented assault on Ukrainian and European peace and security are held accountable. Lithuania will continue to engage in accountability mechanisms to address the mass atrocities being committed in Ukraine. I call on the global community to establish this special tribunal to address the war crimes. It is also crucially important to ensure effective forms of reparations for the victims of these crimes. Finally, we must take into consideration that the war in Ukraine is an extension of the wider context, what we can see in Russia. The human rights situation is deteriorating. Independent media and not-governmental organizations are being simply banished. Similar developments are taking place in Belarus. Systematic and widespread attacks target civil society, human rights defenders, and independent media. The number of political prisoners in Belarus has exceeded 1,200 and continues to grow. This is truly alarming and requires more attention from the international community. Lithuania has provided asylum to Russians and Belarusians, representatives of non-governmental organizations and independent media, who were persecuted in their home countries. For Lithuania, the time of the business-as-usual approach is gone. We have demonstrated it by building the energy independence and proceeding faster with the green transition. I invite all countries to stop financing the bloody war by buying aggressors' energy resources. It would significantly affect its ability to continue this brutal war. Ladies and gentlemen, since the first days of this terrible war, Lithuania has been supporting Ukraine. We have not been silent. We have stepped up to help Ukraine in every way we can. Our government, as well as civil society, have been active in providing both military and humanitarian aid. We have taken in more than 60,000 refugees, mostly women and children, to help them maintain a sense of belonging We have established a Ukrainian center in Vilnius, the first center of this kind outside Ukraine. This war must end, but not in a peace at any cost. The Ukrainian territorial integrity has to be fully restored. Any other outcome would mean further atrocities and long-standing insecurity. While the aggressor has already demonstrated its eagerness to endanger the global population, we should not allow ourselves to be frightened. The danger is real, as history shows. To push back against the aggressor is the only viable option. Today, I remain a strong believer in the transformative power of collective action. It is based on the principles of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Together we can ensure global peace and security. Together we will make a difference. Let me assure you, Lithuania is and will always be a valid partner in fighting for the right cause, in fighting for the long-lasting peace. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Lithuania for the statement just made and thank Protocol for escorting His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Klaus Werner Johannes, President of Romania, and I request Protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honour to welcome His Excellency Klaus Werner Johannes, President of Romania, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much, Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies. We live in difficult times. Our predecessors, who adopted the Charter of the United Nations, were, I quote, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Almost 8 decades later, peace is still under threat, this time from worrying new challenges, the most severe since the end of the Second World War. We are witnessing, since February 24th, the dramatic consequences of the unprovoked and illegal war started by the Russian Federation, a permanent member of the Security Council, against Ukraine. We are also witnessing exceptional solidarity from numerous countries united in their support for Ukraine, a sovereign member of this Assembly and a victim of months of aggression against its civilians, basic infrastructure and economy. The consequences of this war are global and are not limited to our security. They refer to blatant violations of norms and principles of international law, including international humanitarian law and fundamental human rights, and on sustainable development worldwide. These should be a major concern for all of us, irrespective of how far we are from the conflict. Distinguished colleagues, there is no justification for a military aggression against a sovereign state. There is no justification for bloodshed, destruction, and human suffering. It is our joint responsibility to come together and uphold our common values as members of the United Nations. Democracy and universal human rights are legitimate aspirations for all humankind. We therefore need to act now and support all those who fight for freedom and democracy. We should guarantee the respect of the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence of all states. Romania supported and will continue to support Ukraine as its people are also fighting for our values and democracy. Romania opened its frontiers and its heart to all those seeking refuge from the war in Ukraine. Since the beginning of the conflict, over 2.3 million Ukrainians have crossed our borders. Romania has offered not only emergency assistance, but also medium and long-term support for those who decided to stay in our country with free access to education, health services, and the labor market. In addition, we offered direct humanitarian assistance and put in place a logistic hub for coordinating the international humanitarian assistance from the entire world. Our support will not stop here. We know that our response, especially to this war, will shape our common future. Our support for peace should be voiced now, louder than ever. In defending our universal values, it is essential to stay united and bring everyone on board, including those who are still hesitating. Engagement and dialogue are crucial to overcome divisions and at the same time to counter the spread of falsehoods and propaganda. Distinguished audience, the challenges we face today, such as the impact of climate change and loss of biodiversity, energy insecurity, lack of access to food and education, and social inequities, are becoming more and more severe. They need responses and solutions, as our citizens are rightfully asking for them. For all these issues, common action is the only way forward. Energy security is a global concern requiring joint solutions and responsible action. We must avoid the use of energy as a tool of blackmail. Energy security requires strategic investments in renewables, in nuclear power, with new future-oriented projects such as small modular reactors or in hydrogen. It also requires energy prices that are accessible to our citizens. Ensuring energy security goes hand in hand with a green transition for resilient and climate-neutral economies. The nexus between climate change and peace and security should be more prominent in our discussions, including in the Security Council. Despite our efforts, we have not moved past the triple crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. All our efforts in the European Union and in coordination with international partners are meant to identify and implement the best solutions to these serious difficulties. In 2 months' time, we shall meet in Egypt for the COP27, and additional commitments towards climate neutrality are necessary, along with the implementation of the decisions already made. The clock is ticking, and the planet cannot wait any longer. Raising awareness, educating future generations on environmental protection, and fighting climate change is of utmost importance and a topic very close to my heart. Education is a top priority for Romania and a strategic investment in our future. Thus, we also look forward to the Summit of the Future to be held in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, weaponizing access to food and restricting it around the world are unacceptable. In order to support the Ukrainian economy and help manage the global food crisis, Romania has acted in a responsible way by facilitating the export of more than 4 million tons of Ukrainian grain, which represents 60% of the grain exported by Ukraine through our ports on the Danube and at the Black Sea since the beginning of the crisis. We also commend the role of the United Nations Secretary General in reaching the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which is, as he symbolically put it, a beacon of hope in a world that truly needs it. Distinguished audience, Romania has been arguing for a long time to keep the so-called protracted or frozen conflicts high on our agenda and to focus on how to solve them. The war against Ukraine taught us that in such context, the absence of war does not mean peace. Protracted conflicts, such as those in the Black Sea region, need to be addressed without delay. Distinguished delegates, United Nations peacekeeping has always been an instrument of paramount importance in safeguarding peace and security. Romania's solid contribution to various options around the globe stands proof of our commitment. We need to ensure that, in line with the Action for Peacekeeping agenda, the UN peacekeeping missions become more effective and contribute to political solutions to conflicts, placing human rights at the core of their action. We also need a steadfast action of the international community to protect and promote human rights. We must strengthen the UN human rights system and ensure sustainable and adequate funding of all its activities. We recognize the essential role played by civil society actors and the human rights defenders in the promotion and protection of human rights, ensuring proper functioning of democratic institutions, upholding respect for the rule of law, and guaranteeing the fundamental rights and freedoms remains fundamental. It is with these firm convictions that Romania has presented its candidacy for a seat in the UN Human Rights Council for the term 2023-2025. Distinguished audience, I would like to conclude by stressing that we need to restore public trust in effective multilateralism. Only together will we be able to identify and implement sustainable solutions in order to achieve world peace, prosperity, fulfillment of human rights, and a healthy environment for future generations. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Romania for the statement just made and thank Protocol for escorting His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luis Alberto Arce Catacora, Constitutional President of the Plurinational State of Bolivia, and I request Protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honour to welcome His Excellency Luis Alberto Arce Catacora, Constitutional President of the Plurinational State of Bolivia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I want to greet dear President of the General Assembly, Saba Korossi, dear Secretary General António Guterres, and brothers and sisters, heads of state and government, foreign ministers, and the delegates present here. First of all, dear Saba Korossi, allow me to hail your election as President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, and to express to you on behalf of the plurinational state of Bolivia our support for your hard work for the benefit of the international community. May this 77th session allow us to continue strengthening multilateralism to confront more effectively both new and older threats that are stalking humankind. Dear President, today we find ourselves in the face of multiple and systemic crises of capitalism that increasingly puts at risk the life of humanity and of the planet. There is no doubt that the challenges that we confront are increasingly more complex. If we truly seek a better future for current and future generations, we must not only think about the economic, social, food supply, climate, energy, water supply, and commercial crises, but also clearly identify their origins to change a system that reproduces domination, exploitation, and the exclusion of the vast majority, that generates concentration of wealth in a few hands, in the hands of the few, and that puts priority on the production and reproduction of capital instead of the creation and reproduction of life. But at the same time as we face the multiple and systemic crisis of capitalism, we observe the final chapter of the unipolar world, the construction of a new world order that we hope will be for the benefit of all states and of all peoples is inexorable. And as we are convinced that another world is possible, we in the plurinational state of Bolivia wish to posit the following. Number one, to declare the world as a zone of peace. Bearing this in mind, we express our dismay at the considerable number of armed conflicts ravaging humankind, many of them promoted by military transnational corporations, but also in order to impose a global economic and political order that benefits the interests of capitalism. These conflicts have a very high human cost, and in too many cases they lead to the destruction of our cultural and environmental heritage. Now, independently of the origin, nature, or the geopolitical reasons of international tensions, the plurinational state of Bolivia has embraced and will continue to embrace a culture of dialogue among nations through diplomacy of peoples. However, unfortunately, we observe the increasing deterioration of the multilateral system due to the fancy of capitalist powers to not acquiesce to the existence of a multipolar world with a balance of power. Multilateralism is the only mechanism that represents a guarantee of respect among states independently of their economic or military power. Therefore, we consider that any breach of international peace and security is linked to the inadequate implementation of the mechanisms provided for in the United Nations Charter, or alternatively, linked to their flagrant violation. The countries that are members of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC, declared in 2014 our region as a zone of peace, and we committed ourselves to resolve peacefully our disputes while banishing forever the use of force in our region. Now, along these lines, we advocate for this assembly to be a space of a broad historic agreement, an agreement where dialogue and diplomacy has primacy over any dispute, and where the world should be declared as a zone of peace. To achieve this goal, it is extremely important among various initiatives for the United Nations to work tirelessly to achieve a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, so that the historic rights of the Palestinian people and state are respected, and for NATO to set aside its expansionist plans. Number 2, substituting the manufacture of weapons of mass destruction by a fair compensation to the poor people of the world. That is our second proposal. It is precisely the lack of dialogue and the measures of preventive diplomacy that has drawn us into an era of major tensions globally and growing uncertainty and instability in global security. We are experiencing times where a concentration of a large number of weapons of mass destruction in the hands of a small group of countries, the very same countries that are refusing to eliminate these weapons by giving priority to their geopolitical interests, all this are endangering peace and security of our planet. 9 countries today have 12,700 nuclear warheads. 9,440 of them are in a state of combat readiness, ready to be used. In the face of this frightening reality that the world is facing, we must raise the banner of demanding that military expenditures be for the manufacture of weapons of mass destruction be replaced by fair economic compensation that the main capitalist countries owe morally and historically to the countries on the periphery and the poor countries of the world. Number 3, against the mercantilization of healthcare and for a universal system of healthcare. In the past few years, our countries not only have had to confront an uncertainty due to conflicts, however, we have also confronted a very serious sanitary crisis due to COVID-19. This has exposed the vulnerabilities and inequalities of our healthcare systems around the world, as well as the inequalities of the global financial and economic system. In the face of healthcare systems that favor only those who have the possibility to have private health insurance, and in the face of those who have transformed health care into a merchandise, it is essential to strengthen universal healthcare systems where the state fulfills its obligation to protect and guarantee collective rights in the framework of the primacy of human, economic, social, and cultural rights, reducing thus the impact of the global economic crisis on the most vulnerable sectors of the population. Number 4, a global program of food sovereignty in harmony with Mother Earth. Another manifestation of the structural and multiple crisis of capitalism is the food crisis, which is aggravated by the effects of the pandemic and exacerbated by global geopolitical conflicts and the multiple environmental crises that the planet confronts. A situation that only has affected the implementation of the SDGs, but also threatens the most basic rights of millions of human beings. And according to the report on the state of food security and nutrition in the world 2022, the number of people suffering from hunger in the world has increased dramatically over the past few years. Just in 2021, a total of 828 million people were victims of this scourge. That represents 9.8% of the population of the world. Asia, with 425 million people affected, and Africa, with 278 million, continue to be the regions that are hardest hit by this crisis. While in Latin America and the Caribbean, the crisis has affected over 56 million people. In the face of the food crisis, we must urgently implement a global program of food security that guarantees to small scale producers better conditions for their work. This implies access to seeds, fertilizers, technology infrastructure, credits, and various forms, both private and community-based, of access to markets. But it also means better conditions of life in their communities in full harmony with Mother Earth. Number 5, we need to rebuild the productive and economic capacities of countries on the periphery, hit hard by the inexorable logic of the concentration of capital. In addition to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic that have deteriorated our economies and our commercial transactions, today we're confronting monetary expansion sustained by inflation. That is one of the main problems today. For example, in August of 2022, the United States registered an annual inflation of 8.25%. That's the highest of the past 4 decades. And an unprecedented rate of inflation of 9.8% in the Eurozone. Additionally, the war between Russia and Ukraine has exacerbated the pressure on the price of energy, food, fertilizers, commodities, and others. In July of this year, annual inflation of food increased and reached double digits levels in some countries of Europe and in the United States. In a world that's closely interconnected, it is important to respond to the needs of our peoples in the post-pandemic context, strengthening integration and cooperation based on the principles of solidarity, complementarity, respect for self-determination of peoples, so that we can confront the multidimensional impact on the economy, on our industries, as well as on our productive capacities and our self-sufficiency. To achieve this, it is essential to restructure the global financial architecture, to ease the external debt burden globally so that developing countries have an opportunity to implement in a sovereign way our social policies with a focus on economic, social development that is comprehensive and sustainable. And as always, our call of the southern countries has been to rebalance our trade relations because currently they continue to benefit only northern countries. And on this point, I would like to humbly share with you the experience of Bolivia. Following the restoration of democracy in 2020, thanks to the unity, the combat, and the conscience of our people, we returned to the path laid out by our democratic and cultural revolution of dignity and sovereignty. We resumed the construction of our plurinational state and the consolidation of our model of economic, social, and community-based production, a sovereign economic model in which we will not accept, nor will we accept, impositions of the International Monetary Fund. Our economic model reflects our political, economic, social, and cultural reality, and it is based on an active role of the state in the economy, in the nationalization of our strategic natural resources, the interconnection of all forms of economic organization, the strengthening of public investment, the industrialization with import substitution, the fostering of the domestic market, productive diversification, ensuring food sovereignty, redistributing income, fighting against poverty and inequality. In other words, we are seeking an economic growth with social justice inspired by our civilization of living well, which has emerged from our original indigenous roots. These policies that are responsible and sovereign have allowed us to return to the path of stability with economic growth, with redistribution of income. During the first quarter of 2022, our economy has grown by 4%, fueled by domestic demand. And our inflation was 1.6% during the month of August. Thus, our economy has the lowest inflation of the region and one of the lowest in the world compared to inflation rates of various countries that over the past 12 months have exceeded double digits. In the social sphere, during the second quarter of 2022, Bolivia registered the lowest level of unemployment in the region with 4.5%, and international organizations such as ECLAC have stated that we are the countries that will reduce poverty the most in 2022, while other countries have even seen increases in poverty. However, as many other countries on the periphery, we still are making huge efforts to resolve problems related to the multidimensional and systemic crisis that affects us, and that causes our recovery to be more difficult with each time. We regret that while the main countries of capitalism spend huge amounts of money for war, they make tiny contributions to sustainable development, for decolonization and rooting out patriarchy, for the eradication of poverty, inequalities. An example of this is that in the last 12 months, 20 times more resources have been dedicated to the conflict in Eastern Europe compared to what was pledged to the Green Climate Fund over the past decade. Peace cannot be achieved by buying and selling weapons, but rather by working together to build, and if necessary, rebuild the economic and productive capacities of all countries. The sixth proposal. The climate crisis requires responsibility, solidarity, and harmony among human beings and nature, rather than profit-seeking. Another crisis that threatens to destroy humankind and the integrity of our Mother Earth is the climate crisis. From the crisis, this has become an environmental collapse. The discouraging levels of reduction of emissions that have been observed and projected to date demonstrate that countries that have the means to change their production and consumption patterns don't have the political will to do so, and that those who have set ambitious targets for ourselves have not received the means of implementation promised in the Framework Convention and in the Paris Agreement to achieve these goals. Even more, those that bear the greatest responsibility for the emission of greenhouse gases now demand that each country continues to seek the illusion of decarbonization by 2050 without taking into account the historic responsibilities of developed countries, nor the capabilities or limitations of developing countries, for whom the access to green technologies of the latest generation is becoming increasingly unreachable. Perhaps the historic climate debtors want us all to only worry about the future in order to avoid discussing the promises unfulfilled in the present to developing countries on financing, transfer of technologies, and capacity building. Recently, the flooding in Pakistan, to whose people we want to express our solidarity, serve as another example that is eloquent and tangible of the high human and material cost of the losses and damage caused by centuries of bad capitalist development. Today more than ever, it is clear that we need a specific financial mechanism based on solidarity and not on profit-seeking to confront the losses and damage caused by the climate crisis in countries in the process of intense development of their productive forces. We're convinced that a future that is low in emissions and resilient to climate is not possible if we continue concentrating wealth in the hands of the few. Therefore, in order to reverse the climate crisis, we need to resolve economic, social, and political contradictions created by the capitalist model, as well as the contradictions that exist between human beings and nature. Seventh proposal, the industrialization of lithium for the benefit of peoples and as a fundamental pillar for an energy transition. Now I'd like to refer to a natural strategic resource. Our country possesses the largest reserves of lithium in the world, and we have assumed this with great responsibility, especially at a time of not implementing actions for its industrialization, thus guaranteeing that its utilization continues to benefit all of humankind as a fundamental pillar of a a just global transition to a future that is low in emissions and respectful of Mother Earth. We want our reserves of lithium not to follow the path of other natural resources that, in conditions of colonialism and capitalist development, only serve to increase the wealth of the few and provoke hunger among peoples. Bearing this in mind, we have consolidated our sovereignty over our natural resources as lithium, its industrialization, and the benefit drawn from it geared toward the well-being of peoples, not to the benefit of transnationals or a small privileged group, and the sovereign appropriation of the economic surplus to be redistributed among the population that has the lowest income. We also reject any kind of interference or attempts to destabilize the democracy in our country with the goal of controlling lithium. According to what was stated by the commanding officer of the Southern Command of the United States just a couple months ago, the so-called lithium triangle located in South America, formed by Bolivia, Argentina, and Chile, is the focus of the United States. The United Nations must take measures against all those countries that don't respect the sovereignty and non-interference, and that confront peoples for the control of their strategic natural resources. We are not pieces on a chessboard. We are nations that work day in, day out to move forward, and we have every right to make sovereign decisions over our natural resources. Number 8 proposal: from nationalization to the regionalization of the fight against drug trafficking. We have to change the approach in dealing with combat against drug trafficking. We continue to focus on supply and not on demand, and this has only served as a pretext for the militarization and deployment of the international war against drugs. This has affected the farmers in the southern countries and has left in impunity the major criminal groups that have never been publicly identified in the countries where drugs are consumed. The international war against drugs criminalizes and generates unilateral sanctions against southern countries. However, it provides opportunities for laundering assets, facilitates drug trafficking and other related crimes in the northern countries. This cannot continue. With our positive results in the combat against drug trafficking, Bolivia has defended its model, and we have been working together with Peru and Colombia and other countries affected by transit of drugs in seeking to regionalize the combat against drug trafficking based on a comprehensive approach that is less militarized and more focused on economic and social aspects. We must work in the United Nations on a mechanism to evaluate the results, not only in southern countries, but also the results of the activity in northern countries. One of those northern countries certifies, quote-unquote, unilaterally the combat against drugs. 9, strengthen international mechanisms for preferential treatment for landlocked countries. I'd like to draw your attention on the law of the sea, which is one of the major topics today in international legal relations. All states without access to the sea or landlocked have serious difficulties in taking advantage of the resources of the sea, taking into account that marine areas are areas with great potential for development, especially for the development of developing countries. All countries have the right to have access and to use oceans and seas and marine resources as stated in the Convention on the Law of the Sea. We must ensure a just distribution of rights and responsibilities with regard to marine resources because they play a decisive role for the future of peoples of the world. The sea is a right to which all peoples are entitled to, and no one should be deprived of enjoying that right. Therefore, guided by the principle of equality, non-discrimination, international solidarity, social justice, as principles to correct imbalances and global injustices, we consider it important to strengthen international mechanisms for a preferential treatment to states that find themselves deprived of access to the sea and therefore are in a severe geographical disadvantage in taking advantage of marine resources. It has been demonstrated that landlocked countries are doubly affected. We have higher costs in importing products, and our development faces major obstacles. And on this point, we must remind the international community that my country, Bolivia, was created with access to the sea. However, currently it's a landlocked country, forced by the circumstances of the past to confront various obstacles for the transport, communication, and trade. We hope that earlier rather than later, dialogue and diplomacy can triumph in order to repair the injustices of a war imposed by capitalist interests, and thus to build a better future among kindred nations. 10th, the proposal, expand our limited vision of human rights and democracy. There is no doubt that democracy and human rights are inseparable. The plurinational state of Bolivia has experienced in its own flesh that when democracy is undermined, the very foundation of the exercise of human rights is undermined as well. This is why we express our strongest commitment to the decisions and actions undertaken by this organization in the defense of the most vulnerable groups in our society. Bolivia has decided to rebuild its institutions by incorporating the plurinational character of our state, enshrining it, which implies that there are 36 indigenous peoples that are part of, that constitute our state. A nation that is proud of its diverse identity can build its intercultural identity, is a better country. This has occurred in a very brief period of time, and our challenge is to ensure that this transformation continues with the goal of ensuring a life that is well lived for everyone. We need to expand our criteria for human rights in relation to democracy. There cannot be human rights or democracy while the preservation of the privileges of the few takes place at the cost of the non-enjoyment of the economic, social, and cultural rights of the majority. Number 11, intergenerational solidarity. We are convinced that this generation that is vibrant and productive must show solidarity with those who have built our nations in the past. We cannot ensure equity among generations if we don't consolidate equality among present and past generations and future generations. We are concerned the focus on future generations without taking into account that older adults, older generations have done all the work that they have done. We're concerned that to date there's no universal treaty that protects older adults, and we hope that this is an opportunity to have a more in-depth reflection on this topic. Number 12, declare decade of the destruction of patriarchy to combat against all forms of violence against women and girls. I would also like to draw attention to something that alarms us at the global level. That is the persistence of violence against women and girls, and in particular, indigenous women and girls that find themselves in a situation of poverty. The pandemic and the structural crisis of capitalism have deteriorated the living conditions, especially of women that live both in cities and on farms. They continue to confront complex and intersectional forms of violence. As UN Women and the Department of Economic and Social Affairs of the United Nations, UNDESA, state with regard to implementation of SDG 5 regarding the gender discrimination, and here I quote, "For a long time, the discrimination based on gender reasons has relegated women and girls to a situation of subordination with regard to men in work, in politics, and in the home. And at the current rate, the report considers that it will need 21 years to achieve universal laws that prohibit violence against women, and an exorbitant 286 years to achieve gender equality in legal frameworks, end of quote. The report also mentions significant steps backward in poverty and the possibility of that only aggravate this tendency. By the end of 2022, about 383 million women and girls will live in extreme poverty. In most of the world, many other women will have inadequate income to satisfy their basic needs, such as food, clothing, and decent housing. In our plurinational state of Bolivia, we've declared the year 2022 as the year of the cultural revolution to eliminate patriarchy, for a life free of violence against women. We are promoting policies aimed not only to strengthen normative frameworks, but also to deal with the structural causes of violence, starting from education, strengthening economic empowerment of women, and also through cultural processes to transform this regrettable reality that is caused by patriarchy as the most ancient system of oppression, and that is also linked to colonialism and capitalism. We propose that this General Assembly declares the decade of the elimination of patriarchy. And we're speaking of elimination of patriarchy because it's important to have an in-depth political, economic, social, and cultural transformation based on a community perspective geared towards building of reciprocal relations for a life that is free from any exclusion, domination, exploitation, discrimination, and violence for all of humankind and for our Mother Earth. 13th proposal, reject unilateral sanctions. It is inconceivable that in a world devastated by the crisis of pandemic, there are still unilateral coercive measures being applied with the goal of forcing governments to in the current situation, no country should be persecuted, sanctioned, or have their right to freely determine their own political, economic, and social systems in any way restricted. A demonstration of the unilateral approach that some countries have adopted is the fact that Bolivia has been added to the so-called main countries of drug transiting or drug production. The plurinational state of policy, the plurinational state of Bolivia has a sovereign policy of combating against drug trafficking that has produced important results, and we would like to confirm our commitment of our government to strengthen our combat against this global scourge. However, it is clear that the war against drugs, mainly launched by the United States, has been a failure, and therefore there's an urgent need for this country to conduct an in-depth analysis on a change of policy, and because its current policy has led to the deaths of some 100,000 people due to overdoses and drug addictions on its own territory. Another clear demonstration of the application of unilateral sanctions is the unhuman and criminal commercial and financial blockade against Cuba that has put at risk millions of citizens. It is a crime against humanity to maintain these kinds of measures and to incorporate this country to a list of countries sponsoring terrorism. But at the same time, it's a regrettable example that should make us think of how the decisions that are taken by a majority every year in this assembly are not implemented by certain countries. Lastly, Mr. President, the last proposal, number 14, is to guarantee the full validity of the United Nations Charter and the principle of multilateralism. If we are capable of overcoming the major challenges that we have as an international community, if we are not capable, our humankind will face a disaster. Today, more than ever, we have a responsibility to demonstrate the effectiveness of the United Nations Charter of International Law and its institutions. The multi-dimensional crisis that our planet is confronting as a result of capitalism will only get worse unless urgent measures are taken. Only through a strengthened multilateralism will be able to achieve stronger dialogue and cooperation in the search for solutions to this crisis. To genuinely revitalize multilateralism will allow us to reestablish the validity of international law and preservation of peace with social justice, as well as to reconfigure the fragile international order to make it more pluralistic and stronger. The plurinational state of Bolivia, based on our experience since 2006, starting from our democratic and cultural revolution, has embraced with optimism our wish to overcome the current polarization in the global architecture, to overcome the capitalist order that threatens humankind and our planet. And instead of that, to build a world that is more just, more inclusive, more equitable for all of us, based on the principle of living well, as well as the diplomacy of peoples. Thank you very much.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I want to thank the constitutional president of the plurinational state of Bolivia, and I would request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear a statement by His Excellency, Mr. Pedro Castillo Terrones, President of the Republic of Peru. I would ask protocol to escort His Excellency to the rostrum.
En nombre de la Asamblea General,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Pedro Castillo Terrones, President of the Republic of Peru, and to invite him to address this Assembly.
Señor Presidente,
President, please accept on behalf of the people of Peru my warmest congratulations on your election to preside over the General Assembly. Your wealth of diplomatic experience and your commitment to environmental issues will contribute, I'm convinced of it, to the success of our work. Moreover, I wish to greet and thank the Secretary General, António Guterres, for his initiatives to promote a more efficient and fairer global governance. I also wish to thank him for his diligent work in a turbulent world indeed, which calls for strong leadership. The international situation is complex, difficult, and delicate. Strategic balances are shifting, and our peoples are observing with worry and concern the disintegration of peace, the disintegration of the environment, and the worsening of the international economic situation. The world is moving dangerously towards situations which will see clashes and interests pitted one against the other. These situations are creating grave tension at unprecedented historic levels. Peru reaffirms its staunch position of defending the principle of non-aggression and its position of respecting the territorial integrity of states. We reiterate that the Russian Federation's intervention in Ukraine is illegitimate. Moreover, we condemn the persistent occupation by Israel of Palestinian and Arab territories since 1967. Achieving peace rules out any selectivity in the application of the United Nations Charter. All armed interventions violate the Charter. There are not good and bad interventions. Moreover, all types of sanctions other than those adopted by the Security Council as part of its action to preserve peace and security are illegitimate and run counter to international law. Any other types of unilateral sanction are illegitimate and again run counter to international law. This includes economic sanctions. Once wars or aggressions have occurred, the duty of the international community is to work to ensure a ceasefire and the resolution of conflicts through peaceful means, and this through diplomatic negotiations. We must not provide incentives for conflict. We must make peace our mission. Consequently, Peru once again reiterates the need for a ceasefire to be agreed in Ukraine. We must see increased protection of civilian society affected by conflict, and negotiations to find a peaceful solution must begin. This solution must take account of the interests of all parties. At the same time, it is crucial that we ensure the continuity of the agreement which allows the export of grain from Ukraine, and as has been indicated by the Secretary General, arrangements must be made to normalize Russian exports of fertilizers, the absence of which is suffocating the poorest farmers of the developing world. It is vital to avoid a situation whereby economic sanctions affect food security. This is ultimately a problem which is inextricably linked to the respect of the human right to food. As far as the situation in Palestine is concerned, its territories have seen a spike in violence a few months ago. Here, it is vital too that the international community shoulders once and for all its responsibilities, and that it enables peace negotiations to ultimately find a solution based on the recognition of two states, an independent and viable Palestine and an Israel with secure borders. It is only thus that we will have a lasting peace. The government of Peru will soon open diplomatic representation in Palestine, a step fully in line with the principle of the universality of diplomatic relations. Mr. President, in a context of instability and the weakening of diplomatic consensuses and negotiations, in order to transform hotbeds of conflict into arenas where peace can be built, we must take a leap forward to ultimately strengthen and expand peacekeeping operations of the United Nations. On my government's instruction, Peru has practically doubled its military troops in 6 peacekeeping missions throughout the world. And we are particularly present in bringing peace and stability to the Central African Republic. We will also shortly contribute police personnel to peacekeeping operations. Only a few days ago, I opened in Lima the first Conference of Latin American and the Caribbean on peacekeeping operations, entitled Living in Peace. The conference has lent great momentum to increasing the participation of Latin America and the Caribbean in United Nations peacekeeping operations, and this step is grounded in the principles of the consent of the parties, impartiality, and the non-use of force except in self-defense. Yet more important still, the Lima Conference has decided to create the Latin American and Caribbean Network for Cooperation in Peacekeeping Operations. Peru is committed to the immediate implementation and operationalization of the network. Latin America was decisive in the very creation of the United Nations. Grounded in the principles of solidarity and joint action, Latin America must as such increase its contribution to conflict resolution and peace. It is indeed its historic tradition. In this vein, my government will increase consultations to strengthen South America as a zone of international peace. However, peace is not only broken by way of armed action, as is stated in the preambular part of UNESCO's constitution. Since wars begin in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men that the defences of peace must be constructed. We must build in the minds of men the values of peace, and that involves respecting others, protecting human rights, not exploiting the weakest among us, promoting dialogue, and promoting the peaceful resolution of conflict. But ensuring peace involves rooting out ideologies of hate. This is something that the United Nations systematically does with the ongoing support of Peru. Racism, intolerance, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, all of these must be rooted out. Peace involves an awareness of the common destiny of humankind. Acting with a sense of responsibility to build this common future involves respecting the principle of non-intervention, and at the same time it involves showing solidarity towards the poor and the weak, towards the dispossessed, towards the vulnerable. Acting with responsibility to build this common future involves respecting human rights and fundamental freedoms, as well as civil rights, political rights, economic rights, social rights, and cultural rights. And, moreover, the collective rights of peoples, the rights of indigenous persons. The state has a duty to guarantee individual freedom. However, guaranteeing the enjoyment of social rights essential for human dignity, such as the human right to education, the human right to healthcare, the human right to housing, the human right to water, the human right to food, to a decent wage, is also vital. And thanks to this General Assembly, we can and now must guarantee the human right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment. Building peace also involves fulfilling the mandate to resolve the as yet unresolved situation of colonial territories and peoples. Peru fought for its independence at the beginning of the 19th century, driven by the principle of the self-determinations of peoples. As such, since 1947, its diplomatic efforts have supported and continue to staunchly support the access to independence and self-determination of territories and peoples that are under the United Nations mandate to ultimately access their independence. Peru has restored diplomatic relations with the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic and firmly supports its right to self-determination. We extend our broadest support to the endeavours that the Secretary-General's representative must undertake to re-establish the ceasefire in the Western Sahara, and the endeavours he will undertake to bring about a negotiated and peaceful solution. Bolstered by this same belief, Peru fully recognises the rights of sovereignty of the Argentine Republic over the Malvinas Islands, and we call upon parties to begin consultations and negotiations to give tangible form to this pressing goal and to ensure it is achieved. Mr. President, the international economic situation is becoming critical. The negative effects of the pandemic on productive processes, and particularly on worsening living conditions of the poor and very poor majorities, as well as problems when it comes to regularizing supply chains, inflations and spikes in energy prices are producing a grave crisis of global proportions, which will only produce more poverty and more exclusion. Global growth indicators are not encouraging. On the contrary, global growth is showing a downward trend. Latin America is suffering the negative impacts of inflation, of a contraction in economic growth and of difficulties to restore the downward trend in poverty and extreme poverty that was seen before the pandemic. The region as a whole is displaying increasingly high rates of indebtedness, which are becoming increasingly unsustainable. To tackle these global and regional trends, which affects potential for growth, in Peru, we have adopted the plan Driving Economic Growth, Driving Peru. Our goal with this plan is to grow to the tune of 3.3%. Whatever the percentage achieved, we wish to grow beyond the Latin American average. We are convinced that our central goal is to create more employment and more quality employment, and as a consequence, we are fostering and improving conditions for national and foreign investment. We are giving pride of place in this plan to micro, small and medium-sized businesses. Peru is a country with stable and positive macroeconomic variables. We have a functioning economy and one which welcomes private and public investment for the benefit of those most in need. The Secretary General, António Guterres, proposed a new social contract at a global level. This new commitment must absolutely and inevitably be linked to the development of and achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, which are being heavily jeopardized. We need to reaffirm our political will to ensure that the United Nations development system give priority across all its agencies to fulfilling the targets of the Agenda 2030 in the most critical areas. Priorities must be as follows. 1. Halving the number of poor people. 2. Eradicating extreme poverty. 3. Making zero hunger a reality so that all families enjoy food security. 4. Achieving efficient and universal health coverage for all. 5. Ensuring that all girls and boys finish primary and secondary education. This secondary education must be free, equitable, and of quality. 6. Put an end to all forms of discrimination against women and girls throughout the world. 7. Achieving universal and equitable access to drinking water at an affordable price for all. And lastly, gradually achieving a situation whereby the income of the poorest 40% of the population is higher than the national average and ensuring it remains such. The new global compact must draw its strength and momentum from a renewed commitment, one which gives focus to our political will and ensures that we channel financial resources towards achieving the goals of Agenda 2030. Agenda 2030 is not only a program for peace, justice and equality at a global level, rather it is an integral part of our national agendas. This year, climate change has meant that extreme heat and floods have reached their worst levels in history. Greenhouse gas levels continue to rise. These are the cries of Mother Earth. She is asking us not to continue assaulting nature. I issue an appeal, particularly to the industrialized nations, to find new momentum to halt global warming. As heads of state, we must be cognizant of the fact that our targets to ensure we meet targets of reducing new emissions already need to be 7 times higher than they are if we are to achieve the ultimate goal of making sure that global warming is no greater than 1.5 degrees. The United Nations has once again expressed its support for environmental rights defenders and for the protection of their rights, their lives, and their access and indeed supported access to environmental information on the part of citizens and indigenous peoples. The Escazú Agreement, which Peru signed, reflects the awareness of the peoples of Latin America of the need to implement the historic decision of the General Assembly, a decision which recognized environmental rights as human rights. Escazú is an instrument to affirm our sovereignty over natural resources in the Amazon region. The oceans, too, require urgent agreements to preserve marine life and marine ecosystems, as well as their biodiversity. Peru supports negotiations for a treaty which will regulate fishing activity and eliminate the pollution of seas beyond 200 nautical miles. We reiterate in unequivocal terms our sovereign control of our seas until 200 nautical miles, as established in our Constitution. Mr. President, Latin America has a tradition of democracy. At the same time, it has the highest levels of social inequality in the world, but the Latin American people continue to demonstrate historic strength as they seek fairer and more egalitarian societies with greater social cohesion, where everyone has a right to a common home without exclusions. They are convinced of the righteousness of their cause. In Peru, we are moving along this path. Democracy involves the existence of opposed political positions. Therein lies freedom. However, democratic governance calls for the respect of institutions, and it calls for the respect of the people's will. Coups, however they are conducted, or whoever the authority that drives them forward, are illegitimate. They undermine the sovereign expression of popular will. As is the case with external crises, all governance crises, or crises which see clashes between branches of power, must be resolved through dialogue, cooperation, and the full respect of electoral outcomes. The Inter-American Democratic Charter, which is one of Peru's contributions to democracy in the Americas, establishes the aforementioned in unequivocal terms. In this world, in which we are increasingly moving towards conflict, and in a world where we're seeing internal political crises, we need to remain cognizant of 4 pillars to defend democratic governance, and that is so important. We need to bear in mind the respect for peoples, the desire to solve conflicts via negotiation, the respect for human rights, and the institutional framework of the rule of law. I am the head of state of a multi-ethnic and multicultural country with more than 3,000 years of growth from the cradle of civilizations that have encountered difficulties to eliminate racism and social inequality. My government symbolizes the demands, aspirations, and dreams of those that have had nothing, or very little indeed, their aspirations to join national life as authors of their own destiny. Peru's agenda for social inclusion is that of the new social contract which the United Nations wishes to see for all peoples of the world. It is an agenda which prioritizes the principle of leaving no one behind. And we are prioritizing an inclusion which will achieve tangible form for the benefit of all, particularly for the poorest and most vulnerable among us. We wish to see a world for all. Many thanks indeed.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Peru for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear the address by His Excellency David Kabua, President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency David Kabua, President of the Republic of Marshall Islands, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I congratulate you on your election. And also, I would like to also congratulate and thank your predecessor for his strong efforts and accomplishment. Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings of Yahweh from the people and government of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. I also bring these greetings at an uncertain global hour. Geostrategic tension has risen in both Eastern Europe and the Indo-Pacific. The Blue Pacific continent, and in particular the Micronesian region, are no exception. Indeed, we are a unique front line. As one of the last nations in the world to reopen its borders, following our recent community COVID outbreak, we joined the international community in both mourning our loss while also thankful for partnership. We value the United Nations as our primary international stage. But if the world does not adequately respond to the island nations, and as seas rise, then there is really no United Nations at all. For the Marshall Islands, our first and most threatened priority is to never cease to safeguard our nation's land, ocean, and maritime boundaries. And as seas are rising, and to ensure our communities have a safe, secure, and fully democratic, sovereign future. Our vulnerabilities and those shared in our region are severe and diverse. We join many others, and especially our Pacific Island neighbors, in condemning Russia's continued aggression and war crimes in Ukraine. We do so not only as a United Nations member, but also in response to a wider global instability, which directly impacts our own island region. Russia and all related actors will be held to account as actions have consequences.
Press the mic, yes, and that's it.
The Republic of the Marshall Islands stands proudly as a co-chair of the Group of Friends of Accountability following the aggression against Ukraine, and supports the independent investigations of the UN Human Rights Council and International Criminal Court. The war in Ukraine has influenced sharp economic shocks around the world. And as a remote, small island developing state, our energy security is at a saturation point. And even as we seek to boost efficiency and renewables, greater cooperation is needed to move towards regional approaches to energy security and affordability, including addressing potential joint bulk processing. The Republic of the Marshall Islands condemns the recent military actions of the People's Republic of China in the Taiwan Strait. This has threatened to disrupt peace and security in the Indo-Pacific region and across the globe. We welcome recent IAEA monitoring reports on the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power station and look forward to continued engagement through appropriate fora. Mr. President, while we have shared goals and strong partnership with the United States of America, we also have grave development challenges and essential needs to better assure present and future Marshallese generations of their growth and well-being. We welcome recent progress with the United States of America towards a renewed compact of free association and with it a targeted trust fund. It is vital that the legacy and contemporary challenges of nuclear impact testing be better addressed, and that climate change be addressed with the urgency and commitment it deserves, and that our voice as an equal partner is strengthened. We know that the United States stands tall for its renewed engagement with the Pacific Islands, and it is essential for all of us to ensure that words are met with actions. Mr. President, as the Marshall Islands, we stand gravely concerned at an increasingly polarized world where nuclear weapons testing and detonations are only growing in risk. We condemn the threats of further nuclear testing and the threat of nuclear warfare. And we have humanitarian concerns of our own, shared by a great many other nations, over any nuclear detonations or the risk thereof. And here, the Marshallese people also have a unique voice. My country, the Marshall Islands, was ground zero for the testing of the 67 nuclear and thermonuclear weapons for 12 years during the UN-US administered trusteeship era. The exposure of our people and land has created impacts that have lasted and will last for generations. These impacts to our human rights, land, culture, health, and lives are burdens that no other country or nation should ever have to bear. Our own experience, history, and current challenges to nuclear exposure are key drivers for urging progress in reducing and ultimately eliminating nuclear risk. We welcome effective and meaningful progress on this from major powers and nuclear weapon states, and from all states in whatever form it can effectively be achieved. Mr. President, as a member of the Pacific Island family, we rally and acknowledge that the greatest challenge and threat is climate change. As a low-lying atoll nation whose future is at risk, there could be no stronger statement, nor should climate change be considered in isolation. Tackling complex adaptation measures within a wider fragility makes our task just that much more difficult. And today, as I enter this iconic hall, the symbol of humanity's hope and aspiration for world peace, prosperity, and international cooperation, my thoughts flashed back 31 years ago when the first president of the Marshall Islands addressed this eminent assembly and called attention to the dangers faced by our small nation due to the looming threat posed by global warming. Over 30 years ago, in this great hall and at the Rio Summit, our leaders sounded the alarm and warned of its dire consequences. As a matter of record, Marshallese presidents and leaders in every succeeding administration have been active and at the forefront of all UN global conferences on climate change and global warming, speaking out and fighting to keep our low-lying nation afloat. Mr. President, today we renew our call to the world to declare total war on this century's greatest challenge, the climate change monster. And yet, after all these years, the world has failed to break our addiction to fossil fuel. We are not investing enough in the life-saving adaptation, particularly for small island states. We see the toll of this global crisis. How much worse will this be if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius? The IPCC has been clear. Solution exists that can give us a fighting chance. COP26 delivered vital progress. And as the convener of the I-Ambition Coalition, we believe without question that the Glasgow Climate Pact must be the foundation for a safer future. We must honor these commitments and deliver enhanced, nationally determined contribution and policies on coal and fossil fuel subsidies to reach these targets. We must build that future by catalyzing transformations today, by drastically increasing renewable energy, by taking on tough sectors like aviation and shipping. The Marshall Islands has proposed a carbon levy for international shipping that will drive the transition to zero-emission shipping, channeling resources from polluters to the most vulnerable. I humbly urge all countries to embrace this at the International Maritime Organization. Mr. President, I see hope in elaborating a global goal on adaptation that will set our collective sights on a safe, resilient future. Delivering adaptation at the scale required calls for bold and substantial investment. The doubling of adaptation funding is a vital start. But like all climate finance, we must see it delivered to the most vulnerable. Loss and damage of property and human sufferings are already occurring with profound human rights impacts. This must be addressed, including through a finance facility that would help those on the front lines. This is a question of giving hope to those of us that face immeasurable threats to our people, nation, and culture. We are pleased to note and support the establishment of the human right to a clean environment and of a special rapporteur for climate change and human rights. And as a small island developing state, we are committed to better understanding and addressing complex challenges in human rights around the world. But development is never a trade-off for affirming universal human rights. Our own national experience tells us that politics must never step over the voices of the most vulnerable. We welcome the recent release by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights of a long-delayed report on the human rights situation in the Xinjiang region of the People's Republic of China. We are gravely concerned regarding the report's finding that serious human rights violations have been committed and that widespread arbitrary detention may constitute international crimes, in particular, crimes against humanity. The international community cannot bear silent witness and must react. The Republic of the Marshall Islands also affirms the role of the Pacific Islands Forum in addressing human rights issues in West Papua, including the prior call for engagement with the UN Human Rights High Commissioner. Mr. President, as an ocean and island nation, we congratulate our close neighbor, Palau, for having successfully hosted our Oceans Conference earlier this year. We also support the recent UN 2022 Ocean Conference in Lisbon and congratulate Portugal and Kenya for co-chairing this meeting. The world must address a growing gap in effective oceans management in the high seas and its neighboring coastal states. And while we welcome important progress, far greater effort will be needed to conclude an ambitious instrument on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction under the UN Law of the Sea. While our Pacific Islands tuna stock stands strong, the fishing effort by global actors grows. We are proud of our sustainability benchmarks and partnership, and small island developing states must continue to boost economic participation to match our leadership efforts. Mr. President, the United Nations must be truly universal, all-embracing and all-inclusive. And we must guard against leaving any nation or people outside the gate and in the cold. Today, we call on the UN to better welcome Taiwan and its people into our global family. How long will the UN persist in closing its doors and thereby denying access to the people of Taiwan? Taiwan is a vibrant and responsible democracy, a contributing member of our global family, and the United Nations Circle of Unity will remain incomplete without Taiwan and its people. The United Nations Secretariat too often relies on politically motivated interpretations of Resolution 2758 when responding to opportunities for the meaningful participation of Taiwan in international bodies and the UN system. Now that the world is facing escalated tension in and around our islands region, we as the world cannot be silent. With the ability for meaningful participation in the UN system and to make greater contribution, Taiwan can be better Taiwan can better join all of us to make a collective difference. The UN system should revert to its original policy of consideration of widely accepted passport for basic public access to the UN itself, and make good on its goal of broader participation, including registration procedures for civil society access. No one is left behind in the SDGs, least of all, one of our important partners in tackling this goal. Mr. President, the United Nations is in desperate need of a UN Security Council, which is truly fit for purpose and which should be better shaped to the realities of today, not 8 decades ago. We strongly support better progress in achieving UN Security Council reform outcomes, and in particular, support Japan's bid to be a permanent member of the UN Security Council. In closing, it is very clear to us that all the problems that our global communities are facing today, from the COVID-19 pandemic to the roaring inflation and rising energy costs, cannot be solved by any single nation. Rather, we must come together as a united global family to solve them. But we cannot solve all these problems as long as the world is in conflict. Or in other words, we cannot do it without world peace. And this reminds me of this following poem. If there is righteousness in the heart, there will be beauty in the character. And if there is beauty in the character, there will be harmony in the home. And if there is harmony in the home, there will be order in the nation. If there is order in the nation, there will be peace in the world. Thank you, and Kumul-dada, Mr. President.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Waver Ramkalawan, President of the Republic of Seychelles. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to I have the honor and wish to welcome His Excellency Waver Ramkalawan, President of the Republic of Seychelles, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. Mr. President of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Seychelles congratulates you, Mr. President, on your election as President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We also extend our profound appreciation to your predecessor, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for his leadership during the preceding session. I wish also to express our gratitude to Secretary General António Guterres for his efforts to pursue a common agenda for the United Nations at a time when faith in the multilateral system needs more than ever to be restored. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we perhaps need to be reminded that multilateralism gives each one of us the opportunity and the means to solve complex challenges that we cannot overcome on our own. Never have we faced challenges of such magnitude. A world in deep crisis, climate inaction, the aftermath of the pandemic, food insecurity, the rising cost of energy, the war in Ukraine. We have reached an inflection point, one that compels us to question the trajectory of our multilateral order, as the perils to our collective well-being are acute and numerous. Faced with a multiplicity of interrelated challenges that many of us are least responsible for, but most affected by, the plight of states in vulnerable situations has never been more pronounced. Many of us in the developing world have had to revise our 2030 aspirations due to lost progress. Mr. President, economic inequity is the biggest impediment to the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. The blueprint for a better and sustainable future requires financial resources that many of us simply do not have or are unable to access, since development cooperation modalities fail to consider vulnerability as a barrier to durable development. Time and again, small island developing states have consistently reiterated the call for a globally accepted vulnerability assessment put forward in 1992 by the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development. Our island nations have experienced the greatest economic loss from the pandemic, with economic contractions averaging 7%. Yet, very few of us were able to access the meager 6% of COVID-19 funding allocated to developing countries. We cannot continue to rely on temporary solutions to address the systemic faults within the existing development cooperation mechanisms. If this is to be a watershed moment, we must put into practice real solutions that focus on addressing vulnerabilities and building resilience to ensure socioeconomic sustainability. We need the international financial institutions and multilateral development banks to look beyond gross national income benchmark. There is broad consensus that a multidimensional vulnerability index offers a specific approach that will complement and improve the efficacy of development cooperation, permitting countries in vulnerable situations to access concessional financing and address their needs. I therefore welcome the interim report of the high-level panel on the MVI and hope that progress on universally accepted and inclusive indicators that capture vulnerabilities of all developing states can be accelerated ahead of the 2023 deadline. Mr. President, the current food and energy crisis, exacerbated by the conflict in Ukraine, poses a threat to sustainable growth globally, necessitating integrated systemic responses. The challenge for us in Africa is how to guarantee that trade contributes meaningfully to food security. In this regard, the African Continental Free Trade Area has a vital role to play by stimulating intra-trade amongst ourselves by ensuring that we redistribute food produced from regions with a surplus to regions facing deficits. The solutions to our food security can be achievable. We firmly believe that harnessing the potential of the blue economy by tapping into fisheries and aquaculture resources can be a viable option to address food and nutrition insecurity that prevails at the moment. Food and energy security must be apprehended within the context of climate change. We are at the cusp of an ecological collapse spurred by climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, largely instigated by irresponsible human activities and unfettered emissions, a situation which greatly threatens the inalienable right of all humans to a healthy environment. The IPCC reports have made clear that the window of opportunity to effectively address climate change is rapidly closing, with dire consequences for humanity and ecosystems. Failing to act decisively and urgently now will lead to untold costs, with those least responsible for this calamity having to bear the heaviest price. As floods, heat waves, and fires in the Western world dominate the news and our social media feeds, let us not neglect nor forget that the impact of slow onset events like sea level rise pose an existential threat to small island developing states. We need bold actions, not unfulfilled promises and pledges. Mr. President, in defining this watershed moment, individual interests must converge into collective benefits. And we must also confront the gross injustice of having citizens of states least responsible for this unraveling climate-induced disaster pay for the loss and damage caused by others. Even as we bear the impact of climate change, our environment is suffering immensely from the consequences of pollution. Seychelles can attest to this fact, as our shores and sea have become encumbered with plastic waste. I am nonetheless heartened that a historical agreement to establish an intergovernmental negotiating committee with the mandate to forge an international legally binding agreement to end plastic pollution was achieved at UNIA 5.2. Hopefully, this will raise ambitions in other areas of environmental protection, including in the protection of biodiversity. The pressure that human activities are exerting on biodiversity are tipping the scale towards mass extinction across the globe. Therefore, the UN Conference on Biodiversity, COP15, will be critical for the post-2020 global biodiversity framework. If the world is to achieve the framework's ambitious targets, ensure that the SDGs are met, and tackle the interrelated planetary crisis, we must invest in the means of the framework's implementation. Mr. President, related to this is the issue of the oceans which surround us. Healthy oceans are critical to life on Earth. As a foremost proponent of the blue economy paradigm, Seychelles has taken bold steps to sustainably harness our ocean for the benefit of our people. By implementing our marine spatial plan, we have not only set aside 30% of our economic exclusive zone for protection and sustainable use, but also helped consolidate progress towards our commitments under the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement, as well as the SDGs and CBD. The MSP exemplifies how climate action, ocean conservation, sustainable development, and building resilience can be achieved by a seeds with immutable special circumstances in an integrated manner. Building on this, Seychelles has committed to protect at least 50% of its seagrass ecosystems by 2025 and 100% by 2030, greatly contributing to ecosystem preservation and carbon sequestration. We call on other littoral and oceanic states to be as bold in their ocean commitments. As we progress in the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, it is imperative that we invest in science-based approaches and forge strong partnerships needed to achieve a better understanding and protection of the ocean. Beyond the preservation of our natural environment, such holistic measures can be applied to the myriad of interlocking challenges that we are facing as a global community. It will take our combined will, conclusive action, and uncompromising respect for the founding principles of the United Nations to secure a better future for all. Mr. President, last but of no less importance is the situation in Ukraine. The Ukraine-Russia conflict is of great concern to us. It poses a grave threat to global security and world peace, with serious ramifications for the entire community of nations. My country's stance on the peaceful resolution of conflicts through dialogue and diplomacy is universally recognized. In this regard, the Republic of Seychelles strongly supports the call of the Chair of the African Union and the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, urging the parties concerned to establish an immediate ceasefire and to resume negotiations in order to preserve the world from consequences of planetary conflict and to find a permanent and mutually acceptable solution to the conflict. We must find common ground for the sake of humanity and our planet. In attempting to utilize this critical moment in history as a turning point to bring about real positive change, the choice is clearly with every one of us to decide whether our actions will lead to shared prosperity or mutual destruction. Let us be reminded of our moral responsibility as world leaders to take bold and decisive steps that will truly bring about transformative solutions. We share only one planet, and our fates are indivisible. Let us secure a better future together. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Seychelles for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alberto Fernandez, President of the Argentine Republic. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Alberto Fernandez, President of the Argentine Republic, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, often in history, magnicides have stood as prologues to major tragedies, driven by the rejection or hatred of victims. Those who carried out such acts undermined public peace and paved the way to major social unrest. Entire peoples fell foul of these profits of hatred. For this very reason, seeking to exalt the eminently rational principle of democratic coexistence, I wish to begin this address by expressing gratitude for the solidarity which Argentina has received from across the world following the attempted magnicide targeting our Vice President, Cristina Fernández de Kirchner. In Argentina, the attempt to assassinate the Vice President did not only disturb the peace, it also sought to destroy a beautiful collective project that this year will mark 4 decades of existence. In 1983, we restored democracy and we ushered in a long historical cycle in which various political forces alternated in taking up the reins of government. The Argentinian people developed the agreement of no more. We said no more to state terrorism and to political violence. We value democracy as a model of social development, which calls for the respect of the other in diversity. I am sure that fascist violence, which wears the guise of republicanism, will not succeed in altering this broad consensus which the vast majority of Argentine society has rallied behind. Taking advantage of the anxiety generated by the pandemic and the economic effects of war, extremist and violent discourse gained ground and found fertile ground on which to sow anti-politic sentiment in our societies. Remaining silent before such evidence might lead us to plunge the rule of law itself into crisis. Those who seek to weaken and erode democracies have specific interests which prompt them to promote extreme polarization. Let us not resign ourselves to this state of affairs. Let us unequivocally condemn at a global level those who sow division in our communities. This General Assembly is the body which must note in time the warning signs that resound throughout the globe. As the survivors of a pandemic which lashed humanity, we now face a dilemma. Either we learn the lessons of this tragic experience, or the world will find itself faced with situations whereby increasingly serious clashes occur. The pandemic laid bare the acute inequalities which plague the global population. Is it right that the fortune of only 10 men is greater than the income of 40% of the global population? Is it ethical that the pandemic claimed 4 times more lives in the poorest nations than in the rich ones? Not speaking out against this model of accumulation which places income in the hands of a few while millions remain plunged in poverty may make us complicit in simply strengthening this inequality. We have arrived in time to halt several of the threats facing humankind. The injustices that we're noting will only worsen if extreme positions are allowed to take root, if wars continue over time, allowing hunger to take root, and if persistent inflation ultimately corrodes the income of the weakest among us. We must work together, shoulder to shoulder. We must strengthen a cooperation-based multilateralism which ensures that we can strengthen the rule of law. We must work in a way to ensure that non-violence prevails, and we must ensure that greater equity ultimately reduces social divides. To tackle the aforementioned challenges, we must restore peace. We have always preached the peaceful solution of disputes. It is of the utmost importance that all hostilities that are now raging cease. For this reason, we need to work hand in hand to ensure that dialogue prevails and to restore peace in the dispute which was unleashed by the military advance of the Russian Federation on Ukrainian territory. As we seek to reach the horizon of global peace, we must abandon economic and financial practices which the developed world forces the developing world to comply with. Allowing this status quo to continue will only increase poverty and marginalization. If we do not change, we will not be able to build fairer and freer societies, societies which are more stable and who are committed to their own institutions. Nations in debt suffered much more acutely the effects of the established system. Argentina is among these nations. Consequently, I wish to thank all states that supported us and that continue to support us in the complex process of renegotiating our external debt. It is a debt which my government did not produce, but which it diligently grapples. Our positions are well known. They are in line with the provisions agreed upon by this General Assembly in Resolution 69/319 of 2015. This resolution stated that the restructuring of sovereign debt must occur in such a way as to promote sustained and inclusive growth, minimizing economic and social costs, guaranteeing the stability of the international financial system, and respecting human rights. We are calling for a paradigm shift, a shift in the paradigms which underpin the international financial system. At the same time, we support the goals which underpin the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030 of the United Nations. The food security is something which must be guaranteed for all inhabitants of the planet. We cannot allow time to pass and famine to reign. The recent reports of the FAO raise the alarm regarding the impact of excessive volatility of prices of some commodities, and they sound the alarm regarding the disruption of input markets, the markets of inputs which affect the production in agriculture. All of this had and has an important impact on global inflation, and all of the above is to the detriment of those left furthest behind. Argentina will continue to play its role as a reliable producer and exporter of nutritious and quality food. We'll also continue to act as a provider of applied technologies which can be applied to food production to improve yields. We must guarantee a fairer international trade system for agricultural produce. This system must be more transparent, more equitable, and more predictable. If we strengthen this system, food-producing nations will be able to make the necessary investments to increase production and ultimately mitigate global hunger. We must guarantee food security. In the same way, we must ensure that we can predictably and safely access energy. Argentina will continue to play an active role in contributing to tackling this major challenge. We are increasing production to provide the world with clean energy, and with those forms of energy such as natural gas make it possible to reduce carbon emissions during the energy transition. We have the second largest global reserve of unconventional gas and the fourth largest global reserve of non-conventional oil. We have a major reserve of lithium, and we have the potential to develop solar and wind energy, just as we do low and zero emission hydrogen. We're working to guarantee that this path towards environmental sustainability, food security, and energy security is possible. However, all efforts will be in vain if we do not walk this path in a broader context of more equitable economic and social development. Bolstered by this very conviction, we are deploying our industrial capacities and we are creating added value across the production chain. We must ensure that at every stage of this production chain, our industrial providers, scientists, and technological specialists are involved. Production called for by decent work is the path that we have chosen to ensure development. We are obliged to seek a form of development which benefits all. In the same way, the environmental situation facing our globe means that we must urgently take resolute and decisive action for the benefit of future generations. Environmental problems require everyone's involvement. These problems require constructive relationships between states and societies. This is a vital partnership without which sustainable development will be no more than a pipe dream. Questions that must be dealt with without delay, such as climate change, biodiversity, and plastic pollution, mean that we must work together and rally with the hope that we will be able to build broad consensus to guarantee the preservation of the planet and humankind. We're not all equally responsible for the climate crisis. Neither Latin America, nor the Caribbean, nor Africa are those primarily responsible for carbon emissions. Of course, responsibilities for tackling climate change must be differentiated, and that means we need to lighten the burden of climate change visited upon those that weren't responsible for it. Mr. President, we wish to continue strengthening Argentina's tradition of being grounded in the principles of international humanitarian law. We must ensure the unfettered respect of the sovereignty of states, the self-determination of peoples, and the gender perspective and cooperation. This is a tradition we wish to build on. Within CELAC, we have the pro-tempore presidency, and in that role, we are strengthening the principles of cooperation. We are promoting democratic pluralism and fostering South-South and triangular cooperation. Argentina is actively present in peacekeeping operations. These are an essential tool of the United Nations organization. We will continue in this role. I wish to draw attention to the use of unilateral coercive measures. In accordance with the United Nations Charter, the only legitimate sanctions are those imposed by the Security Council in order to enforce decisions taken in the field of the maintenance of peace and security. Pursuant to the above, Argentina wishes to amplify the appeal of the peoples of Cuba and Venezuela for the lifting of the blockades beleaguering these nations. Mr. President, I wish to thank all member states for having placed their trust in Argentina to hold the presidency of the Human Rights Council this year. For us, the defense of human rights forms parts of our identity and indeed of our history. The mothers and grandmothers of the Plaza de Mayo taught us to persist and to fight. These women paved the way so that with political will and a sense of social consensus, we were able to undertake a process leading to the eradication of impunity, a process which is one of a kind worldwide, and it is a process based on memory, truth, and justice. Driven by this same spirit, our country has broadened citizens' rights. We've created laws and public policies which champion the equality of women and non-binary persons, and we've done so from an intersectional, intercultural, and human rights-based approach. Social equality is so extolled, but it means that all of us must be able to access the advantages offered by this era. In the digital era which is ours today, we believe it is a matter of priority to universalize access to ITCs, and we must promote initiatives which reduce the inequalities patently obvious in today's world. The UN organization is the appropriate forum for the international community to find the agreements necessary to guarantee that we can continue to enjoy a free, open, stable, safe, and above all, peaceful cyberspace where anonymity does not sow hatred and violence. Mr. President, Argentina condemns terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. All forms and manifestations of terrorism must be fought against with full respect for international law and the rule of law. We continue to fight against impunity. We are investigating the attacks that we suffered in 1992 against the Israeli embassy and the 1994 attack against the AMIA headquarters. These attacks claimed the lives of 107 people and injured hundreds more. We want to see those responsible for these atrocious attacks identified, tried, and eventually sentenced. Once again, we urge the Islamic Republic of Iran to cooperate with Argentina's judicial authorities to allow progress to be made in the investigation against the AMIA attack. We also urge the international community to support us in our fight by avoiding sheltering or welcoming any of those charged, even if they enjoy diplomatic immunity. We must acknowledge that these people have international arrest warrants that have been taken out against them, as well as being on the Interpol Red Notice list. Latin America and the Caribbean are a region of peace. We work to ensure that this region is fairer and more egalitarian. We know that Mercosur has a formidable comparative advantage in particular, and that Latin America in particular does when it comes to the production of food and the provision of sustainable energy. We have a major opportunity for our development. If we increase the quality of life for our people through the creation of genuine employment, we'll be able to eradicate the pockets of poverty which remain in our societies. Mr. President, I wish to reaffirm the legitimate and imprescriptible rights of sovereignty that the Argentine Republic has over the Malvinas Islands, the South Georgia Islands, and the South Sandwich Islands, as well as the surrounding maritime areas. These are part of the Argentine national territory and have been illegally occupied by the United Kingdom for almost 190 years. The request made through Resolution 2065 of 1965 remains in force and has been made again and again on several occasions. The United Kingdom continues to fail to heed the appeal to resume negotiations regarding the territorial dispute. Worse still, it worsened the dispute through its calls for the illegal exploitation of renewable natural resources and non-renewable natural resources in this area. They also persist with their unjustified and disproportionate military presence on the islands. This act does nothing other than bring tension to a region characterized as a zone of peace and international cooperation. We ask the Secretary General to renew his efforts in fulfilling this mandate, and we call upon the United Kingdom to comply with the international community's appeal and to once again put an end to this anachronistic colonial situation. Against this backdrop, I wish to reiterate that my country stands ready and willing to return to the negotiating table and to seek a solution which will ultimately make it possible to put an end to this protracted sovereignty dispute. Mr. President, we live in a world in which injustices and inequalities are on the rise. At the same time, risks to democracies are growing, peace is being undermined, and uncertainty is gaining ground. We have an ethical duty which cannot be delayed. The time is now. The time is now. We must work on and implement effective global agreements which eradicate hunger, which drastically reduce inequality, which guarantee democratic stability, peace, and peaceful coexistence. Humankind is at risk. Humbly, Argentina extends an appeal to all countries of the world to build a new global paradigm which guarantees prosperity with social justice. Many thanks indeed.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Argentine Republic for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Wielce Szanowny
Honorable Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellency, Distinguished Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished heads of states, nations, and governments, esteemed delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. 1 year ago, I was delivering my speech at this very place as a president of a country of 38 million people. Today, I'm standing on this rostrum with the awareness that in my country, in Poland, according to various statistics, more than 40, and according to some voices, as many as 41 million people are living. The additional 2 or 3 million people are first and foremost refugees from Ukraine, our neighbors. Some of them are our permanent guests, while others travel between Poland and Ukraine. However, there is one thing that all of them have in common. They are sheltering in our country from war. They are taking refuge in our country from death. from slavery in the Russian occupation after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The war has been going on for as long as 7 months, the war provoked by Russian aggression. Is the war in which Russia is not limiting itself just to fighting the Ukrainian army. The Russian troops are killing civilians. They are forcibly relocating them to their territory. Russia is destroying Ukrainian cities, Ukrainian monuments, schools, kindergartens, and hospitals. It destroys agricultural crops. It devastates the natural environment in Ukraine. It is destroying literally everything it cannot seize or loot. Recently, it is threatening not only Ukraine, but the entire world, first and foremost Europe, with a nuclear catastrophe. Through attacking, through invoking failure of the nuclear power plants, mainly the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. The decision to wage this horrible war was made in Russia by people prompted by imperial sentiment and colonial nationalist Russian hubris, exalting their own people and denying the right to self-determination to their sovereign neighbors. They managed to obsess with this thought the nation of one of the UN's founding states, a nation that had a chance to protest against the insanity of its leaders. Unfortunately, only a few among the Russians, those most courageous, stood up against this war. They dared to stand on the side of justice and honesty. Honorable Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, this war, the war started by Russia and Ukraine, like all other conflicts going on in the world today, must be lost by the aggressor. And this aggressor in this very case is, let me reiterate it once again, the Russian state. More than that, the aggressor, in a sense, has already lost. It has lost because it failed to subdue a free nation. It lost because it did not break the spirit of the Ukrainian nation. It lost because it did not disperse the Ukrainian army. Today it has against it not only the Ukrainian state itself, but a nation of many millions, the vast majority of whom do not want any negotiations whatsoever with the invader until he withdraws his forces from the occupied lands of Ukraine. It is at odds with a large part of the nations of the world who have spoken their minds very clearly also in the resolutions adopted here in the United Nations organization. It has against itself my country, Poland, whom, and I'm saying this here and now, Ukraine can always count on. Ladies and gentlemen, I was one of those politicians who, even before the war, believed that Ukraine would successfully defend itself. Today, I am convinced that Ukraine will prevail, that the refugees will return to their homes, that Ukraine will be rebuilt, that its internationally recognized borders will be restored. My country, Poland, joining forces with its allies, will do its utmost to make this happen. But there are also other facets to this war. It has economic repercussions in many areas. A parallel war unleashed by Russia, the war against our common principles and values, against all of humanity. And I also want to talk about it today, because I can see in this hall many representatives of familiar countries from Africa, the Middle East, and Asia, with whose leaders I spoke just before the war or during the war. This is not a regional conflict. This war, the war of Russia against Ukraine, is a stoke of global fire. This war will bear on our and your countries, unless it has already happened. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most dramatic effects, the global effects of the Russian aggression, is the food crisis and the specter of famine looming over large parts of the world. I have had lengthy discussions on the subject during my recent journey to countries of West Africa, Nigeria, Côte d'Ivoire, and Senegal. In all those countries, I have spoken with their leaders about food security and potential impacts of further restrictions on exports of grain and fertilizers from Ukraine and Russia. The topic featured also in previous discussions we had together with fellow presidents from Central and Eastern Europe, with leaders from Africa, from the Middle East, and Asia. I also vividly recall a conversation I had with UN Secretary General, Mr. António Guterres, which we had late at night in Rzeszów, when Mr. Secretary General was on his way to Ukraine to discuss and to address food-related problems. Thank you, sir, for your zeal, for your commitment, for your resolve, and the courage that Secretary General had, which was and is so much needed in this difficult time in order to represent international community gathered in this largest organization in the world with dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, from the very beginning of the invasion, Russia has been deliberately and cynically destroying new crops and farming equipment, and the invasion itself has drastically reduced Ukrainian harvests. The data we have obtained makes it clear. Russia has seized farmland representing 22% of all agricultural land in Ukraine. 1/5 of the land that is the breadbasket of many non-European countries, the land which produces nearly 30% of winter crops, has failed to produce any crops suddenly this season, or its harvest has been looted. Speaking in this fold, I do not need to recall that Ukraine is one of the most important food producers in the world. It is a breadbasket not only of Europe but also of the world. Conservative estimates indicate that this year alone, Ukraine's harvest will be 35% smaller in the aftermath of war. I emphasize, ladies and gentlemen, 35% smaller harvest in Ukraine. More than 1/3 of the breadbasket of large parts of the world has been eliminated by the Russian aggression. Who will suffer from this? Those who are most in need. It is an economic weapon. It is weaponization of food, hitting the hardest Africa and the Middle East. I have been in politics long enough not to be naive on that count. This is a deliberate policy of Russia. It is estimated that in the aftermath of war in Ukraine, the number of people suffering from chronic hunger this year will increase by about 47 million people. Again, especially in Africa and in the Middle East. There, this famine catastrophe provoked by Russia as a result of its aggression of Ukraine will be most visible. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as an international community, we are obliged to prevent anyone in the 21st century from knowingly and cynically causing artificial famine in the name of achieving their political goals, the way Stalin did back in the 1930s. In this context, it is of key importance that on July the 22nd in Istanbul, Russia and Ukraine signed agreements with Turkey and the UN. Those documents are aimed at unblocking sea routes through the Black Sea for the export of millions of tons of Ukrainian grain. Once again, I would like to personally acknowledge the significant role played by the United Nations Secretary General in the conclusion of this accord of Mr. António Guterres. This is a great success of the United Nations organization and of Secretary General in this extremely difficult situation. Now, we all have to guard the parties' compliance with the agreements and their commitments. I am all the more concerned by the ever more frequent statements from the Russian side undermining the accord, as well as by acts deserving to be condemned in the strongest terms, such as the shelling of the Odessa seaport by the Russian army, which occurred less than 24 hours of the signing of the documents. As an international community, we must immediately respond to such incidents by imposing further sanctions and providing more aid packages to Ukraine, which is defending itself. For my part, I would like to assure you that Poland, together with its European Union partners, as a neighbor of Ukraine, remains steadfastly committed to facilitating Ukrainian grain exports also by land. We will go to great lengths to make sure that those consignments reach those who are most in need, especially in Africa, Asia, South America, and everywhere where it is needed so that people can survive. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable delegates, in the face of Russia's unlawful actions, we should learn a lesson for the future. We should also keep in mind the provisions of international law and the possibility of holding perpetrators accountable. A number of regulations exist in international law on the protection of food resources and the natural environment during conflicts. Among others, one can cite the provisions of Article 11 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which recognizes the fundamental right of everyone to be free from hunger, and in which states pledged to distribute the world's food supplies equitably. In addition, Protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions relating to the protection of victims of international armed conflicts from 1977, in Article 54, prohibits, among other things, attacking, destroying, removing, or rendering useless objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population, such as foodstuffs and agricultural zones. In turn, Article 55 of the Protocol obliges states to protect the natural environment from damage during hostilities. That Russia is deliberately destroying Ukraine's agriculture in breach of international law is probably no great surprise to anyone here. But in the face of a barbaric war, are international legal regulations a sufficient response to the enormity of the damage to the environment and the world's food supply? I have strong doubts about this. It is in this context that I see the need to develop penalization mechanisms to be able in the future to bring to justice the persons responsible for violating international law. Those who knowingly destroy crops in the breadbasket of the world must know that they will be pursued to be prosecuted as long as they live. I would like from this place to support all existing and new initiatives so that those who deprive millions of people of their right to food and destroy the environment will no longer go unpunished. Poland wants to actively participate in their work. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable delegates, the Russian aggression on Ukraine constitutes no less than an aggression against the whole world. Each aggression requires a multidimensional international response with determination and without hesitation. It is necessary to step up the pressure on Russia and its accomplice, Alexander Lukashenko's regime in Belarus. Advisability of continuing cooperation with those governments should be deeply reassessed, also by international organizations. There is no more room for business as usual with Russia. The times of business as usual have definitely come to an end, and that was finished by Russia through its bestial aggression against Ukraine, through violating the principles of international law, through lack of respect for man and for human life. I say this as a man who, on the 23rd of February, visited Kiev in Ukraine, and who then, since the beginning of the war, right after Russian aggression, has been to Ukraine 3 times. Who has been to Ukraine and who has seen the damage to Borodianka near Kiev, who has been there and has seen the destroyed houses in Irpin, who has been there and saw the suffering of the civilian population in Ukraine, who has been to Ukraine and has seen the repercussions of the Russian brutal aggression, blood on the streets, those where the Russian soldiers were shooting families, driving in passenger cars, fleeing from the war. It is hard to imagine that, but distinguished delegates, I have seen that with my own eyes. I have seen the enormity of that bestiality, and I know what Russian aggression in Ukraine means, and what it means when President Volodymyr Zelensky says about Russian brutality and death of thousands of Ukrainians murdered by the Russians. And I'm saying this here today in front of you during the General Assembly of the United Nations as a leader of a state whose borders were crossed by almost 6 million Ukrainian refugees since the start of the Russian aggression. Our children go to schools together with Ukrainian children today. Those Ukrainians who have come to us saving their lives, fleeing. Our citizens have taken to their homes hundreds of thousands of refugees. Yes. Perhaps it's hard to believe it for many of you, but despite the fact that 6 million Ukrainian refugees have come to our country, and according to our estimates, around 2 million are staying in Poland right now, despite of all of that, we did not have to build a single refugee camp. There was no such necessity. Nobody is living in a tent in Poland. Everybody has found a dignified accommodation in dignified conditions in homes and in places specially prepared for them, in hotels, in boarding houses, in other temporary locations. There are no tent camps in Poland where people would be living, sheltering themselves from war. Everybody has found dignified accommodation. Every Polish man and every Polish woman is familiar with the situation in Ukraine. Every Polish man and every Polish woman vividly remembers what Russian occupation means, what Russian invasion on a state means, what Russian terror means, because Polish families have lived through that terror after the Second World War, when the Russians occupied Poland, and when Poland was behind the Iron Curtain and the patriots were trying to shake off the Russian yoke, and they were fighting, and many people were put in prisons and murdered. In 1939, right after the invasion of Nazi Germany on Poland, the country which, together with Nazi Germany, with the Nazi state, invaded the Republic of Poland and destroyed my country, was precisely the Soviet Russia, on the basis of a Hitler-Stalin pact, which was entered into on the 23rd of August, 1939. The Soviet Russia occupied 50% of my country, and close to 2 million people back then were deported to the Far East, to the depths of Siberia. 22,000 Polish officers and policemen were brutally murdered by the Soviets. They were shot down in Katyn, in Miednoje, in Kharkiv, and in Tver. We know what Russian terror means, what Russian occupation means. That is why Poles went to help Ukrainian refugees without asking any questions. Neither the government nor myself, the president of Poland, had to call to them to do that. We didn't have to appeal to them. People spontaneously went to the border in order to help and to take the Ukrainians fleeing the Russian aggression, to take them to their homes. This is our reality, the reality of Central Europe. Mr. President, most distinguished members of the delegations, we must not forget those who are suffering. Let us remember that 6 months of Russian aggression in Ukraine has brought the biggest humanitarian crisis in Europe since World War II. I appeal for an increase in aid to the Ukrainian civilian population, whose humanitarian needs are far greater than the funds currently being provided. Winter is approaching, which, aggravated by the war and energy prices, will be the hardest winter in years. As humanity, we have no right to turn our backs on those most in need. The international community mustn't show any war fatigue. We have to help. We have to support. We should work together on such a roadmap for economic and social development to give people hope that the world can be a better and more supportive place to live. In spite of being so scarred today by wars, by the effects of pandemics and natural disasters, Poland wants to co-create such a program, including here at the UN Forum, for example, as part of the work of the Economic and Social Council. Ladies and gentlemen, still I owe a few words of truth to us, the leaders of the rich North, or as others might like to put it, of the West. Also, the West of Europe. It is very positive that we have risen to the challenge, on the issue of Ukraine, that we have preserved our unity and rallied to support the victim and not the aggressor, that Western Europe today can clearly say the difference who attacked whom. They know that Russia is the aggressor and that Ukraine is suffering. It is positive that there is a clear distinction on this. But let's not become complacent. My recent visit to Africa made me even more aware of something I had previously thought about for a long time myself. Were we equally resolute during the tragedies of Syria, Libya, or Yemen? Did we not return to business as usual over the tragedies of the Democratic Republic of Congo, the wars in the Horn of Africa? And while condemning the invasion of Ukraine, do we give equal weight to fighting mercenaries who seek to destabilize the Sahel and threaten many other states in Africa? I think that the lesson learned from this war is as follows. If the United Nations is truly to be united, then every response to violations of international law should be identical, decisive, and principled. Because the world is a system of communicating vessels. Today, the victim is Ukraine. But if Russian imperialism succeeds, then tomorrow it could be any country in the world. And someone else will plunder the fields to someone else. They will turn civilians out of doors and murder them. We must not allow this to happen. Poland's position in the face of any war is clear and unambiguous. We demand absolute respect for internationally recognized borders. The inviolability of these borders is the fundamental element of the global order, and this is the precondition for peace in every single case. Today, Ukraine is the victim. Tomorrow, any one of us can be the victim unless we respect those ironclad rules, unless we do not force that the international law is respected. And there is no hiding it. Russia owes Ukraine war reparations, which it will have to pay. There is no justice without reparations. This applies to any country plundering another country. It applies today, but it also applies to unsettled issues from the past. I say this as the Polish president, the president of Poland, who was so horrifically experienced by the Second World War, which was ruined and destroyed in a large part, which lost 6 million citizens, including 3 million Polish citizens of Jewish origin, of Jewish nationality. Ladies and gentlemen, that is why Poland shall not cease its efforts aimed at holding Russia accountable for its violations of international law, both at the state level as well as on the individual one. This war has to be resolved in such a way that the aggressor will pay for the losses and damages caused. It will pay for every murdered human being in Ukraine. It will pay for every ruined house, for every destroyed school building, plant, and hospital. This is necessary. Let us use all our powers and capabilities to ensure that the culprits are tried and punished. We are already cooperating with the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice to find the most effective ways to identify and prosecute the perpetrators. Distinguished Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, on many occasions in its history has the free world been faced with partition wars caused by enemies of freedom, possessed by sick ambitions or the desire for total domination. From the genociders of the most ancient times to Adolf Hitler, Joseph Stalin, and Pol Pot, the essence of these wars has not changed in any way. It always begins with a cult of strength and belief in one's superiority, racial, class superiority, or ideological superiority over another human being, be it a person of another nationality from another country or sometimes from their own nation and own country. However, man always pitched himself against the aggressor and the genocider, a free man. Aggression stirs in people the will to resist, courage, fortitude, solidarity, and the desire to support the victims of injustice. And thus, we continue to exist as humanity. I think this is an obligation derived not only from the harsh laws of politics, it lies at the very foundation of human nature. For as Pericles put it in his famous Athenian funeral oration, happiness is the fruit of freedom and freedom of valor. A man and a nation is able to pay any price for freedom and fight for it till the very end. Men rebelled against slavery, colonialism, oppression. Men rebelled against it because it is his nature and it is his law, the inalienable law of every man to freedom and respect of his human dignity. For months now, Ukraine has been exemplifying to us almost unbelievable valor. Therefore, in conclusion, I call on all of you from this place, let us not be indifferent to the heroism and full determination of the struggle for freedom. Let us never show indifference to any nation that defends itself against tyranny and contempt for humanity. For by doing so, it always defends all of humanity against such tyranny and contempt. The vision of a world in which only naked and brutal power wins is not only wrong and immoral, but it can lead to a conflagration engulfing the entire world. I am convinced that on this occasion it is no different. And I say this in the forum of an organization that was formed in the wake of the greatest of such conflagrations after the Second World War. It is not without a reason that in 1945 the leaders of our countries, the founding members of the United Nations, declared their intent to build a world based on dialogue, opposing the use of naked and brutal force. Let us not forget this legacy. Let us not allow any tragedies to happen in the future similar to those the world experienced in the 20th century. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Poland for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alejandro Giammattei Faya, President of the Republic of Guatemala. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Alejandro Giammattei Faya, the President of the Republic of Guatemala, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, I congratulate you on your excellent leadership and the important topic chosen for this session, which invites us to reflect at a critical time in history to address the different crises that are affecting the peaceful coexistence of mankind. We have come to think that wars lead to the Society of Nations that led to the organization, the United Nations, that peace was going to be there forever, that the achievements of social conquest that cost humanity so much would be there forever. But throughout the years, we have woken up from this dream to find ourselves in a wounded, contaminated and contradicted world. Today we need to come together to seek solutions, to raise our voices once again, to discuss and to once again build. But this time, it can't be one more time. This time, we need to look around us and take a decisive step ahead. It is now or never. With the same will with which we address the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic less than 2 years ago, with this same impetus, we have worked to overcome its effects and the consequence of other global events that have shown quite how interdependent we as humans are. The threat of COVID remains, but we have overcome the critical phase when many countries were facing serious problems when we didn't have equitable access to the global vaccines market. Dozens of thousands of lives could have been saved. However, the capture of vaccines was a reality. COVID-19 showed us that there are situations and threats that know no borders nor categories, in which all states of the world are vulnerable and for which we are not prepared to face, both together and as a planet. However, it's timely to remember that we can move ahead if we unite, if we find a balance between the health of people and the economy in the midst of a pandemic, always seeking to achieve the global good, to continue to overcome these challenges. This has allowed us to garner very good results. My government took action through a fiscal policy, a prudent fiscal policy, which contributed to us recovering economic activity with growth of 0.8% in the last year. This growth have been recognized by international organizations. We are also facing the constant threat of climate change, which every year reveals is increasingly dangerous. And according to figures from ECLAC, this has caused more than $6 billion worth of damage in my country. Last year, Guatemala and the rest of Central America and Latin America would like to call attention to the harm from climate change in our area. We continue to recover from the harm of climate change this year and in previous years without the industrial world responding with the answers to the problems that they have caused. In Guatemala, we have made efforts to rebuild public infrastructure and recover our agricultural production. We have built entire communities. My country is mega diverse. It is one of the 20 countries that is home to more than 70% of the biodiversity on the planet, and we are constantly facing the threats posed to global heritage, not only to Guatemala, but around the world. We have looked at forestry concessions and licensing in my country. We have a forestry reserve, which is one of the largest in the continent and the world. Previous governments did not pay attention to these forestry licenses. In the last 2.5 years, however, we have doubled these, achieving almost 15,000 hectares, which have benefited thousands of families. This protects them, including against forest fires. Through appropriate forestry policies, they are able to live off the forests. This also ensures a local economic development and is a barrier to the impact of climate change. This is something that was recognized by important nature protecting organizations and other nations. We have also promoted agriculture to enable small farmers who, due to climate change or drought, are facing threats. They have been able to recover and move ahead with their harvests. We have been able to help 50,000 farmers, and we'll be helping thousands more in mitigating climate change. We are promoting a national decarbonization policy. We are updating our nationally determined contribution, and we are promoting considerable strategies that in the medium term will allow us to reduce the effects of fossil fuel vehicles. We have implemented a law to incentivize electric vehicles, which promotes the trade of electric vehicles in our country. Guatemala continues to comply with our energy policy. By 2032, we believe that we will be producing more than 80% of our energy from renewable sources. I also wish to mention that we are seeing an increasing food and nutrition security crisis, which is leading to more famine in light of the indolence of other countries that are taking more in the face of those countries that have less. Mr. President, migratory phenomena have multiple causes. The economic driver, there's economic drivers and climate change. These are some of the main causes. Our country has worked on structural and not ad hoc solutions, which are the only way to enable migration to be sustainable. For that reason, we have
enabled the appropriate legal framework to address the basic needs of our population, as well as a law that promotes social interests. It's important to underscore that only through these efforts, a holistic effort, will allow people not have to migrate irregularly, leaving behind the little that they have. The illegal trafficking in migrants has become a national and transnational security issue. In Guatemala, we have seen mass flows of migrants that are better known as caravans coming from other countries in the region and going to other countries in the region. We always ensure that their human rights are met, and we have also promoted a law for migrants which criminalizes migrant smuggling across the country. This recognizes that we are a country of origin, transit, and destination. It allows us as countries in the region to work together. Mr. President, representatives, we are standing at a crucial time, and if we look together, we will be able to find solutions to interconnected threats. Regional and transnational security is related to this. We continue to face drugs trafficking, and I would appeal to consumer countries, as I said in my speech last year, should continue to fuel this trade while they do not break down the structures that protect it, and that if they do not do so, it will continue to be a threat to a country such as ours. Mr. President, the sovereignty of states is fundamental in bilateral and multilateral relations. Regardless of how big or small countries may be, relations must be based on a respectful treatment, and we must recall that no country or organization can or must interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. But it is not always this way. Mr. President, at a global level, we see new crises. Many of these, regrettably, are caused by the same human will to overlook the sovereignty of states. This organization must be more effective in protecting the possibility of a third confrontation of great dimensions. The United Nations, as an international guardian, as the center of the protection of peace and security between countries, will not be able to resolve these issues if it does not represent us as representatives of our states to resolve our differences peacefully, based on dialogue and negotiation, respecting the sovereignty of each state. We see harmful levels of hate speech, discrimination against migrants, and other events that we hadn't seen since the end of the Second World War. Once again, we are bearing witness to the use of force and violence by one state against another, nationalist ideological confrontations, the imposition of certain ideologies, rejecting democracy as a system. We are seeing widespread violations of human rights. And in this context, Guatemala insists on the topic and fully joins the global call for an end to the war in Ukraine and the threats to the stability to Taiwan and Israel. We cannot allow this war in Ukraine to continue. I've been to the country. As the president of Guatemala, I am the only governor from my region that has visited the country during this period. I spoke out openly against the war there or in any other part of the world. During my official visit, I was able to see on the ground the precarious situation of people in the country whose population continues to be defenseless to the ravages of war, including constant bombings. But peace is not a lack of war. A renewed United Nations organization is called to create the right conditions in the world which would allow for holistic development and the well-being of people. As I said in my speech in Kiev recently, I would like to refer to this and focus on what is said in the Charter of the United Nations. This organization was made to preserve future generations from the scourge of war. to reaffirm faith in the fundamental rights of man and the dignity of humankind, in the dignity of men and women, but also of small and large countries, to create the conditions under which we can have justice and respect for obligations emanating from treaties and other sources of international law. And for these reasons, says the Charter, to practice tolerance, to live peacefully, to get together, to join our forces to maintain international peace and security. In light of the current international panorama, we urgently need to recall these purposes that led to the birth of this organization and which allow for the transformation of this organization in order to ensure that we have more tools and resources to overcome global challenges. Profound changes to the Security Council are urgently needed so that the world can be ensured respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, self-determination of peoples, but above all, peace. Guatemala, as a country with a peaceful vocation, reiterates its request for the Security Council to honor its responsibility without any ideological biases, but to ensure that there are no countries that can veto resolutions unless they are authentically seeking to protect peace. Mr. President, we cannot delay this change project. We need to see change. We need to change the bases of the United Nations so that it has the right mechanisms to respond to the main challenges of mankind. That is, peace and development is so needed. Guatemala calls on countries to rapidly advance towards a proposal made up by experts for reform to the UN for the first time since its founding in the 1945. Its charter arose out of the end of the Second World War, and it has been amended 3 times. It needs new approaches that are in line with our current difficult times, but times that are full of opportunities. The United Nations needs to ensure that it has the right means to reform its initial purposes that go from sovereign equality of states to the prohibition of the use of force in international relations, including the use of nuclear and chemical weapons of mass destruction. While proposals are made for change to the UN and the Security Council, Guatemala urges states to respect the Charter of the United Nations, the highest international organization. In addition to the initiative to reform the United Nations, we also need to take measures to ensure drastic changes to crucial institutions in multilateralism, leaving aside the ideologies that prevent us from addressing interconnected challenges. Hunger and poverty have no ideology. We need to focus on comprehensive, holistic development and find solutions to the great challenges we face. Guatemala is one of the founding countries of the United Nations, and it has demonstrated its support and stands ready to collaborate with the open readiness of states to foster multilateralism that is related to international cooperation, to, within these reforms, ensure the right of Taiwan to belong to this organization and also recognize it as a nation, because it has been denied this right by one of the permanent members of the Security Council. Mr. President, I would like to emphatically state that peace is possible and the commitment of maintenance of it can be achieved, but we need to take decisive action to change this, and as leaders we need to change the direction of our societies. Let us seek peaceful coexistence between peoples and nations. Let us overlook ethnic, cultural, religious differences and focus on what brings us together. Let us be tolerant and respect the different forms of thinking. Guatemala is a peaceful country. We prioritize respect and observance for human rights, the right to life from birth to natural death. Today, before this assembly, I would like to reiterate once again my country's firm commitment to constantly serve in the maintenance of peace around the world. I would like to reiterate that Guatemala is a democratic country, and we are committed to permanently and equally resolve the inland and maritime territorial dispute with Belize. We hope to be able to have a good relationship with Belize for the peaceful resolution of our dispute based on mutual trust to ensure prosperity, tranquility, and hope for our populations. Guatemala shares in the same hopes and challenges with of our Caribbean kindred people to fight climate change and other challenges. It's time to look further ahead and recognize the errors of the two great wars that caused so much suffering to the world. It is now or never. No more fratricidal wars. No more unjustified, unnecessary wars. No more death. It is now or never. What more do we want? Let us support peace. Let us support dialogue. Let us support resolving common problems as brothers. It is now or never. Let us support peace, the future generations, and the preservation of the human race. They will thank us. Let us focus on the authentic struggles, hunger, nutrition, climate change, and so many others that are affecting the human race. And instead of taking up arms, let us try to make the world a better place to live in peace, progress, development, peaceful coexistence between human beings and nature. In these dark and difficult times, let us ensure that the God can bless the world, but in particular, may God bless Guatemala.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Guatemala for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Felix Antoine Chilombo Tshisekedi, President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Felix Antoine Chilombo Tshisekedi, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, to invite him to address the General Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de
Mr. President of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation. It is a great honor and a genuine pleasure for me to take the floor from this rostrum to ensure that the voice of my country, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is heard on the primary questions occupying the international community at present. Mr. President, I would nevertheless, at the outset, like to congratulate you on your election to the presidency of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I am convinced that you will do your best to ensure the success of this session, and I would like to assure you that you have my country's full support. Mr. President, the major challenges facing humanity at the moment are the following: peace and security for all, controlling climate change, relaunching the global economy post-COVID-19, combating poverty, and promoting collective well-being. These major challenges are complex and intimately interlocking. Aware of this reality, I commend the very judicious choice and the relevance of the theme of this session, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. Clearly, overcoming these challenges will require working greater in concert, will require greater cooperation and greater solidarity between states and nations. The maintenance of international peace and security is the foundation and the primary objective behind the creation of the United Nations. Neither indifference nor impetus on its part are therefore acceptable in the face of any threat to international peace and security. At present, the question of international peace and security is crystallizing around the fight against terrorism, as well as calming hotbeds of tension in Europe and in Africa. Indeed, terrorism has spared no continent. After Asia, Eastern Europe, and North America, it is metastasizing in Africa, where it has caused conflagration in many places, and our continent is paying a heavy price for that. In the Sahel, in the east, in the west, in the center, and in the south of the continent, terrorists are killing through barbaric exactions against innocent populations and destabilizing states in the name of religious fundamentalism. Some remarkable progress has been made in the Middle East in the fight against this scourge, which was growing in power, but this scourge is far from being extinguished and far from being eradicated from our planet. For that reason, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, one of the African victims of this terrorism, and a member of the Global Coalition Against Islamic State, calls upon the United Nations to become actively involved in the implementation of the recommendations of this coalition and the Aqaba process. Statements of intention and proclamations of faith without any vigorous collective action on the ground will never be enough to eradicate terrorism. Mr. President, at the heart of Europe, the war between Russia and Ukraine is a gaping wound, the blood of which is reaching faraway Africa and disrupting international trade due to significant collateral damage, particularly when it comes to the provision of cereal crops and energy from Ukraine and Russia, which are needed to feed populations and to ensure the functioning of the economies of importer countries. It is essential that the United Nations intervene diligently and more firmly to extinguish this flame with absolute respect for the rules of international law. The Democratic Republic of the Congo supports the position of the African Union and calls on all parties to the conflict to pursue the path of dialogue and law, as acknowledged by Africa, which incidentally does have experience in managing security crises provoked by armed groups in some of its states. On this subject, the United Nations know that my country, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is the victim of an acute security crisis which has lasted more than 20 years in the east of its national territory. Any honest observer, speaking in good faith, would acknowledge that this crisis is primarily caused by coveting its fabulous natural wealth and the ambition for power of some of its neighbors. The Congolese people acknowledges the involvement of the United Nations, the African Union, African regional communities, the European Union, and the foreign bilateral partners of the Democratic Republic of the Congo to curb this recurrent crisis. The DRC and the people of the DRC are grateful to them and we acknowledge the sacrifice of the brave peacekeepers who have lost their lives for the sake of defending the ideals of peace and justice. However, despite tireless internal efforts, a massive UN military presence in the DRC, and diplomatic support for 23 years, this security problem continues to aggrieve my country. In order to eradicate insecurity once and for all, to restore lasting peace, and to ensure stability in the east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, several agreements were signed with armed groups and even with neighboring countries under the guarantee of the international community. National and international mechanisms have been created. All of these prospects for a lasting settlement of the conflicts only lasted for a few months. Very quickly, the architecture of those prospects cracked and the building collapsed. And then we always start again with the same tragedies. Since I was elected to lead the Democratic Republic of the Congo, I have fought tirelessly each day for peace and security in the Congolese provinces of Ituri, North Kivu, and South Kivu. Adhering to a philosophy of reconciliation with our neighbours, I spared no effort to assure the heads of state of neighbouring countries and restore confidence between us, particularly through constant consultation on issues of common interest, the conclusion of security cooperation agreements and economic partnership agreements, and the implementation of development projects for our respective populations. Despite my goodwill and the outstretched hand of the Congolese people for peace, some of our neighbours could find nothing better to do than thank us through aggression and by supporting terrorist arms groups that are ravaging the east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This is the case currently of Rwanda, which, scorning international law, the UN Charter and the Constitutory Act of the African Union, has once again not only taken aggression in March against the Democratic Republic of the Congo in the form of direct incursions by its armed forces, but also occupies areas in the province of North Kivu via a transplanted armed terrorist group, the 23rd of March movement, the M23, to whom they provide massive support both in fighting materials and also in manpower and troops. And to challenge the international community, the M23, with the support of the Rwandan army, even shot down a MONUSCO helicopter and killed 8 blue helmets, and in so doing committed a war crime. In this emblematic location for international life, I tirelessly denounce this latest act of aggression that my country has fallen victim to by its neighbour Rwanda under cover of a terrorist group called M23. Mr. President, the involvement of Rwanda and its responsibility for the tragedy my country is experiencing and the tragedy of my compatriots living in areas occupied by the Rwandan army and their allies from the M23 are no longer in any doubt. Since more than once, groups, panels of experts mandated by the UN and the expanded joint verification mission of the International Conference of the Great Lakes region, as well as international humanitarian non-governmental organizations and human rights organizations, have established in documented and objective reports which attain the highest standards of academia and science. To dispel any doubt for the community of nations and put an end to the denials of the Rwandan authorities on this subject, the Congolese government asks the President of the Security Council to officially distribute to members of the Council the latest report of the UN group of experts on the security situation in the east of the DRC. and to ensure that it is considered diligently by the Council to draw the full consequences from it in the context of international peace and security. It is a question of the very image and credibility of our organization. To do otherwise would, on the one hand, mean encouraging Rwanda to continue its aggression, its war crimes, and its crimes against humanity in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and on the other, to further feed legitimate suspicion of the Congolese people when it comes to the impartiality of the UN, as well as the complicity of some of its members in these crimes. It is to bring an end to this suspicion and to dispel the ambiguity of some positions of the Security Council on the security crisis in the east of the DRC, an ambiguity which is frustrating the Congolese population and exacerbating tensions between them and the UN stabilization mission in the DRC, MONUSCO. It's for that reason that my government has asked for a re-evaluation of the progressive responsible withdrawal plan of this mission. This request for adjustment is required by the unanimous agreement, even at the highest levels of our organization, over the regrettable shortcomings of MONUSCO. These shortcomings undoubtedly impact the effectiveness and the legitimacy of the UN's action in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Re-evaluating MONUSCO's withdrawal plan can consequently in no way undermine relations between my country and our organization. Whatever the case may be, I declare loudly from this rostrum at the highest international body for the management of the world's affairs, I would like to declare the determination of the Congolese people and of its leaders to always defend to the very last the territorial integrity, independence and sovereignty of their country, in respect, of course, of international law and the commitments made within the international organizations that it is a member of. This is also an opportunity for me to clarify that the Congolese state and Congolese civil society will never allow anyone to engage in tribal, ethnic, racial or xenophobic hate speech in our country. The Constitution of the Republic and the laws of the DRC prohibit such speech and punish it severely. Nobody can thus claim that this discourse is happening and use it as a pretext to justify criminal adventures in the DRC, divide the Congolese people, and weaken national unity, something that all of my compatriots adhere to fiercely. The DRC is not and will never be a country that commits genocide. What's more, I support the fact that the alleged collaboration that I would say that the alleged collaboration that some Congolese officials may have allegedly with Rwandan opponent figures from the Democratic Liberation Forces of Rwanda, the FDLR, which the Rwandan leaders are using to justify their repeated aggression against the DRC, is nothing more than an alibi, or an excuse, which is corroborated by no proven information on the ground. The FDLR has been decapitated and reduced to nothing by the armed forces of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the FARDC, in close collaboration with the Rwandan army as part of joint operations conducted a few years ago. The Democratic Republic of the Congo has also repatriated several elements of the FDLR and their families. And so the Congolese people are now asking themselves, what FDLR are we talking about? What size of territory, occupied Rwandan territory, does this phantom FDLR occupy? What precise part of Rwandan territory has anyone seen a Congolese soldier on? Whatever the case may be, the DRC remains ready to take action against any armed group that attempts to upset peace and security in a neighboring country in the Great Lakes region. Mr. President, the Congolese people ask the United Nations, the African Union, African regional communities, and the partners of the DRC to no longer trust the shameful denials of the Rwandan authorities and instead to help rebuild security, build lasting peace, and to help create the conditions needed for fruitful cooperation in the Great Lakes region for the well-being of all. To this end, it is necessary to have the following. 1. Bring about the immediate withdrawal of the M23 from occupied areas, the return of displaced Congolese people from these areas to their homes, and the unconditional ending of Rwandan army support for this terrorist group, according to the spirit and the letter of the Luanda Roadmap agreed between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda, as well as successive statements from the UN Security Council, the African Union Peace and Security Council, the East African Community, and the Southern African Development Community, SADC. 2. Increase pressure on Rwanda and the M23, whose leaders are incidentally sanctioned by the UN, and be more firm in respect of those sanctions to ensure that they respect the positions of the aforementioned international organizations. 3. Support the continuation of the Nairobi peace process, the Luanda discussions between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda, and the deployment of the East Africa Regional Force, the statute and the rules of engagement of which have just been signed on the 8th of September in Kinshasa by the Congolese government and the Secretary General of the East African Community on the one hand, and on the other by the FARDC and the commanders of this regional force. 4. Encourage the Honorary President of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, and the President of Angola, João Lourenço, mediators from the East African Community and the African Union in the security crisis in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, to continue their good offices. 5. Lift any obstacle to the DRC restructuring its armed forces, to increase the power of those armed forces to better carry out their mission, including through the lifting of all restrictive measures limiting their acquisition of military equipment, regardless of the form laid out by the UN Security Council. Carrying out the aforementioned actions would undoubtedly ensure that the Congolese people would be certain of a settlement to the crisis and would facilitate constructive dialogue among all of the parties concerned about that settlement. Mr. President, we, the Congolese people, are now determined once and for all to put an end to insecurity in the east of our country, whatever the cost. The time has come to once and for all break the infernal cycle of violence in the east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, to stabilize the Great Lakes region, so as to benefit as much as possible from its economic potential, as well as from its rich biodiversity, to save humanity in the face of climate change. Managing these changes raises two fundamental problems, namely, the implementation of legal and financial instruments stemming from international negotiations, in particular in the context of the various conferences of the parties to the United Nations Framework Agreement on Climate Change, Convention on Climate Change, and the energy transition. It is time, on the one hand, to put an end to the selective implementation of commitments made by polluters, and on the other hand, to compensate, in the name of climate justice, the efforts made by less polluting countries, including those in Africa, to preserve the environment in the interests of our entire planet. As for the energy transition, Africa has a sufficient wealth of renewable energy sources and raw materials which could help mobilize credible alternatives to the double energy and environmental crises. From this point of view, it is important to note that the Democratic Republic of the Congo is among the primary producers of essential strategic minerals for the energy transition and for decarbonization in the transport sector, including cobalt, lithium, nickel, and manganese. My country has set itself the goal of producing these precious metals cleanly to this end. And it is with this in mind that the Republic of Zambia and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, on the 29th of April, signed an agreement on the establishment of a value chain in the electric battery and clean energy sector. It goes without saying, given the importance of the size of the investments required by the implementation of such a project, that the involvement of partners is particularly essential, particularly in terms of providing capital and appropriate technologies. What's more, in order to support the green transformation program of economies on the African continent and to meet the growing energy demand around the world, my country has chosen to make the most of its vast potential in renewable energy sources, including hydroelectricity, solar energy, geothermal energy, and the exploitation of its gas deposits. The Democratic Republic of the Congo is an asset when it comes to implementing the 2063 agenda of the African Union through the implementation of the Grand Inga project, which could also be beneficial for part of Europe and the Middle East. It is with this in mind that we are delighted to host the preparatory work for the 27th Conference of the Parties, pre-COP27, which will take place in Kinshasa next month. Mr. President, I would like to take this opportunity to shed some light on the environmental aspect of the tender launched on the 28th of July by my country for the exploration of 27 oil deposits and 3 gas deposits, a call which has been unhelpfully criticized in the international arena. Here, it is worth recalling that no relevant international legal instrument ratified by the Democratic Republic of the Congo prohibits it from exploiting its natural resources for reasons of protecting the environment or for fear of aggravating global warming. Next, the 2015 Paris Agreement recognizes that developing countries have the right to emit CO2 for their development while taking precautions for the global climate through their nationally determined contributions. The government of the Democratic Republic of the Congo has thus set itself the goal of exploiting the country's natural resources while respecting environmental standards and processing them locally to provide extra added value and to boost the national economy, including by creating liquid wealth, cash and jobs to improve the living conditions of the Congolese population. The appropriate strategies and measures have been adopted to avoid negative impacts on the environment. Like other countries in Africa and Europe that have overcome this challenge, they involve effective government checks and balances. For the Democratic Republic of the Congo, it is a question of achieving its economic and social goals whilst also preserving its forests and continuing to be a solution country when it comes to the fight against global warming. My country remains open to cooperation with any partner that would like to help it achieve its goals. On the economic front, what needs to be done is to help economies recover, the economies of countries that have been weakened by the collateral effects of climate change and the coronavirus, to promote balanced global economic growth and to halt the exacerbation of poverty in developing countries. We cannot overcome this challenge without internal good governance efforts at the national level, nor productive investments of capital, nor without real and sufficient transfers of financial resources to those who need them. For that reason, the Democratic Republic of the Congo calls for the proposal for rich countries to cede a percentage of their special drawing rights at the International Monetary Fund to less well-off countries to be fleshed out. This was a proposal made by the Paris Conference on the relaunch of economies post-COVID-19 in May 2021. It was supported by a firm commitment from the G20 summit in October 2021 in Rome. In any case, any facility for access to additional resources for those countries sorely tested by climate change and COVID-19 would be welcome. Similarly, alleviating the debt burden of low-income countries must continue to be a constant concern, which should be included in a global approach of international solidarity. For its part, despite the difficult global economic situation following the harmful effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Democratic Republic of the Congo has made remarkable progress in economic growth. Wealth creation accelerated in 2021, particularly thanks to the dynamism of the mining sector. Production growth in that sector went from 1% in 2019 to 10.1% in 2021. Following the good price of copper and cobalt on the international markets. Inflation and the exchange rate of the Congolese franc have remained relatively stable. The Administrative Board of the International Monetary Fund therefore concluded favourably the second review of the programme supported by the Extended Credit Facility. The IMF expressed its satisfaction with the prudent macroeconomic policies adopted by the government of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. We will tirelessly continue these policies and the effort to improve the business climate which is currently underway to promote private investment and to promote economic activities in general. Mr. President, solidarity and justice in relations between nations have always been factors in mutual peace and security because they bring people together and create links of interdependence between them. Therefore, the fight against poverty and promoting collective well-being are powerful sources that we can draw on to combat social conflicts and tensions between peoples. For that reason, the DRC welcomes the collective action of the international community against COVID-19 and commends the initiative of the United States of America, New Feed the Future, to finance agriculture in order to combat hunger and food insecurity in Africa following the Russo-Ukrainian crisis. And my country, the DRC is among those African beneficiary countries, just to mention these most recent cases. My country calls for similar actions and initiatives which not only help resolve problems of surviving on a daily basis and help create accessible jobs for a larger number of people, but also help distribute incomes and purchasing power. However, in the name of international solidarity and justice, we do have questions over the maintenance of sanctions against the people of Zimbabwe. These are sanctions which, what's more, date back to the era of the late President Robert Mugabe. Why is our organization so silent and so indifferent to this injustice, almost a crime against an innocent people? As the current president of the Southern African Development Community, SADC, I firmly call upon the United Nations to do everything possible to achieve the immediate lifting of sanctions against the Republic of Zimbabwe and its people. Mr. President, in this multipolar world, no country, however powerful and rich they are, can aim to overcome the challenges that I have just mentioned alone, let alone overcome them in the interests of everyone. The importance of what is at stake, the complexity of the problems that need to be resolved, and the scale of the task require an equitable multilateral approach which includes the interests of each and everyone and which pools the energy of everyone in a climate of mutual respect. For that reason, the Democratic Republic of the Congo continues to think that it is essential that we better structure multilateralism and enrich it with equal treatment for all of the parties involved in order to create spaces for dialogue and cooperation, which is something that we need in order to ensure international peace and security. That is the United Nations that we want. To do this, we need to act urgently to reform the UN, which seems to be lagging somewhat at the moment. In this context, I would like to stress the need to satisfy the legitimate and just claim of Africa to be represented on the UN Security Council with 2 additional seats in the category of the non-permanent members and 2 others from among the permanent members with the same rights, including the veto, the same privileges and obligations of the current permanent members. This is a question of justice that needs to be done to a continent, or indeed to an entire swath of humanity, whose role continues to grow with each day that passes in the conduct of international affairs. We Africans are firmly attached to that. Mr. President of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, to conclude, allow me to say a few words about gender equality. There is a need here to stress the need to continue current efforts at the international level and within states to create spaces of gender equality and opportunities for liberty and action for women. In order to do this, the involvement of men in gender-forward policies is necessary because, on the one hand, men share their lives with women, and on the other hand, since time immemorial, for various reasons, men have established a preeminence over women which gives them a determining influence over the destiny, the fate of women. We must bring an end to this de facto situation. That is why, during my term at the head of the African Union, I initiated a meeting of heads of state and government of the Continental Organization under the subject Conference of Men on Positive Masculinity. This historic meeting, held in Kinshasa in 2021, led to an African Union declaration containing commitments of men, including heads of state and government, to put an end to violence against women and girls and to provide appropriate responses to this issue. This declaration constitutes a veritable African Union Charter for women, which I am working hard to make a reality as in my role as African Union champion for positive masculinity. It's in this context that I have decided to further promote the Congolese woman, who today increasingly occupies the foreground in the management of public affairs within political, legal and administrative institutions in my country. This proactive policy should in the future allow for radical change, not only a change in the perception of women and the role of women in society, but also in women taking charge of their own destinies. Because equality is not a gift given to women, but rather a responsibility that they must shoulder. I wish every success to the work of the 77th session of the General Assembly. Thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea, deseo agradecer al presidente de la
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Faustin Archange Touadéra, Head of State of the Central African Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honour to welcome His Excellency Mr. Faustin Archange Touadéra, Head of State of the Central African Republic, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, distinguished heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen. As I take the floor on behalf of the Central African Republic at the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly, I would first of all like to congratulate Mr. Shaba Koroshi for his brilliant election as president of our session. Your flawless knowledge of the international arena, as well as your substantial personal qualities, are an asset and a guarantee of the success of our work, and undeniably constitute a source of pride for Hungary, your beautiful country. I would also like to commend the excellent work done and the results achieved by Mr. Abdullah Shahid during the 76th session. I reiterate my gratitude to Mr. António Guterres, UN Secretary General, for his sustained commitment to international peace and security, and for the United Nations' constant support for my country. Allow me to pay a sincere tribute to Her Majesty Elizabeth II, Queen of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth Realms, a true icon of peace who, during the 7 decades of her reign, was able to maintain excellent relations of friendship and cooperation between the United Kingdom and the countries of the Commonwealth and Africa, and in particular with the Central African Republic. Mr. President, the 77th session of our Assembly, convened around the theme a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges, provides a solemn opportunity to consider the challenges that we share, which are serious causes of concern for the future of humanity. More than ever, the question of security, peace, the environment, and health are entering a phase which is critical. However, the warning signs are being ignored in favor of economic, geopolitical, and geostrategic interests. Mr. President, is not the role of the United Nations to transform the world, to make it more just and more secure, and to ensure the dignity of each and every one of us, regardless of the global context? Because, indeed, the many hotbeds of tension and crisis around the world tug on our collective conscience and also show us that our organization is the product of a bygone era. For that reason, the Central African Republic reiterates its support for the common position of the African Union, which calls for profound reform of the United Nations and the expansion of the seats of members of the Security Council to ensure the more just, more representative participation of all continents. Mr. President, the protection of the environment, that is to say, protecting the place where we live, is one of the interlocking challenges that we must absolutely overcome. It is time for the biggest polluters to honour their commitments, in particular the implementation of the Paris Agreement, as well as international solidarity for climate justice with respect to the most vulnerable populations. Mr. President, COVID-19 has taught us that global public health is an imperative for all nations without exception. My country welcomes the paradigm shift that is taking place in the health sector and the unprecedented momentum of solidarity accompanying that paradigm shift, including access to vaccines for polio, COVID-19, and soon a vaccine for malaria. It's thus with pride that my country achieved the status of a polio-free country and has vaccinated 50% of its national target population against COVID-19. I commend and encourage the Health Emergency Preparedness Initiative implemented by the World Health Organization. The Central African Republic is proud to be the instigator of it and to be the first pilot country which is helping to tangibly improve our ability to manage epidemics. Mr. President, the Central African Republic has seen its march towards development slowed in recent years by serious security and public health crises, which have been exacerbated by a persistent lack of financial support from the international community, leading to the disruption of agriculture, forestry, and mining outputs. As a fragile state facing food insecurity and a glaring shortage of material and human resources, the Central African Republic continues to make enormous sacrifices to improve its macroeconomic management and its fiscal governance. With the support of its partners, my country has been able to implement ambitious reforms to strengthen the mobilization of revenues and optimize public spending. My country expects the re-establishment of the extended credit facility, which was suspended by the International Monetary Fund, in order to help boost domestic resources to address the lack of budgetary support from technical and financial partners, and the digitalization of small tax revenue collection. Areas of solutions still need to be explored through regional and international mechanisms in a spirit of interdependence in order to overcome the following challenges: developing physical infrastructure, transport, energy, water, education, and health through the implementation of adapted programs and the mobilization of financing through public-private partnerships. The challenge of access to capital markets for the financing of development projects through public-private partnerships. The development and coordination of trade policies and economic relations with other regions. The challenge of supporting the education system through the training of trainers and the creation of professional training centers. The development of a resilient economy that is able to resist internal and external shocks by diversifying the economy and using new technologies. The challenge of developing innovative financing mechanisms, targeting both agriculture and the climate in order to improve access to the necessary financial capital to develop the agro-pastoral sector. And the challenge of promoting smart solutions and approaches to climate change, which are adapted to the national context. Mr. President, the Central African Republic was the first country in Africa to adopt Bitcoin as a reference currency and digital payment system, and the first country in the world to unanimously adopt a law regulating cryptocurrencies. This ambitious and innovative initiative represents an enormous opportunity to reposition the economy, to improve prospects, and to change the destiny of the people of the Central African Republic at this time when we need to open up to new horizons and solutions that go beyond what is conventional. Mr. President, it is an established fact that the Central African Republic is contributing to finding transformative solutions to interlocking challenges with more engagement and conviction. In this respect, several bold reforms and initiatives have been undertaken with the support of international partners in order to strengthen the rule of law and restore the authority of the state across the country's territory. What's more, the courageous measures taken by the government to combat impunity, the implementation of the political agreement for peace and reconciliation of the 6th of February 2019, and the Luanda Joint Roadmap, as well as the recommendations from the Republican Dialogue, have helped reduce tensions and build confidence in the national socio-political climate. The Central African Republic is faithful to its international commitments and abolished the death penalty on the 1st of June 2022. On the 31st of August, it adopted a law on countering the trafficking of persons and a child protection code. Mr. President, it is with particular interest that I took note of the firm condemnation by the Security Council in its resolution 2648/2022 of the 29th of July 2022 of attacks perpetrated against peaceful civilian populations by armed groups. I also note with satisfaction the Council's position against transnational trafficking networks, which continue to supply armed groups with weapons of all sorts. I welcome the significant progress which allowed for a substantial lifting of the arms embargo imposed on our defense and security forces, and I would like to pass on the gratitude of the people of the Central African Republic to all friendly and fraternal countries which firmly support our request for a complete and total lifting of the embargo. I do, however, deplore the manoeuvring which aims to legitimize armed groups and insidiously to maintain the embargo. Who stands to benefit from this crime? Mr. President, the Central African Republic has suffered a great deal from miscalculations and disinformation, something which has gone on for, unfortunately, far too long. The young people of the Central African Republic are an elite in waiting. They need only peace and security to develop their country. I wish to denounce the disinformation and manipulation campaigns which aim to discredit and then to forcibly destabilize the democratic institutions of the Central African Republic. These campaigns, conducted by certain international media outlets against a backdrop of vague and threatening neocolonialism, the success of which is due less to their truthfulness and more to their tried and tested rhetoric, are motivated solely by the desire to preserve the geostrategic and geopolitical interests of some states far from the vital interests of the Central African Republic's people. The Central African Republic calls for a relationship of trust and mutual respect with its partners. We are always ready to cooperate with every country in the world, provided that its vital interests and our sovereignty are respected. I therefore wish us every success in our work. Long live international solidarity. Thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Head of State of the Central African Republic for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by the President of my country, His Excellency Nayib Armando Bukele, President of the Republic of El Salvador. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honour to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Nayib Armando Bukele, President of the Republic of El Salvador, and to invite him to address this Assembly. Madam President of the General Assembly, my compatriot and Ambassador to the United Nations, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished members of different delegations, my wife Gabriela and my daughter Ayla, ladies and gentlemen, and principally to the peoples of all of the countries of the world, I bring you the greetings from the land of surf, volcanoes, coffee, peace, Bitcoin and freedom. Almost all of this list is easy to verify. Any visitors to El Salvador will find the best surfing beaches in the world, volcanoes all over the place, incredible coffee. You'll be able to walk easily and peacefully around the whole country. And, in particular, they will find a united people fighting for its freedom. And that is exactly what I have come to talk about from this podium in the United Nations General Assembly. I've come here to talk about freedom. The freedom yearned for by my people and yearned for by all peoples of the world. The thing is, freedom is a country that is so easy to say, but it requires struggle, perseverance, and numerous sacrifices to become a reality. The freedom to choose where we're going and how we want to go there. The freedom to set our course as human beings. But being free, as much that defines it, depends on how we are seen by others, but above all, how we see ourselves. Therefore, in addition to deciding that we want to be free, it's an indispensable requirement for the powerful to respect our freedom. I come from a people that for a long time saw itself as less than others. I come from a people where we had never had the courage to take our own decisions. I come from a people where our fate was always controlled by others. I come from a people that is only the master of the smallest country on the American continent. And even this little dominion over this small parcel of land, barely visible on the map, is not respected by countries that have a great deal more territory than us, much more money, much more power, and that think correctly that they are the masters of their country, but they think incorrectly that they are also the masters of ours. And the thing is, a group of powerful countries not only has a great deal more than all the others, but they also believe that they are the masters of the little that is possessed by those countries that are not powerful. It's as if someone were living in a very small and humble house, but they had a very, very rich neighbor with a beautiful, gigantic palace as their house, with huge swathes of land and unimaginable treasures. The person living in the small house respects and admires their neighbor. They don't bother him, even though they might be immensely richer than he is. He is happy in his little house, but he decides to improve it, to paint it, to repair it, and to update the furniture. It takes work, obviously, but he's sure that it'll be worth it. So far, so good. Until the rich neighbor decides that his poor neighbor doesn't have the right to repair his house. He doesn't have the right to buy other furniture or to paint the walls. The rich neighbor decides that he is not only the master of his own palace, but he can also give orders to the poor neighbors in his small house. And the order is that everything has to continue in poor order as it was before. Repairs are not allowed. The poor neighbor has no reason to oppose his rich neighbor. He has no reason to envy him. He doesn't need to aspire to have what the rich neighbor has. He doesn't need to purport to give orders to him in his palace or demand that he update the marble in his sitting room. But the poor neighbor must at least be able to have the right to clean his house, to repair and paint his walls, to update his furniture, plant flowers in his garden, and change the roof for one that doesn't leak and protects him from the rain. This shouldn't bother the rich neighbor. He can't demand that the poor neighbor put back the old furniture, dig up the flowers, peel off the new paint, and remove the new roof to replace it with the old neighbor, with the old roof, which furthermore had always leaked. This rich neighbor has no authority to demand that the poor neighbor go back in time. This rich neighbor has no reason to purport to give orders in another house, and this poor neighbor has already tried to follow the orders, and it couldn't have gone worse. Also, because what the poor neighbor is doing is working for the first time. Why should his neighbor force him to return to how things were before? To what end? To achieve what? Shouldn't he be glad that his poor neighbor is just doing a little bit better than before? That's why I say that freedom is something that we're still fighting for in my country, El Salvador. Because while on paper we are free and sovereign and independent, we will not really be so until the powerful understand that we want to be their friends, that we admire them, that we respect them, that our doors are wide open to trade, for them to visit us, to build the best possible relations. But what they can't do is come to our house to give orders. not only because it's our house, but because it makes no sense to undo what we're doing, what we're achieving. In very little time, El Salvador has moved from being the most dangerous country in the world, literally the most dangerous country in the world. It has moved from that to being on the path to becoming the safest country in America. We have moved from being a country unknown to many, and those few who knew us due to the gangs, the deaths, violence, war. We've moved from that to becoming a country known for our beaches, our surf, our volcanoes, our financial freedom, our good governance, and the fact that we brought an end to organised crime. And these achievements that are only just beginning and that have been achieved in very little time are immense for us. We have the right to continue on the path to our development. That's why I said at the beginning that freedom is something that we're still fighting for, because we still need our right to be free, to be recognized, to truly be independent. I wanted to use this podium to say these words, because they might not only resonate in my country, El Salvador, but also among other peoples of the world that, just like mine, want to chart their own path with freedom. Others might have done this earlier, others might do so later. For some it might be easier, for others it will be more difficult. But it will happen much more quickly if the powerful countries help us, or at least, if they don't want to help us, they shouldn't block our path. Each people should find its own path, and each people will find friends in the pursuit for that path. To these countries, I humbly offer the friendship of this small country, the smallest country in the American continent, the country of surf, of volcanoes and pupusas, the country that's still fighting for its freedom, but which is on the verge of achieving it. 3 years ago, I was here, standing on this same podium at the United Nations. And at that time, I told you that this format was already obsolete. And now, 3 years later, we realize that it is all the more so. But perhaps it still serves to do something. Perhaps it serves, among many other things, to enable this representative of this small country, the smallest in the American continent, to humbly remind you that these United Nations were not created to divide, to destroy, or to subjugate, but rather to allow us to meet each other, to work together, to build a better community of countries, and to seek solutions to global problems. But with absolute respect for sovereignty, independence, and the self-determination of each country. And, as is stated in the United Nations Charter itself, in the first principle of how this organization would act, this organization is based on the principle of sovereign equality of all peoples. And, as is provided in one of the main purposes for which the organization was founded, it was founded to develop friendly relations among nations based on respect for the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples. Perhaps the change from the unipolar world to a multipolar world that is so often talked about would be better if, rather than moving from having one superpower to several superpowers, we moved rather to a world in which each people is truly free to set its own course, and in which this community of nations, we all contribute, the small and the big, with our experiences and our abilities, to resolving the problems facing mankind. Nobody could stand against that. But just as with freedom, it's easy to say so, but difficult to make it a reality. I came here to stand on this podium, in a format in which I no longer believe, to say something which, in all likelihood, in any case, will not change the way in which powerful countries see the others. But it might change the way in which developing countries see ourselves. If after these few words, I have achieved some of this, or at least that a handful of individuals see themselves with respect and know that they are able to chart their own path, then it was worth it coming here to speak in this obsolete format. And who knows, perhaps over time, perhaps other nations, other peoples will emerge who also decide to fight for their freedom. And then the United Nations will have become relevant once again, at least for this humble servant. Thank you very much. May God bless all nations in the world.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of El Salvador for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Tengo el placer de dar.
I have a great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, we stand at a historic watershed moment. 77 years have passed since the establishment of the United Nations, yet we are still witnessing the devastation in Ukraine and around the world. What would the founders of the United Nations, who were determined to not repeat the scourge of the world wars, think if they saw the challenges to the international order that we are facing? We have all gathered here at this Assembly because we stand with the fundamental vision and principles of the UN Charter. The realization of an international community where all member states unite to maintain peace and security, and where all people can enjoy the economic and social development. Isn't this what we are aiming for? It is an imperative to maintain the international order where the rule of law is firmly established. The United Nations has been playing a central role in the development of such an international order. However, we see today its foundations being gravely shaken. Russia's aggression against Ukraine is an act that tramples on the vision and principles of the UN Charter. What is crucial is for any and all countries to be under the rule of law, not the rule by force, which we absolutely cannot allow. The United Nations does not exist solely for the benefit of the great powers. The United Nations exists for the entire international community, founded on the principle of the sovereign equality of all member states. It exists to fulfill the claims of not just the powerful and the loud states, but also of the voices that are often unheard, but are equally legitimate, especially at a time when the existing international order is being tested around the world. Now is the time to return to the vision and principles of the UN Charter and mobilize our strength and wisdom to ensure an international order based on the rule of law. To achieve this, we must reform the United Nations and strengthen its functions. Former Secretary General Hammarskjöld, who was killed in the line of duty while attempting to mediate a ceasefire amid the Congo crisis, said, "It is our responsibility to remedy any flaws there may be in the institutions of the UN in order to realize a world that the UN Charter aspires to. We must tackle head-on the strengthening of the UN's functions." To demonstrate Japan's strong commitment to the United Nations as well as to multilateralism, I hereby declare Japan's determination to realize the vision of the United Nations. They are: first, the reform of the United Nations, including the Security Council, to return to the vision and principles of the UN Charter with the strengthening of the UN's own functions, including disarmament and non-proliferation. Second, the realization of a United Nations that promotes the rule of law in the international community. Third, the promotion of efforts based on the concept of human security in the new era. Madam President, we must face the fact that the credibility of the United Nations is at stake due to the aggression against Ukraine by Russia, a permanent member of the Security Council. We, the member states of the UN, must act to restore this organization's credibility. Frequently, debates about the dysfunctionality of the Security Council have been pointed out. We have debated about this issue for almost over 30 years. But what is truly needed now is not a discussion for the sake of discussion, but actions toward reform. Even amongst the permanent member states of the Security Council, there are some countries that have shown a willingness to embrace reform, but there can be no reform without negotiation. The various positions cannot be compromised or converge without any negotiation. The time has come to start text-based negotiations to reform the Security Council. The Summit of the Future in 2024 is an excellent opportunity to broadly review the nature of the UN. By all means, let us gather a wide range of wisdom, including from experts, and build momentum. Faced with the crisis of the international order caused by Russia's aggression, the General Assembly adopted a resolution condemning Russia in the strongest terms with an overwhelming majority. At that time, the UN was a beacon in the dark night, clearly indicating the direction in which the international community should go. The General Assembly proved to be the sole universal organ that represents all member states, pointing us in the direction of the international community's just cause. Japan is determined not only to reform the Security Council, but also to work earnestly to further revitalize the General Assembly and to push the UN so it can pursue an even greater role in the maintenance of peace and security. Japan will also continue to support the Secretary General as he oversees the activities of this organization. Threatening the use of nuclear weapons, as Russia has done, let alone the actual use of nuclear weapons, is a serious threat to the peace and security of the international community and is absolutely unacceptable. As a Prime Minister from Hiroshima, I am immensely dedicated to the realization of a world without nuclear weapons, driven by the sentiments from the Hibakusha. Last month, the sole opposition by Russia blocked the unity and concerted efforts by the international community to reach consensus on an outcome document that would maintain and strengthen the NPT regime, which is the cornerstone of the international nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation regime. This caused me great dismay, just as it did for the overwhelming majority of the member states. I, however, refuse to relent because we are only one country away from adopting the draft final outcome document by consensus. I believe this document represents a new foundation for the international community to proceed with realistic engagements on nuclear disarmament in the future. As the only nation to have ever suffered atomic bombings during war, Japan has a unique historic role, and we renew our resolve to realize a world without nuclear weapons. We will continue to make realistic efforts to achieve this goal. We must ensure that Nagasaki remains the last place to suffer an atomic bombing. This is the 20th year since the Japan-North Korea Pyongyang Declaration, which was signed by Prime Minister Koizumi and Chairman of the National Defense Commission Kim Jong-il. Japan's policy remains unchanged. Japan seeks to normalize the relationship with North Korea in accordance with the Japan DPRK Pyongyang Declaration through comprehensively resolving the outstanding issues of concern, such as the abductions, nuclear and missile issues, as well as settlement of the unfortunate past. Japan is prepared to engage in dialogue on matters of mutual concern. I am determined to meet with President Kim Jong-un without any conditions and will miss no opportunity to take actions with all my dedication. Japan has also made long-term contributions in the field of peace building. Japan first participated in a full-scale peacekeeping mission in Cambodia in 1992. 30 years later, many Cambodian personnel wearing blue helmets are protecting the peace and future of places such as Mali, Central African Republic, and Lebanon. Then Lieutenant Colonel Tiao Chanluti was one of those who was deployed to Lebanon after Japan's peacekeeping training. Since then, he has been active as a peace builder, mentoring younger generations at the PKO Training Center for the Cambodian Armed Forces. The torch of peace, created through Japan's contributions to peacekeeping operations, will be borne beyond generations and across borders. Japan supports it.
Madam President, Excellencies, next. Japan is fully committed to the realization of a United Nations that promotes the rule of law in the international community. The rule of law is not reserved for one particular state or region. We need to remind ourselves that the rule of law is especially important for vulnerable nations. Strengthening the rule of law based on international law will, in the long run, benefit all states and lead to sustainable growth and sound development of the international community. Based on this belief, Japan has been playing an active role in various fields in cooperation with other countries, including efforts towards the realization of a free and open Indo-Pacific. In 1970, overcoming serious divisions among member states at the time and with persistent dialogue, the General Assembly adopted the Friendly Relations Declaration. This declaration, the fruit of our predecessors' wisdom, serves as a foundation from which the basic principles for the promotion of the rule of law are drawn. The following basic principles for the states emerge from this declaration. First, break away from rule by force and pursue rule of law through observing international law in good faith. Second, in this regard, do not allow any attempts to change the status quo of territories and areas by force or coercion. And third, to cooperate with one another against serious violations of the principles of the UN Charter. We are convinced that these basic principles serve as the basis to hold an increasingly divided international community together while ensuring respect for human rights and achieving sustainable development. From next January, Japan will serve as a non-permanent member of the Security Council by listening not only to the big voices, but also being attentive to the small voices, we intend to take action to strengthen the rule of law in the international community. Madam President, Excellencies, Japan will strengthen efforts based on the concept of human security in the new era. People deserve to enjoy a high-quality life free from anxiety and fear. The concept of human security has not changed, but now we are standing at a historical watershed moment and facing a new challenge. Today, in addition to global pandemics, the use of force and coercion against other countries, food and energy insecurity, inflation and climate change are all interconnected and threaten the safety of people now more than ever, further exacerbating poverty and disease. The Sustainable Development Goals aim for a society in which no one is left behind, and their achievement requires the realization of human security in the new era. In doing so, the key is to enhance the resilience of individuals, societies, and nations to cope with the changes and challenges specific to all times. The Adjumani district in Uganda is facing difficult and complicated issues such as the increasing influx of refugees from neighboring countries and rising costs due to the situation in Ukraine, which is just one example of the difficult and complex challenges that the world is facing today. Moini Fred, an administrator from Adjumani, learned through JICA training how to incorporate the views of both refugees and his compatriots in running his district. Despite its own difficult economic affairs, Adjumani district continues to provide administrative services as well as support to refugees. And Mr. Fred is working hard to build a cohesive community free of ethnicity or nationality-based tensions. With shaking international order and people's anxiety growing, Japan will work with the United Nations to realize human security in the new era, including initiatives through the UN Trust Fund for Human Security. In addition, Japan will also continue to invest generously in people. At TICAD 8, the 8th Tokyo International Conference on African Development in August this year, I announced the investment of $30 billion in Africa as the sum of public and private financial contributions over the next 3 years, with an emphasis on investment in people. Japan will also focus on human resources development and capacity building in other parts of the world. Based on my conviction that education is the foundation of peace, I will assume the position as an education champion, and I will promote cooperation through human resources development based on the outcome of the UN Transforming Education Summit. In the COVID-19 pandemic, the pandemic has also illustrated the importance of human health and efforts to protect people from disease. Japan has provided a total of approximately $5 billion to support the COVID-19 response, including vaccine-related assistance through COVAX and other programs. Japan has also decided to contribute $1.08 billion to the Global Fund over the next 3 years. Japan will continue to take a leading role in strengthening the global health architecture and achieving universal health coverage in the post-COVID-19 era towards the G7 summit that I will chair next year. Japan is also steadily contributing to the creation of a world where people can enjoy a high-quality life in a safe environment. our emergency assistance and support to strengthen the resilience of food systems to ensure food security, as well as our role in the development of international standards and norms in the field of information and telecommunications through the efforts at the International Telecommunication Union and other organizations are just a few examples. In order to promote these efforts, Japan will also revise our Development Cooperation Charter, which articulates the basic policy of our development cooperation policies. I support Secretary General Guterres' leadership in presenting our common agenda as a response to the current and future challenges facing the international community. As history experiences this dramatic change, Japan will continue to support suffering people around the world under the concept of human security in the new era. Japan will work together with the UN and other member states towards the maintenance of peace and stability underpinned by an international order based on the rule of law. Madam President, Excellencies, it is precisely because we stand at a watershed moment in history that Japan continues to have strong expectations for the United Nations. Times change, but one thing remains the same: the vision and the principles of the UN. With this conviction, I am determined to work with everyone to strengthen the UN. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Japan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. I request protocol to kindly escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is with humility and deep respect that I am addressing you today, both as the newly elected Chancellor of Germany and as a proud delegate to our United Nations. My country and the United Nations are indivisibly linked. Today's democratic and reunited Germany owes its role on the world stage to you, our international friends and partners. You placed your trust in us to become and to remain a peace-loving member of the international community. We know that we owe our freedom, our stability, and our prosperity to an international order with the United Nations at its core. Therefore, my country's commitment to this organization and its noble goals, peace, development, and equal rights and dignity for every human being, will never wane. Ich lege dieses Bekenntnis.
Unfortunately, I'm expressing this commitment at a time during which we are getting further away from these noble goals. After decades during which we overcame walls and blocks, a time in which we marked the fall of the Iron Curtain and German reunification, after the technological revolution of the internet and the digital transformation, which have made us more interconnected than ever before, we are now facing a new fragmentation of the world. New wars and conflicts have emerged. Major global crises are piling up before us and are combining and reinforcing one another. Some have even seen this as a harbinger of a world without rules. It is true that the risks to our global order are real, and yet I do not hold with the image of a world without rules, for two reasons. Firstly, our world has clear rules, rules that we, the United Nations, created together. This charter promises all of us freedom and peaceful coexistence. This charter is our collective rejection of a world without rules. Our problem isn't the absence of rules. Our problem is the lack of willingness to abide by them and to enforce them. But the image of a world without rules leads us astray for a second reason. If we do not defend, further develop and strengthen our global order together, then it isn't chaos without rules that we face, but a world in which the rules are made by those who can dictate them to us by dint of their military, economic or political power. The alternative to a rules-based world is not anarchy, but the dominion of the strong over the weak. However, the vast majority of us cannot be indifferent to whether the rule of power or the power of rules wins the day. The key question that we as an international community face is this: should we stand helplessly by and watch as some seek to cast us back into a global order in which war is a common instrument of politics, in which independent nations have to submit to their stronger neighbors or the colonial masters, in which prosperity and human rights are a privilege of the lucky few? Or will we manage to stand together and ensure that the multipolar world of the 21st century remains a multilateral world? My answer as a German and a European is this: we have to manage this, and we will manage this if we take three fundamental principles to heart. Firstly, the international order does not happen by itself. If we do nothing, then this charter is but a piece of paper. This charter calls on all of us to uphold its purposes and principles, and we mustn't stand idly by when a major nuclear power armed to the teeth, a founding member of the United Nations and a permanent member of the UN Security Council, no less, seeks to shift borders through the use of violence. There is no justification whatsoever for Russia's war of occupation against Ukraine. President Putin is waging this war with one single objective: to seize Ukraine. Self-determination, political independence do not count for him. And there's only one word for this. This is imperialism, plain and simple. The return of imperialism is not only a disaster for Europe, it is also a disaster for our global peaceful order, which is the antithesis of imperialism and neo-colonialism. And that is why it was so important that here in this room, 141 countries categorically condemned Russia's war of occupation. But that alone is not enough. If we want this war to end, then we cannot be indifferent to how it ends. Putin will only give up his war and his imperialist ambitions if he realizes that he cannot win. In so doing, he isn't just destroying Ukraine, but he's also ruining his own country. This is why we will not accept a peace dictated by Russia. This is why we will not accept any pretentious referenda. And this is why Ukraine must be able to defend itself against Russia's invasion. We're supporting Ukraine with all our might, financially, economically, with humanitarian assistance and also with weapons. Together with our partners around the world, we have imposed tough economic sanctions on the Russian leadership and Russia's economy. And this is how we're making good on a promise that each and every of our countries made when joining the United Nations, namely to join forces to maintain international peace and security. There's one more thing that I would like to add, which is that not one sack of grain has been held back on account of these sanctions. Russia alone has prevented Ukrainian grain ships from putting out to sea, bombing ports and destroying agricultural enterprises. Where hunger prevails, there can be no peace. My predecessor, Nobel Peace Prize winner Willy Brandt, said this when he addressed this assembly as the first federal chancellor to do so in 1973. Today we're witnessing that this sentence also works the other way around. Those who want there to be no hunger must ensure that Putin's war does not prevail. This war, which even in countries far away from Russia is leading to rising prices, energy scarcity and famine. And we will stand by Ukraine when it comes to shouldering the enormous costs for rebuilding the country. At an international conference of experts, which I'm hosting with the President of the European Commission in Berlin on October 25th, we will, together with supporters of Ukraine from all around the world, think about how we can manage this Herculean task. Our message is this: we stand firmly at the side of those under attack, for the protection of the lives and the freedom of the Ukrainians, and for the protection of our international order. Ladies and gentlemen, the second principle for preserving this order is as follows. All of us will be judged against the obligations that we have jointly entered into. Responsibility always begins at home. Take climate change, for example, which is the biggest challenge of our generation. We, the industrialized countries and major emitters of greenhouse gases, have a very special responsibility here. And it was with this in mind that we reiterated our intention at the G7 summit in Germany in June to forge ahead in order to achieve the 1.5-degree target, not in spite of the war and the energy crisis, but precisely because climate neutrality also leads to greater energy security. We stand by our pledges to support emerging economies and developing countries in their efforts to reduce emissions and to adapt to climate change, with new just energy transition partnerships, for example. And we will not abandon the countries that are struggling the most in the face of loss and damage as a result of climate change. By the time of the climate change conference in Egypt, therefore, we want to establish a global shield against climate risks. Our yardstick must be the obligations that we have entered into. Nowhere does this insight seem more obvious to me than in the protection of human rights, because they reflect the deepest need of each and every one of us to live our lives in freedom, unharmed, and in dignity. This lies at the heart of what makes us humans, who we are, and what we have in common, no matter where we come from, no matter what we believe, no matter who we love. And I tell you this with the history of my country in mind. Germany, which betrayed all civilized values with the murder of 6 million Jews, an act that is without parallel, is aware of just how fragile our civilization is, and at the same time we have an obligation to respect and to defend human rights at all times and in all places. My country is the second biggest donor to the UN system and also the second biggest donor of humanitarian assistance. We have taken in millions of refugees here in Germany in recent years from the Middle East, Africa, Afghanistan, and most recently from Ukraine. And this is something we are proud of. But we also have to pay heed and take action where hundreds of thousands are made to endure suffering, tyranny and torture in prison camps or jails in North Korea, Syria, Iran, or Belarus. We must pay heed and take action when the Taliban deprive women and girls in Afghanistan of their most basic rights, and we must pay heed and take action when Russia commits war crimes in Mariupol, Bucha, and Irpin. We will bring the murderers to justice. We're doing everything in our power to support the International Criminal Court and the Independent International Committee of Inquiry established by the Human Rights Council. Especially those who bear particular responsibility for our order in the world by dint of their strength and their influence should have an interest in bolstering our common institutions. The former High Commissioner for Human Rights briefed us about the situation of the Uyghurs in Xinjiang a few weeks ago. China should implement the High Commissioner's recommendations. That would be a sign of sovereignty and strength and a guarantee for change for the better. Ladies and gentlemen, a third principle must be taken into consideration if we are to preserve the international order. We must adapt our rules and institutions to the reality of the 21st century. Far too often, these rules and institutions reflect the world of 30, 50, or 70 years ago. And that also goes for the United Nations Security Council. Germany has for many years been committed to its reform and expansion, first and foremost to include the countries of the Global South. Germany is also prepared to assume greater responsibility as a permanent member and initially as a non-permanent seat in 2027-28. I kindly ask you to support our candidacy, the candidacy of a country that respects the principles of the United Nations and which offers and seeks cooperation. It is, to my mind, entirely natural that the up-and-coming dynamic countries and regions of Asia, Africa and Southern America must be given a stronger political voice on the world stage. That is in all of our interests, as it gives rise to joint responsibility and greater acceptance for our decisions. Nationalism and isolation will not solve the challenges of our age. More cooperation, more partnership, and more involvement is the only reasonable response, whether for the fight against climate change or global health risks, inflation and disrupted supply chains, or our approach to displacement and migration. I say this with profound conviction. The insight that openness and cooperation safeguard peace and prosperity has made the past decades the happiest in the history of my country so far. As this year's G7 president, it is therefore a key priority for me to promote a new form of cooperation with the countries of the Global South. Cooperation that not only claims to take place on a level playing field, but one on which actors genuinely see eye to eye, especially since this level playing field has existed de facto for a long time, if we consider the growing political, economic and demographic clout of Asia, Africa and Southern America. From the outset, we coordinated our objectives very closely with Indonesia as the holder of the G20 presidency. We've involved the countries holding the chairmanship of the African Union and the Community of Latin American and Caribbean states in our discussions as the G7, as well as India and South Africa. This gave rise to new models of global cooperation which have one thing in common, namely the fact that they are characterized by joint responsibility and mutual solidarity. We are fighting the hunger crisis with a new alliance for global food security, and I would like to invite you all to join this alliance. We've launched a partnership for global infrastructure and investment in order together to mobilize $600 billion for public and private infrastructure investments around the world over the next 5 years. In so doing, we're taking a big step towards implementing the 2030 Agenda. And with the newly emerging Climate Club, we're pressing ahead with friends and partners worldwide to implement the Paris Agreement even more swiftly and efficiently. Such approaches are pillars that support our international order, because they deliver results from which citizens in all of our countries stand to benefit and which they expect from the United Nations. We, the peoples. It is not for nothing that these are the first 3 words of our Charter. Note that these words are not we, the member states, or we, the delegates. We have an obligation to our peoples. We owe them a global order that allows them to live in peace, which protects their rights and opens up opportunities for education, health, and development for them. Such an order doesn't come about by itself. Defending, further developing and strengthening it, that is our task as the United Nations. Germany extends the hand of cooperation to all of you in this endeavor. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Aziz Akhanouche, Head of Government of the Kingdom of Morocco. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Bonjour.
I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Aziz Akhanouche, Head of Government of the Kingdom of Morocco. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, merciful, the compassionate, Mr. President, Your Excellency, Secretary General, Excellencies, Majesties, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. President, on behalf of the delegation of the Kingdom of Morocco on your election to preside over this session. We wish you all success in your endeavors, and we commend the work undertaken by your predecessor, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, and we commend the outcomes of his presidency. We reiterate our support to the efforts of the UN Secretary General, Mr. António Guterres, aiming at reforming our organization. We assure him of our support and of supporting his initiatives and proposals contained in his report entitled Our Common Agenda. President, the 77th session of the General Assembly convenes while our world is witnessing multidimensional crises with global intertwined repercussions. 3 years after the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, our world is facing a series of deep and successive challenges and crises. What is preventing us from effectively managing these crises is not